Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lawsplaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Whoo-wee. Sorry about being a little bit late today. I am. Wait, how do I combine these? How do I combine these? I'm annoyed. What's up, guys? Sorry about that. Got distracted right away. Court has been in session. It is on a break. We're going to go back to the beginning of it. We'll play some catch up as we go. I love this already. We're in a good spot. If we've already got hate for the shirt, we're in a good position. Let's see. Sorry, I was making breakfast, running behind in general today. Breakfast, as it were, if you will. A shirt is loud. I may cover it with a jacket, but right now I'm too warm to do that. So we'll see how we go. If you remember, court was put into recess yesterday, and they're out playing kickball and all that stuff. But what is going on? Ew. Ew, ew, ew. Ugh. Settings. Appearance. No. Oh. Whew. Sorry. My OBS window was horrible. Was horrible. Okay. Let me get this set up. Holy cats. No, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. I want this one. Crunch this down. All right. Okay, we're going to move. We'll put the locals chat on the left side. And figure something else out here in just a second. I think let's, for now, while I get this set up, let's get this thing pulled up on the screen. And we'll get the court going. Apologies for
Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for defendant are present, as is defendant Kouri Richins. Let me just provide a summary of how we got from yesterday to today. At the close of proceedings yesterday, we had a plan to receive defendant's written response to state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R as prior consistent statements under Rule of Evidence 801 D1B.
Okay, real quick, let me let you know what happened. Yesterday, after all that, the judge decided on his own to change his mind and say, I don't actually know if those statements that we talked about, I don't know if they have proper foundation to come in. Long story short, what they're trying to do is introduce statements to rehabilitate the housekeeper's credibility. Housekeeper's credibility was impeached because, there's a suggestion that maybe she was influenced by the deal that was offered, and maybe the testimony isn't trustworthy. So what the state wants to do is introduce what is a prior consistent statement, which are statements made prior to the undue influence that are consistent with the statements that are made after the undue influence. If you show that the statements haven't changed, then you can't really suggest that there's influence if you follow. So the state wanted to introduce this interview, right? Well, the judge decides on his own. I actually don't know when these statements were made, if they were made before or after the influence, because the offer is made during this interview, I believe, if I remember right. If the offer is made during this interview, then we have a problem, because now that prior inconsistent statement or prior consistent statement is either made, before or after that offer, and the influence could have taken root already. And so he says that we need to establish where those go. So at that point, the state actually draws back. It's like, well, you know what? Maybe we can think about this in a different way. And they're not trying to introduce as many statements now. So they've pared it down. So that's what we're going to be talking about right now. The judge is probably going to explain what I just said.
Everybody left the courthouse, and upon reflection, the court did some additional research regarding the foundational requirements of 801D1B, issued a ruling requesting additional foundation for admission of those redacted exhibits under that rule. That's docket 1700-1700. And shortly after that, had a WebEx conference on the record with counsel to discuss the court's concerns regarding the foundation requirements for that rule. Following that, the state narrowed its request to seek, as I understand it, Mr. Bloodworth, publishing, not admission, of portions of only 2 of the proffered exhibits. That would be 5-58R and 8-62R.
So we're basically going from
under Rule
1,000
106.
pages down
Is
to
that
a
correct?
reasonable amount.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. After that, counsel, to their credit, engaged in a productive email exchange regarding their positions regarding those redactions. I think we need to discuss those one at a time now. Is that your view, Mr. Bloodworth?
It is, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. It would help me to just go through these one at a time and talk about what's happening here. So let's start with Exhibit 5-58R, which is the transcript of a May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber. And we begin, as I understand it, and I'm going off the 8-58R. Did I misspeak? My apologies. 8-58R. Thank you for the clarification. I want to make sure I'm looking at the right email here. And I'm not. My apologies. I need to print the state's response. One moment.
Yeah.
Your Honor, it's
Judge.
probably the 8:05 p.m.
Yes, that's right. So, forgive me, Mr. Bloodworth, in response to the state's highlights in and around page 75, lines 1921, the defendant states, quote, "This completely resolves this proffered section, leaving nothing for the court to decide." But then the state, I think, sees it a little differently. Help me understand here.
Yes, Your Honor, the highlighted, I think for the purpose of this discussion, the highlights are immaterial. The highlights related to the 801
Oh,
discussion.
okay.
So in the 805 email last night, the state set forth its view by page and line number of the 106 argument.
Okay, so the state's position is that page 65, line 4, through page 87, line 13, from this should be published under Rule 106.
That's correct, and that section of that statement, that section of the transcript applies to both the first and second paragraphs. It encompasses both of the statements both of defense's statements that are outlined in paragraphs 1 and 2 of the 805 email.
Understood. And so to the extent, when we look at 8-58R, to the extent that between page 65, line 4, and page 87, line 13, there are some sections that are not currently highlighted, is the state's position that those are included in the state's request?
Yes, Your Honor, I think for purpose of this discussion, we can ignore highlighting.
Okay, got it. Let me pause there. Ms. Lewis, take a moment, take the time you need.
Sorry, I'm only half paying attention because I'm getting things set up for the vertical stream. Oh, I do want to say thank you to thank you to Fletcher Boy. He says great shirt. I agree. I've been saving this one for a little bit. Let's see. So the other thing we have.
Brittany, will you restart that printer for me? Thank you.
I didn't realize we were ignoring the highlights until right now, so.
Well, I think if it helps speed things along, as I understand it, the defendant didn't have any trouble with the highlighted portions. It's now the unhighlighted portions between 65 and 87 that we
Well-
need to make sure you get an opportunity to respond to.
Actually, Your Honor, we had agreed to letting in all of the highlighted portion on page 75 and 76 because that would be what was related to the statement that I elicited on cross. So that's what we had agreed to, which is what we believed the state wanted, because like I said, it wasn't
Thank
until
you, Matthew
Mr. Bloodworth just said
Martinez.
we were now ignoring highlights. So we agreed to page 75, line 8, starting at line 8, through page 76, ending at line 5, under the rule of completeness, because that completed the discussion around the elicited statement, which is give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. I think going all the way back and adding in everything does not have to do with that statement. It's a lot of discussion. I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with O'Driscoll's statement that was elicited through Carmen. It's talking about, trying to look at the unhighlighted parts now. I mean, it is talking about that it's about she doesn't know the situation between Eric and Kouri, which wouldn't have anything to do with that. It's about when we're gonna meet again. She says, I need to go through whatever I need to go through to figure
Are
out.
these not blue
I
enough?
mean, this doesn't have anything to do with
Aaron,
that statement.
You want my,
By Detective
I need to
O'Driscoll.
find those.
I mean, I agree the stuff right before that and immediately after that that completes that line of
Probably needs to wait for Lady Raggers to
question
get
and answer
back.
should come in. But, for example, on page 67, Detective Maynard says, I'm just saying we're gonna need you to settle down and get details and timelines. I mean, that doesn't have anything to do with the statement. And it's also hearsay by Detective Maynard.
Aw, thank you, we hear
I
well.
mean, I suppose if Mr. Bloodworth wants to question Detective O'Driscoll about some of these other statements, that would be appropriate, but I disagree that all of this comes in under the rule of completeness.
I think we need to be a little bit careful here. It's not Detective O'Driscoll's statements that are subject to the rule of completeness. It is Ms. Lauber's statements that are potentially subject to the rule of completeness. And as I understood the state's
That's true.
position, it was the context provided by Detective O'Driscoll's statement on page 75 combined with Ms. Lauber's response on page 82. And that was, as I understood from back when Carmen Lauber testified in open court, what the state believed they needed to correct the arc of. Is that fairly
So the
stated,
rule of
Mr.
completeness
Bloodworth?
It
allows
is, Your Honor,
a,
and I can provide additional details.
allows the
to
admission
extent we need
of
it.
If you would
additional
just make a record for why the state believes page
testimony or portions
65,
of a
line
document
4
to flesh out
through
the
page
context
87,
of a
line
statement.
13 is required to explain, qualify, or provide context for Ms. Lauber's testimony, I'd appreciate it.
Your Honor, the necessary context is that Carmen Lauber was agitated about her involvement in Eric Richins' death, and the detectives were trying to settle her down and focus her in on the details. The court can see the word details in this portion of the transcript appears a dozen or so times as Carmen Lauber is scattered. They're trying to just get her focused in on the details, and in the details, and explaining to her, right, because the broader context here is they're talking about her immunity, and they're explaining to her that details are necessary so that they can corroborate them, and that corroboration of those details is necessary for immunity. That is the context of the statement.
Ms. Lewis, go from there, please.
Sorry, just a moment.
Your Honor, if the state could add, that is the narrowly tailored context of the statement. The state, water under the bridge, but the state has argued the entire series of interviews provides that context as well.
That's been preserved.
It has, I appreciate that.
I'll be more interactive in a in a GIF, guys. I'm just getting everything set up still on my end. But I should say hey to Sassy J in the UK gifting 10 Ricada Law memberships. And I don't know if you caught that rhyme. Say hey to Sassy J in the UK. That was a lot. That was a lot. But I did it for you, Sassy J in the UK. Thank you so much for 10 gifted members. Oh my gosh, we're starting off early. I'm barely even conscious. You guys are already kicking ass. Cat Slave says, have $1 because why not?
I
And
understand
oh, I forgot
what you're
micropene.
saying. I
Thank
don't
you, Cat
disagree
Slave.
that
Also,
all
I
of
got
that is
your-
necessary
I got your
under the
beautiful
rule of
package.
completeness. So I would just stand by our objection that really what should come in is the complete statement on page 75 and 76. I will say, in looking at this, though, I was already, when we were looking at it previously, just the highlighted, I really didn't have a
No, it is the
problem
size that counts.
with through line on page 82 through line 17 on page 82, because I actually do think some of that came in during cross. I'm not, probably like to take out the stuff between, well, no, that's okay, never mind. So I really don't have a problem with line 8, starting with line 8 on 75, through line 17. Although, you know, I'm sorry, Your Honor, this skips. I mean, we go from 76 to 82, so
No, with the state's request, and I can appreciate why, you just need a moment to walk through it, but sitting here this morning, the state's request under Rule 106 is to publish, among other portions, page 65, line 4 through page 87, line 13
all right,
of
so
this.
you also want, which you didn't include, 77 through, that's where you've lost me.
So there's a gap in what we're looking at, of pages 77 through 82.
Is there?
Yes,
I think that's probably too small, huh?
but they provided that they wanted jumped from page 76 to 82.
I'm so sorry, Mr. Bloodworth. I'm reading your email of 8:05 PM. 65, line 4 through 87, 13 inclusive?
Correct.
Okay.
That is correct. I think that the disconnect here is the pages we're looking at. or
Jump.
She's looking at jump, yes.
Oh, okay.
So now you want the pages you don't have here also.
I did not appreciate that. I've got to see the other pages.
I did not appreciate that.
So do I.
Yeah, my
You
apologies.
like the chats better than the transcript? Yeah. I might,
Here's what we'll do.
you know, everything's still in flux at the moment.
Page 65, line 4, through page 87, line 13.
87? 13?
Minus pages 77 through 81.
Gotta look at,
Ah, okay. So now we're back to
We're
the
back.
proposed
This will take us
5-58R.
here just in a more efficient way.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so Ms. Lewis, my apologies. Now, I think we're all on the same page regarding the paper version of 5, I keep doing that, 8-58R that we're looking at. Thank you for raising that. So just so the record is clear, we're currently
I don't like this
contemplating
banner.
Page 65, line 4 through 7625, and then 82-1 through 87-13.
Oh, thank you,
I would agree.
Sassy J.
with 76, starting at line 8, through the bottom, I'm sorry, 75, starting at line 8, through the bottom of 76, and I am all right with page 82.
I think I'm gonna resolve
through
myself
line
to
17. But
Make
we
my
would-
way over to Ireland
Okay.
and Scotland
Bear with me.
as soon as I'm off probation. That'll be one of my first trips. I'm gonna go do a Scotch tour. What am I eating? So I whipped up I being not Kurt, I had a couple of chicken thighs, and so I pan roasted chicken thighs, carrots, onions, and then I added some rice and some chicken stock to
All right,
make
so
just a chicken rice with
the court is persuaded
carrots and onions.
that the
Also tarragon, which goes great with chicken.
statements
Tarragon,
of
sage,
Carmen Lauber
oregano.
elicited on cross-examination as indicated on proposed exhibit 8-58R on pages 75, line 19 through 22, 82, lines 8 through 11, and page 86, lines 17 through 19, require, under Rule of 106, context, qualification, and explanation in the form of additional portions of 8-58R. And those additional portions are page 65, line 4, through page
Yeah,
76,
MPOW.
line 25,
Got some-
and page 82,
Currently
line
have a
1,
kitchen issue or
through
two.
page 87.
Probably need a
13.
new stove or range eventually.
Any clarification, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
No.
All right.
No.
So I think that handles numbered paragraphs 1 and 2 in the email exchange between counsel, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That brings us to numbered paragraph number 3. Bear with me.
Leon's Law. Those are pretty cool. But I have, after we had a flooding incident a while back and redid the countertops because the countertops got destroyed when they had to move the island. It doesn't matter.
So here,
We redid the countertops.
to provide additional context,
They're like
qualification,
laser
and
cut.
explanation for Ms.
Redoing them again
Lauber's
would-
statement that
no
I
thanks.
get that related to the
Very
get out of jail
expensive
free card.
to redo that.
Mr. Bloodworth, I understand the state is requesting publishing 114 line 6.
It wasn't that the water didn't get up to the,
115 line 6, is that right?
Correct, Your Honor.
the water didn't get up to the
Ms. Lewis,
countertops.
go ahead.
It's just that
Your
when
Honor, I
they
think the discussion
they had to
about
move
what Ms.
the
Richins is
island.
doing
When they
about,
moved the island, they had
the
to
children and the relationship with
counter,
their father,
and it,
all of that has doesn't add any
destroyed the
context
counter,
to what
effectively.
Detective Maynard's statement is. I mean, I guess I'm not opposed to going through line 12 where she says, oh, I get that. But the rest of it,
I haven't even
It's
looked.
also
Oh my
prejudicial.
God!
Why is it prejudicial? I mean, it doesn't matter if it's prejudicial. I don't have any discretion here if it's required for,
I understand. But
so.
I mean, the fact that he says, you're on what your get out of jail free card looks like, based on the information that, and then he says there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad, there's a family that doesn't have a brother. I mean,
Pam, this is what happened this morning.
what does her response about the boys and Eric
Once we
have
get caught
anything
up,
to do with the fact
I'll
that she
I'll
now
finish
has
the
a get out of jail free
trial day
card if she
9,
gives them her
which is
information?
should only
I
take a minute.
understand the state's position to be, this shows what her motivation, the complete version of her
I'm not wearing a
motivation,
tank top. What are you
rather
talking
than
about?
just a
Oh, my
motivation to
dancing
serve her
thing.
own interests. Is that about right, Mr. Bloodworth?
That is, Your Honor, and Detective
Rude.
Maynard couples the two in his statement. It's get out of jail free card looks like, based on the information, that there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. He's coupled them.
And, I'm sorry, can you finish?
Yeah.
I don't know why just going through line 12 where Ms. Lauber says, oh, I get that, why doesn't that complete that she's, gets that that's why it is, because of this reason? Why do we have to go into the rest of the relationship with Eric and the kids and that Kouri's living her life while everybody else is suffering? I don't understand how that completes anything more than just ending with Ms. Lauber's statement at line 12, that she understands that's why it is, because of the circumstances.
Mr. Bloodworth? Go ahead,
I
sir.
think I'm going to move a couple things around.
Your Honor, it completes Carmen Lauber's expression of her motivation to cooperate.
Okay. Having considered the arguments of counsel and looked at Carmen Lauber's statement on page 114, line 12, the court is persuaded that under Rule 106, publishing of page 114, line 6 through page 115, line 6 is necessary to explain, qualify, and provide context for her response. All right. That brings us to pages 182 and 183, correct, counsel?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So here, the statement that the state seeks to provide additional context, explanation, and qualification for is Ms. Lauber's statement on page 183, line 5. Can you guys just write it and I sign it, correct, Mr. Bloodworth?
Correct, Your Honor.
And the state's position is that under Rule 106, we're required to go back to 182, line 12, and include through 183, line 14. Do I have your position correctly?
You do, Your Honor, and that necessary context is that the detectives needed Carmen Lauber to put her verbal statements on paper and that detectives were not able to do it for her.
You can be forgiven, Slothis, but I don't know
Actually,
how.
I'm fine with that.
But you can be.
I think there was a typo in what we said in our response.
Okay. Very good. The
Those
court
are
is,
the lines.
oh, I'm sorry to cut you off, Ms. Lewis. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, I was just saying, in terms of the lines we agreed to, I think that's just typed incorrectly. That's not a problem.
Okay. Under Rule 106, the state is permitted to publish line 182, pardon me, page 182, line 12
Can't decide where
through
I'm considering.
183, line 14 from 8-58R.
I kind of hate that we can't. I don't know. Maybe
Anything else from 8-58R, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Lewis?
No.
All right. That brings us to 8-62R, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. We go to page 12. Here, in response to a question from Detective Maynard, the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drugs investigations, those aren't a priority. Ms. Lauber says, right. And the state asserts that completeness requires that we also publish page 11, line 20, through page 13, line 22, correct?
Correct, Your Honor. And the necessary context there is that Carmen Lauber is spooked by the federal grand jury investigation, and Detective Maynard is assuring her that that federal grand jury investigation is secondary to the murder investigation.
you really think that they're grasping at straws and they have no case? I think as of right now, Kouri is absolutely cooked. She's done. Right now, I think the state has the jury
Ms. Lewis.
convinced that
Yeah,
Kouri killed him.
I really think that if we start at page 11, line 20, and go through 12, line 20, that it states enough to cover all of that without getting into the grand jury, which is a whole other can of worms.
Why can't we go to 13, line 7? It gets a little confusing after that, I'll grant you, but 13, line 7, I think, is an important closure on that issue of the potential for federal charges.
I forgot a micropene in my super tip, so here it is. Oh my gosh, I got to get the super tips up on screen.
I'd like to take out the
Holy
reference
crap.
to the grand jury. What if we,
Help me understand, what is it you think is a problem with the grand jury? This is what they're talking about, is federal charges.
well, they are, but it's clear in here that she's saying federal charges are the next, that's more up the chain serious, like the highest extreme. So it's already in here that they're already saying that federal charges are more serious, and he's telling her not to worry about that without getting into the grand jury, which causes me concerns. It's
What about
I
it
mean,
causes
that's
you
something
concern?
we've avoided talking about. It speculates that it's going to allow the jury to speculate about what that means, if there's other charges. I think most people don't know what a grand jury is. They may think there's another jury that's made some kind of finding. I mean, we maybe could go through line 7 if we just take out, we could even just take out on 13, starting at line 2,
I love this shirt, Moon
just
Shadow.
take out
I've been waiting to get it in.
that's where it's formalizing it with the grand jury.
Let's talk about mechanics for a second, Mr. Bloodworth. I understand, or I appreciate that these are many fewer pages of transcript than was under contemplation yesterday. Are we just going to show the transcript to the jury at this point, or have we cut the video down?
Your Honor, we've set the conditions where we can cut the video down. There's still a little bit of editing time, but not much.
Sure.
The state intends to publish by, as we've published other similar exhibits, playing the video with the transcript rolling beneath it.
Okay, all right, I appreciate that. Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, talk to me. Why in the state's view do we need to go beyond line 7 on page 13?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm actually okay if we go through line 10.
Okay. Line
If
10
that
on page
completes the
13.
thought.
That's agreeable, Your Honor.
All right,
So
so,
I don't.
first,
I hate these types of
court
hearings
is
because
persuaded
we
that
can't see what they're looking at.
with respect to state's proposed exhibit 8-62R, publishing page 11, line 20, through page 13, line 10, is necessary under Rule 106 to provide additional context for Ms. Lauber's response to Detective Maynard's question as depicted on page 12, lines 2 through 6. The court is not persuaded that a stray reference to Carmen Lauber appearing before a grand jury will mislead or confuse the jury in any way about any consequences or any investigation regarding
Thank you, Marty.
Kouri Richins.
What's up, Tilly?
The defendant's request for
Welcome.
redaction of that sentence is respectfully denied. Anything further on that, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Scott, do you need any of those numbers again?
I think we're
No, Your Honor, I was following along.
almost
Down,
set up.
And I can,
Gosh, what a
provide
disaster.
a copy of the video as soon as I have them ready to defend, to have the process you like.
Perfect. I like that plan. Let me just write this one down. Mr. Bloodworth, that means the remainder of state's motion to admit redacted exhibits 8-57R through 8-63R is moot at the current time. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Got it.
I got to
Okay.
remember, like, to leave certain windows alone.
Council, last evening, I sent out notice of the court's decision denying
Look at this sweet
defendant's
lady.
motion for mistrial.
Good morning,
I'll
the
issue
real
a
Lady
written
Rabbit.
ruling providing the court's analysis in the due course, but I needed to make sure that you had notice of that decision. I also gave notice of the court's designing a remedy under Rule 16 of requiring the state to recall Ms. Lauber in its case in chief to make sure that defendant has an opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Lauber about the alleged violation of her drug court probation in November 2023. I know only 12 hours have transpired since that time, Mr. Bloodworth, but what is the state's expectation?
Every time he says Mr. Bloodsworth,
Your Honor, she will be here at 1 o'clock.
All right,
Bloodworth.
are we starting with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think of Mr.
Ms. Lewis,
Ducksworth
anything further on
from
that?
Mighty Ducks.
I imagine nobody will be discussing with her what she's coming back to testify regarding between.
Well, I told her she was still subject
Locals,
to the subpoena,
don't
that
get
she
us
was not released. I'm sure all officers of the court will abide by the rules there. You'd be within your rights to ask her if she's talked to anybody in the
Sure.
meantime.
Sure.
I imagine the state will have some limited redirect of her upon putting her on the stand.
Yes, Your Honor. Maybe we can clarify just scope
Sure.
of cross. I think the record's clear in the state's papers that defense has already had an opportunity to examine her on this issue. I appreciate the prophylactic nature of the court's ruling.
Right.
I'm happy to protect the record. But as I understand it, the scope of defense's cross-examination of Ms. Lauber today is limited to impeachment based on the materials surrounding her supervision.
Yeah, even, I think more specifically, the material received by the defense pursuant to the subpoena that allegedly revealed this potential violation of her drug court probation in November of 2023. That's the new information.
Okay, and as I understand, that new information is an unsigned affidavit, although substantively that affidavit is no different than the information provided pre-trial.
Yeah, that was a little unclear from the papers as to whether the subpoena response gave more detail than what was provided pre-trial. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
And I want to be clear, this will come out in the court's oral ruling.
Sure.
The
You're-
court is not making any finding that the Summit County Attorney's Office intentionally withheld any information. But the knowledge of Detective Maynard is imputed to the state, and so we are where we are.
Your Honor, I appreciate all that. I think the only information in the subpoena return that was new was a printout of a link to a drug test result, the link which has long expired. So,
Was the unsigned declaration provided prior to trial?
Your Honor, it was not, but all the substance
I see.
in that unsigned declaration was provided prior to
Okay.
trial.
Well, to prevent any
Sure.
infirmity on appeal, my view is that the scope of this recross that the court is providing the defense an opportunity to do are the facts and circumstances related to any potential violation of Ms. Lauber's drug court terms and conditions in November of 2023.
Understand.
Ms. Lewis?
Just some clarification. Well, first, the only information we had before was that she apparently had drank alcohol. The information about the circumstances surrounding that is new. But the other thing, so I included in what the state sent us was the letter that Carmen Lauber sent to Judge Mabee, which I did have before, but I didn't question her about it. But now I would like to point out that what she says in that letter is not accurate.
What's the date of the letter?
February 15th of 2024, where she says that she's been in 100% full compliance. Well, now we know that she's not been in 100% full compliance, so.
I don't know if we know that. We know that she was observed holding an alcoholic drink. We don't know if she ever consumed it. And so, I mean, I suppose if you want to ask her if she violated the term condition of not possessing or purchasing alcohol, you can ask her that, but,
Your Honor, I'm not sure that's,
No, it says she was consuming it here.
well, that's an unsigned affidavit. We got to be careful. That's not.
Look at
that's
Wendy's
anything,
face.
Words on a piece of paper.
She's so pissed.
You can ask her about it, but we can't admit that. Go ahead, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the
Trying to use an
letter to Judge
unsigned
Maybe, I believe, has been in discovery for years.
No, and Ms.
declaration
Lewis is not
of a
suggesting
third
otherwise.
party.
It's just she's not suggesting now she
to
has,
impeach her.
in her view, evidence that
saying
the
she
statements
violated her
made by
drug court.
Ms. Lauber in the letter are not true.
Amazing.
And so she now has a reason to ask her about that.
Understand.
And then we were provided also this, I guess it's a screenshot of text between Ms. Lauber and Detective Maynard that we just got also for the first time that I didn't have. So I would like to ask her again about her communications and her supervision.
As
We
long
do
as you're
have
within
stuff
the
to
dates of
do,
those text messages.
In the downtime, and we're catching up right now.
Unless they had those as well. I don't
Don't
know.
worry.
Your
we
Honor,
got
they don't, but she
plenty to
testified
talk about. And
to exactly what the text messages show, so I don't know if there's any impeachment there.
And is that true?
She testified that, off of my memory,
Yeah.
she testified that her check-ins with Detective Maynard amounted to one of them texting Lauber, the other responding with Maynard, which is precisely what the texts show. So in fact, I think the text messages are 100% entirely consistent with Carmen Lauber's
Consistent.
testimony.
Ms. Lewis, let me look at the text with you for a moment. My apologies.
That's fine. I would need to look at that portion of the testimony again, because maybe my recollection is incorrect, but I know she also testified about a lot of communications with Detective Maynard. I mean, I think it would be appropriate to ask her if these communications were in text, because the texts don't include that. And I don't know why we have just a screenshot of a week of text. I mean, this is incomplete.
Well, but Ms. Lauber's not going to know why that's what you received from the subpoena response. You can ask Detective Maynard about that if you want to call him.
About why we only have these dates, is that what you're talking about?
Right. Ms. Lauber won't know why Detective Maynard or the Summit County Sheriff's Office did or didn't
right.
produce
I wasn't
additional
gonna-
records.
I wasn't gonna ask her that, I was talking about if this is a fair representation of all of her texts. I mean, I was.
All of her texts for Saturday, February 14 through Monday, February 16?
Well, I think I could
It's
ask
too
her
much.
if this was a representation of her text throughout her supervision, if this is what they did.
There's no. What's the foundation for the fact that they only texted for 3 days in February of 2024?
No, what I'm saying is, I think I can ask her, show her this and say, are these 3 days a representation? Is this how you always communicated with him? Not just these 3 days. Does this represent how you always communicated with him?
I'll give you a limited latitude there.
Okay. And then,
I want to make sure you heard the word limited when I said that.
and then I would.
I like
need
that
to
he
look
smirks at
exactly
himself.
what she said about that before, but I may have some other questions regarding
It's too busy.
how they communicated other than these
Okay.
texts.
Take a look at it. Let me know if you want to readdress this prior to 1 p.m.
All right. Let me just make sure that's everything.
Now, to be clear, my view is that because we're in the state's case in chief when we're recalling one of the state's witnesses, Mr. Bloodworth, if you want on direct to direct examine Ms. Lauber regarding the November 2023 events, if any, you're permitted to do so.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, I think that's it.
Okay. Let me pause there. Anything else on the record at this time, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Am I correct that the state's intention, as we sit here at the moment, is to call Ms. Lauber and Detective O'Driscoll today?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any intention, as you sit here at the moment, to call any other witnesses in the state's case in chief?
No, sir.
Okay. Understanding we may or may not get Detective O'Driscoll done today, but certainly will sometime tomorrow. Does the defense, if it plans to put on witnesses, that's your prerogative to choose whether or not to do so, have a couple or more in the wings for tomorrow?
We do.
Okay, very good. Anything else on the record right now, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms.
Def-
Nestor?
Definitely want to need to take a break after they rest to do our Rule 17 motion.
Fine.
And we also,
I'm going to guess
I mean,
Rule
while we're talking
17
about
is a
scheduling,
judgment
got plenty of time
notwithstanding a
here.
verdict. Or
we
like
would
a
like to build
directed
in a
verdict.
little bit of time to have a conversation with our client upon their arresting. There are some decisions the client will need to make. And we may need about 30 minutes to do that.
No problem. Yeah, no problem. Okay. Anything else on the record at this time, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right, folks, we will be in recess. Why don't we plan council to be back at 12:45, just to make sure we handle any issues that may come up between now and 1 p.m. All right, we'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise.
Court's in recess, folks. Thank you.
Court's in recess till 12:45. That's 1:45 Central. So we have an hour and a half. An hour and a half of time. Let's see. Yeah, so Rule 17 is going to be a motion for a directed verdict. This might be kind of cool. I think I can just, yeah, here we go. Rule 17-0. Here will be, at the conclusion of the evidence by the prosecution, or at the conclusion of all the evidence, the court may issue an order dismissing any information or indictment or any count thereof upon the ground that the evidence is not legally sufficient to establish the offense charged therein or any lesser included offense. So they're definitely going to try and do that. They'll make their motion. They'll say, hey, the state didn't make their case, therefore the whole thing should be dismissed and Kouri Richins should be free to go and bartend wherever she wants, you bigot. Let's just go ahead and bring this live. Holy cats. We have a ton of time. Let's see. What do we have here? We do have a super tip.
This is the stupid technical bit of the trial. Hurry up and get to the yelling at the jury about the injustice of you being put on trial for the murder you did that one time, like a real defendant.
Exactly. The best thing you can do is yell at the jury at full volume. That's the way. Have I ever seen it work before? Yeah, actually, I was going to say no. I was going to say no. But we have. You guys may have seen it as well. Kyle Rittenhouse trial. One of the charges was that Kyle Rittenhouse was unlawfully in possession as a minor of a firearm carrying openly in Wisconsin. Now, a careful read of the statute would have shown that that was an improper charge from jump. And it was, because the statute specifically allowed a minor to carry a long rifle openly. That was the statute itself. And it's largely likely because Wisconsin has a hunting culture, and carrying a shotgun or a long rifle would be part of hunting activities. Like when you're hunting pedophiles like Kyle Rittenhouse was. No, but when you're engaged in hunting activities, carrying a long rifle is a thing that you would do potentially. And it set up specific rules for how a minor could in fact carry and where they could carry. And Kyle fell right within the rules at the time. So everything was just fine with that. They still charged him because prosecutors don't tend to care what the law is. They care what they can try and win. It's just how the job works. But one of the things that they never actually established, this is wild, they never actually established by evidence that Kyle was in possession of the firearm. And I know that sounds weird, but they didn't get it into the record. I think that's what it was. If he wasn't in possession of the firearm, he couldn't be illegally in possession of the firearm. It was something like that. And so they made a motion for a directed verdict on that, on that specific charge. And the judge did grant that. He said, nope, they did not raise they did not put sufficient evidence on the record for every element of this crime. If you don't do it on the state's case in chief, every element has to have a piece of evidence that if not controverted, proves, an element of the criminal act. Once they have that, you're good. The jury gets to decide if it's sufficient, but you have to at least get it in there. If you don't do it, though, they dismiss out the charge. Any one missing element and the charge is gone. You can't sustain it. Something about the length of the gun. Yeah, that might have been it. Like they didn't. Oh, I think that's what it was. They didn't establish the gun as a long rifle that would fall under the statute or pull it out of the statute. Thank you. That's right. Tilly says, I will never understand Kyle. He walked up the road shooting people. First thing that Kyle did before shooting anybody was attempt to leave. He fled the area. In trying to run, they established at trial that the first assailant, Joseph Rosenbaum, had actually likely touched the barrel of Kyle's gun. He was that close. And they proved that by showing stippling on the hand. Stippling is it's sort of a burn and impact pattern from the powder and other material that's a gas material, basically, that's ejected when the bullet leaves the chamber or leaves the barrel of a gun, right? There's other stuff that is propelling that bullet out. That stuff comes out. It makes impact with exposed skin. It causes a specific pattern. It's called stippling. With stippling, they can estimate and approximate distances because stippling, the material ejects, and once it leaves the barrel, it starts to spread out and dissipate. So they're able to, based on the size of the stippling pattern, if it's this big, they know it's very, very close to the barrel. If it's this big, they know it's very, very, it's pretty far away. Eventually, it just won't make enough of an impact to leave any sort of pattern at all. But through stippling, they proved that Joseph Rosenbaum was close enough to put his hand on the barrel if he did not, in fact, put his hand on the barrel. It was actually that, he was that close. So he did make a grab for Kyle Rittenhouse's gun. If someone grabs for your weapon, that is a deadly force. If you are legally able to hold the weapon at the time that you have it, and someone grabs at it without your consent, puts their hand on it, that is deadly force, because the assumption would be if they remove that weapon from you, they can then use it against you. You are in danger. So he put his hand on Kyle's rifle without Kyle's consent. He was also chasing him, throwing stuff at him, yelling at him. And so that's when Kyle made the first shots, which struck and killed Joseph Rosenbaum. From that point on, Kyle is being chased by a mob of people, and he is struck multiple times. He's hit by a skateboard. He's jump kicked in the face while he's on the ground, and then finally Gage Groskowitz comes up to him and presents himself as friendly, and then draws his gun at Kyle Rittenhouse. And someone draws the gun and points it at you. That is a deadly force threat, and he was able to then justify shooting Gage in the bicep. Which, rude boy, what are you doing? So yeah, but that's what it was, and there was a ton of misinformation around Kyle Rittenhouse. The descriptions of what happened that day were not accurate to the video of what happened that day. People who were able to watch the video on the day of the shooting, you could see the self-defense issues pretty clearly. Now, some people don't agree that self-defense should be utilized in that way, or they believe that he had injected himself into the scenario and put himself in the danger, so therefore he wouldn't be able to employ a self-defense defense, I guess. Employ the affirmative defense of justifiable use of deadly force. So they thought trial was still worthy. But if you watched it, you would see that. But the descriptions of what happened in news stories, in articles, were not accurate to what actually happened. And there's still people who believe that Kyle Rittenhouse shot 3 black men that day. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy how much obvious misinformation there was. Okay, we have some chats here. Thank you so much. Ms. Sparkles. What's up, Ms. Sparkles? Says, locals chat is talking smack. YouTube chat is the #1 on king status. Locals can cry more. Lol. You look like a wild party today in that shirt. I am a wild party every day, but thank you very much. Tilly T says, Lamau, Ms. Sparkles. He Viking hard in that shirt. Lol. Love it. Hell yeah. And then Tilly sent a super sticker. Thank you so much. And then asks Nick, is she guilty or no? Talking about Kouri. I think she did it. So the question then becomes, can the state prove that she did it beyond a reasonable doubt? I think they're well on their way. You never know with a jury. You really don't. A jury could have decided that the drug dealer and the housekeeper are completely non-credible. And if that's the case, the state's not going to win. If any juror finds sufficiently that those two cannot be trusted because of the deals that they were offered, because they're drug addicts at the time that they made these statements, and that drug addicts lie, whatever they do, like however they determine that they are not credible, if one juror does that and holds out, Kouri walks. Oh, whoops. Look at that. Look at that spider hand going. That's horrifying. Oh my God. Carazola says her note she wrote in prison removes all doubt. Is that the walk the dog letter? I don't know if that's coming in. That might have been removed by a motion in limine. So I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with all this stuff. I find that you guys tend to be more on the ball with the extra details. I like to wait to see what comes into court and what doesn't. However, please ban all Europores and UK slaves. No, I will extend my free speech aura around them. Speaking of free speech auras, did you guys see a really important, in its own way, decision just came out of the Ninth Circuit? And that decision is that a first grader, which I believe this is the youngest they have ever recognized this, that a first grader in a public school has a right to free speech and free expression, which might seem silly, perfunctory. Would that be a good word for it? I don't know. Let's do vocab today. Perfunctory. Carried on with a minimum of effort or reflection. So not perfunctory. Not perfunctory. Superfluous, maybe. But it isn't. Because the Ninth Circuit, in this decision, effectively establishes that to suppress the expression of an elementary student down to as young as first grade, they have to actually make a showing that the elementary student's expression is so detrimental as to be too disruptive to the learning environment to allow to continue. They have to justify it. They can't just shut down the expression. They can't just say that an opinion or a creative flair that's added to an assignment or anything, they can't just turn it off. If it has creative value, if it has artistic or literary value, they have to justify it as that speech or that expression being sufficient to, or being so disruptive that it can justify the removal. That's a lot. Schools have never had to worry about this. Schools have always been able to just kind of discipline children, say, no, you can't do this, you can't do that, you can't have that on your paper. Any expression. So imagine this. If a first grader has a homework assignment or an in-classroom assignment and they draw on their paper, the teacher cannot punish them for that expression. That's crazy. They can't, and this was specifically about Black Lives Matter. All Lives Matter, I believe, was mentioned. The student was admonished for having an incorrect, wrong think opinion. And the school cannot do that anymore. So any artistic expression, any creative expression that would be protectable speech for an adult is protectable for a child unless it is sufficiently disruptive to the learning environment to justify its silence. That's amazing. That's amazing. Kids can write in the margins. They can have opinions about questions and express them on the page. And that's protected speech in the Ninth Circuit now. Never before. Tilly says, agree, Nick, she did it. Why doesn't the judge stop her silly faces? Not allowed to show emotion. Actually, in what we were just talking about, or what I was just talking about in regards to school, is the same in a courtroom. The court does not have the power to stop a defendant from an expression, right? Like, because that is communication, it is speech, it is protected, unless it is sufficiently distracting that the court environment is not allowed to proceed in its, if the court is not allowed to conduct itself in an orderly fashion. So if she were to stand up and express loudly in the middle of the court, that would be very disruptive. That would cause problems. But her making faces may not be recommended. Legally, or like legal advice from her attorneys would probably be, keep your face flat. Don't react to this stuff. But she's allowed to. You are allowed to do that. You are. Those are onions, by the way. Those are not breasts in a fishnet top. That's onions. Good Lord. But yeah, so her expressions are protected expression unless they become disruptive. Or, the judge could admonish her to, if she was doing something that would improperly influence or prejudice the jury, for example. He could do that. Tilly says, love to your family. Hope you're doing well. They are doing really well. Just in case anybody was wondering, yesterday, I did have to leave kind of quickly. My my daughter had they have a play coming up in just a couple days, and so it's their big rehearsal week right before the performance, and during this rehearsal, she had stepped kind of improperly on her foot. Her foot landed wrong, and there was a brief worry that she might have broken a bone in her foot. And so she had to be taken to the doctor, but she's just fine. She's just fine. Just some sort of sprain or, bruise, but she will be okay. She does not have a broken foot, but that's why I had to leave quickly yesterday. Judge Bev admonishing Karen Reed in open court was wild. Judge Bev was wild. Bev Canone was one of the most corrupt and horrifying judges that we've seen, that I've seen watching trials. She is nasty. Nick disclaiming pics in locals chat for YouTube is my new favorite part of trial streams. You know, the people have the power in locals. Okay. Let me do this. We have a moment to get caught up on the very end of day 9. Kouri Richins, day 9. And we'll finish that up. There was just a couple minutes of testimony left, but I needed to go. Like I said, I just mentioned why. Stop asking me. Just kidding. Let's see. Where was that? That's day 11. Day 9.
All right.
Okay, so this is back to alley staking. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, here we go. I can fix this. There we are. All right. Okay. Woo. Okay, so we're back to day 9. This is alley staking. This is like Kouri Richins, one of her best friends. They talk frequently. She looks menacingly at anyone and everyone. I hate you. Map Hanger, I hate you so much. You need to stop. You need to stop. But we've got, I think I was farther, no, about 20 minutes of this testimony left. So let's just go ahead and do that. We've got plenty of time. And then there's an interview. There's actually an interview with Nestor and Lewis, I believe, that we can watch. It's about 20 minutes long. It was... No! Shit. Hold on. Get fucking thing. Sorry. It's about 20 minutes long. It was sent to me by one of you. Hold on. Who was that? Lady Tammy mentioned it. And so we'll pull that up in a minute. Okay. All right, here we go. Back to. Wow, let me turn off this banner because this is not day 12 right now. Kouri. There. All right, here we go.
Okay.
Oh, crap. I didn't see this at first. Tilly gifting 10 more memberships to the stream. Thank you, Tilly. Beautiful, beautiful member being shared with the stream. You guys are amazing. We are due for another member stream really soon. Tonight is the first. I don't know if it's going to be on my channel or on Camelot's channel. Tonight will be the first Camelot and Rackets weekly stream. We're going to do them Wednesday nights, and we'll alternate channels, I believe, for the start, unless we decide to do something different. But we'll have that going, and we may, depending on how that goes, I may do something, on my own afterwards. Depends on how long of a stream it is and stuff like that. So, but yeah, that'll be with Camelot tonight. I'll announce it. So will he, and that should be a fun show. Just not so law focused, but just a good time with a good friend with a Southern accent, and we'll laugh and probably watch videos, talk about life and the news.
How was it that you found out that Mr. Richins had died?
Our friend Kelsey called me.
Called you?
Yes, I was called on the phone.
Yes. And was that the day that Mr. Richins passed away?
You have a friend named Kelsey. Were you engaged in a homosexual relationship with Kelsey? Because I think that's what the defense is. Belief is about people who talk to each other, that they must be engaged in extramarital homosexual affairs, which I hear run rampant. Actually, that was a joke, but I think in Utah I have heard that they do run rampant. So maybe that's
Yes.
real.
All right. And what did you do when you found out?
I cried
And then what did you do?
and then booked a flight and came the very next day.
All right. So you arrived.
Didn't you don Camelot and Racket streams right before it all went bad? Yeah, I think you meant do. Didn't we do them? Yes. Yeah. Well, sort of. It was a whole panel show that we did. I'm not sure exactly what our format's going to be, if we're going to have a bunch of guests or anything. But yes. I was drinking a lot on those shows.
I arrived on the 5th.
On the 5th. All right.
And on drugs,
And
I
how
think,
did
for a lot of
Kouri
them.
seem when you arrived?
Distraught. Like she was grieving.
And you've known Kouri a long time.
Yeah.
And you've observed her on other occasions where she's been upset.
Yes.
Ever anything this traumatic, or was
Not to pause over and over, but it's just funny, the incongruity, right? Because the defense earlier, when someone was like, she kind of didn't really seem like that upset, not what I would expect. And they're like, but you've never seen her grieving the death of her husband, have you? And here they're like, well, you've been around her and she's been upset before. Okay. Yeah. Have you ever seen her grieve the death of her husband? No. And I didn't see her do it this time.
this the first time?
Oh my gosh. Sorry. This needs to be briefly mentioned. In 2019, police arrested a Minnesota man who took his terminally ill wife out of a nursing home to hold a death party for her. Authorities said that during her final hours, she used meth, listened to metal music, and had sex. That's the greatest love story of all time. Right there. Just like, she's terminal. She's got to go. He's like, don't worry, baby. I got you. Let's go out like fucking champions. Ew. Why would you do that, locals? Very gross.
This is probably the most traumatic one I've experienced so far, yes.
All right. Did anything about her behavior or her
Thank you,
reaction strike you
Benjel.
as unusual?
Keeping it classy.
No.
Were you there when there was a celebration of life held at the Richins house?
Oh,
the
criminally
night or
confident.
the night after he died?
Yes.
There's a lot.
And
There's a
how
lot
many
of them.
people were there at that event?
There's
Oh, I
something.
couldn't tell you. It was a lot of people.
More than 10?
There were people coming in and out the whole time.
All right. Was this something that was planned, like a planned event?
No.
So it was, can you just describe sort of how it started?
People came to show their condolences and grieved at the loss of losing Eric. That's how it began. That's all it was.
All right. And was there alcohol?
Yes.
What else?
Cat slaves are keeping it classy. This show, there's a little tongue in cheek because he did say she's not bad looking for a black.
Took place at the event. What were
Dialectic
people doing?
choices
They were
are
drinking.
We were playing with the kids and talking about memories of Eric.
All right.
Dancing, talking about him, remembering him.
Okay. Would you describe it as an upbeat, happy event?
Chris, I don't know that anybody should ever watch that.
kind of, I don't know. It wasn't a party, if that's what you were trying to ask.
Okay. What would you describe it as?
Remembering his life.
All right. Can you pull up Defense Exhibit 1089, just for the witness?
That is kind of a weird thing. So, you know, they have a gathering. It's like, what kind of gathering? She's like, well, it wasn't like a party. It wasn't like we were. It's like, what were you doing? Remembering his life. What were you forgetting? Like, that's such a weird phrase to me. It's remembering his life. He just died. Like pretty recently.
Okay.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, I took the picture.
All right. And was that taken the night that we were talking about?
Yes,
And do you recognize the people in that photo?
I do.
All right. Could we publish, or could I admit and then publish? Defense 1089.
No objection.
Okay, defense 1089 is admitted.
Okay. And maybe if you want to step down for a minute, if you could tell us who the people are in this photo.
I'd rather not.
If you would just stay close to a mic.
I know. I
And
just realized I
then,
didn't have one on.
here you go, Allie. You can use that when you.
Danger Toast? You better stop slandering
you
me.
should get in your mic.
You can't prove it. There's no evidence of it.
All right. Just from left to right, can you tell us who's in the photo?
That's Kouri. I can't remember his name, but that's Eric's best friend.
Can you maybe put the mic up?
That's Eric's best friend. I can't remember his name.
Is that Bryce?
Yeah.
If by best friend you mean homosexual lover, Bryce, I don't like pants, I'd probably get along with that guy. He's not a very good looking gay, is he? Yeah, I mean, I'm not commenting on his conventional attractiveness. You ladies might find him very attractive. But as far as homos go, there are much better looking ones out there.
Bryce, sorry.
Okay.
Yes, it's Bryce. That's Allie, Cody's wife. That's Chelsea, and that's Amy,
Amy
Eric's sister.
Richins. Okay. You can sit back down.
It's great, isn't it? I love this shirt.
We can
When I
take that
ordered
down.
it, I was like, I don't know, man.
So how long did you stay
And then
after
Then I got it.
Eric passed away?
I was like, oh, this is
I
good.
stayed overnight that night.
Were you there the next day when Amy Richins came to the house?
Yes, I was.
All right. And were
You
you
did not.
there when Kouri was trying to get into a safe that belonged to Eric?
I was.
Do you know why Kouri was trying to get into the safe?
Excuse me, yes.
Why was she trying to get in?
Tilly, would I ever cook with Kurt? In the past, yeah, sure, of course. I would have gladly helped him, like learn how to cook instead of learn how to massacre food with pressure and gravity. But now I mean, I just don't. I have no desire to be around him anymore after getting the full scope of his views on women. I'm not going to sit here and proclaim to be some sort of feminist or whatever. I just don't want to hang around someone who acts like that and talks like that, because it kind of cramps the mood of, like life at the pace of an adult.
Into the safe.
She wanted to see what his will said.
And did she know the will was in the safe, or do you not know?
No, she knew it was in there.
All right. And then what happened?
What do you mean, what happened?
Well, was she able to get into the safe?
She was not. She didn't know the code.
And then was there a conversation about her not getting into the safe?
Objection, Foundation, as it relates to hearsay.
All right. Who was present when she was trying to get into the safe?
She wasn't even in there at first.
When you say she, who are you talking about?
Kouri wasn't even in there. It was
Who was in there at first?
her brother and the locksmith.
Okay. So a locksmith was called to try and open the safe.
Yes.
All right. And then what
Moonshot,
happened
are you
after that?
talking to
Court?
me or the court?
Amy and Bryce were leaving, and Amy saw the logo on the side of the truck and ran into the garage to stop Kouri from getting into the safe.
Do you know why she was trying to stop Kouri from getting into the safe?
Because Amy was,
Foundation.
Yeah. It's speculation. How,
Well, if she knows why,
but how she knows is the genesis of the foundation and speculation.
Yeah, how she knows is going to be a problem. I know because either I can read minds, which is speculation, or because he told me, which is hearsay.
Objection.
you were there, correct?
I was.
And you saw the reactions of everyone in the room,
I can talk about it.
I did.
in a minute.
and you saw Kouri become very upset. Did you see Kouri become very upset?
No, we're not going to be
did.
live
Do you
for
know
another
why Kouri was upset?
hour.
Yeah, because she was told that it was not her.
Objection.
If you'd stop there, calls for hearsay. Sustained.
Grounds.
You did see Kouri's reaction
I did.
to not being able to get into the safe.
Yeah, Buddy Mac. Court will be in, I believe, did they say 12:45 Mountain? Yeah, 12:45 Mountain time. So we have almost 2 hours. 12:45 Mountain is 1:45. Yeah, almost 2 hours. It's crazy. Crazy amount of time before court takes session. But we have a bunch of stuff to do. We're not going to be sitting around holding our Vienna sausages, being all bored. We have stuff to do related to this case.
Let me rephrase that. You saw Kouri's reaction based on what was going on regarding the safe.
I did.
Tilly says,
And
good fun tonight,
you saw
chatters."
her.
Thanks, Nick.
Well, tell me,
Thanks,
what
Tilly.
was her reaction?
Pure frustration and rage.
Rage?
Yeah.
Really appreciate
Was she
it.
crying?
Yes. She was shaking.
And in your opinion, was that reaction over the top?
No, I thought she was valid.
Did you think she was unreasonably out of control?
No.
Was that reaction unexpected, given what was going on in the room?
No.
Okay.
No, we've never been into
Just one
cattle
moment.
or livestock.
Everybody just have a moment.
Of course.
Grace Jones, huh? To me, she
Let's
looks
go
like
back to what you were talking about with Mr.
I go to more of like a Timu Halle Berry. She has very sharp, defined features. She's really pretty. She has some mannerisms that kind of give me PTSD.
Bloodworth regarding the sandwich. So when you were there, you said that Eric said, what did Eric say to you again about the sandwich?
Can you clarify the question, please?
Yes, you were talking about when Eric got sick from a sandwich, right? You talked about that with Mr. Bloodworth.
I did.
And he told you, what did he tell you?
Sorry, Halle Barely. That got me. Halle Barely. I wasn't ready. I was not ready for that. That's fucking hilarious.
That he believed that Kouri had tried to poison him.
Okay. Did he tell you, I believe Kouri tried to poison me, or did he say to you, did Kouri tell you she tried to poison me?
No. He said, Kouri tried to poison him.
All right, and who was there? Kouri was there?
Yes.
And what was her response to that?
She was laughing and she said that's not what happened.
And what did happen?
I don't know what happened.
Well,
He took a bite of the sandwich and got an allergic reaction and had to shoot himself with an EpiPen.
okay, so they talked about that there was an allergic reaction.
Yes.
Was everyone laughing?
Yes, we were all laughing and we jokingly said, "Don't eat what Kouri feeds you."
Okay. And did Eric appear upset about what had happened prior with the sandwich?
No.
Did he seem...
Oh, so this is interesting. Obviously, the interpretation of statements. Fucking locals. You got to stop. You got to stop. I'm going to ban that Farron picture. I hate you so much. Stop posting the Farron picture. Okay. Yeah, you want a good stream, Criminally Confident. Go find that stream. Go find that one. That was an insane 5-hour fiasco. Let's see. Are you and Farron still back? I don't know what you mean by back. I think she and I have decided that maybe we shouldn't converse with each other. She does her thing, I do my thing. And I think we're both good with that arrangement. I was thinking of something, damn it. Oh, the sandwich. So this is interesting, right? Because we have a statement from Eric. Kouri tried to poison me with a sandwich. But here it's, that is being described as like, he took a bite of his, she gave him a sandwich. This is the way I'm getting it from the defense right now. She made him a sandwich, takes a bite of the sandwich. He has an allergic reaction. He's like, she tried to poison me. She tried to kill me. He didn't actually believe that she had tried to kill him. That was a joke. That was a comedic.
Scared about what had taken place?
No.
We'll talk
How
about
were
it
you
in a
and
minute.
Kouri getting along when you were there that last visit?
They seemed better than I'd seen them in a long time.
Okay. And with that, I have nothing further.
Okay.
What's up, Ben Ramler?
Mr. Bloodworth, any additional questions for Ms. Staking?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
What's up, Sandy Michel? Nick needs to get Dick back on stream.
Ma'am, let me make sure I understand the
I'd love to. You know I
travel
love
to
Dick.
Hawaii. Am I right that
I've been hesitant to invite him on stream because of his tinnitus.
it was funny at the time because Kouri did not get caught with the gummies in her luggage, but it would have been less than funny if she had got caught? Is that the joke?
Speculation.
Overruled.
Jokes are an interesting place where you kind of can allow speculation because jokes often leave things a little bit ambiguous, a little bit sarcastic. But if you have the context of the joke, like in a friend group, they actually know what the meaning is, even though it's not necessarily facially apparent to an outsider. But yeah, so Dick Masterson, a longtime friend of mine, love having him as a guest. Very interesting guy. He has a special kind of wisdom that is unique in this world. Always like talking to him, but he developed a really bad case of tinnitus. Not sure what it caused it. It doesn't seem to be going away. Last I heard, and doing things that involve audio, headphones, and all that stuff brings him significant discomfort. So I've been remiss to invite him on the show. I don't want to cause him any discomfort. He would be welcome on at any time. Always love talking to him. So
Could you ask that again?
You said there were Eric and you and Kouri and everybody were joking about Eric putting weed gummies in Kouri Richins' luggage. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is the joke that it was funny because she didn't get caught?
No, it was funny because she didn't know.
I see. Okay. Can we turn to the gathering on March the 5th, 2022, right? The day after Eric Richins' death?
Okay.
And you and others, many friends of Eric, some of Eric's family members, I think were there, right?
Yes.
And people were drinking and toasting Eric.
Yes.
People were also using weed gummies that night too, as well?
I don't know. Not that I'm aware of.
That photo you showed, or you looked at, it was labeled Exhibit 1089. That was at the beginning of the evening?
No, that was towards the end. It was I don't know. It was mid-evening.
Okay, there came a time, right, when Mr. Knutson removed his pants?
Sorry, who?
Do you know who Bryce Knutson is, the
I
guy in
know
that photo?
Bryce. I don't know his last name.
Okay, did there come a time when he removed his pants at that celebration?
Not that I remember, but probably.
Okay. Do you remember if the photo was before or after that?
It was before he was dressed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-8, please?
The witness can see it.
Ma'am, do you recognize that photo, or that video rather, as an accurate depiction of what was occurring in parts of that evening?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state's going to move 8-8 into evidence, but ask the court not to publish it. What the state's going to do is prepare a vision of that blurs out the face of any children, and then publish that to the jury at a different time.
Ms. Lewis?
No objection.
Okay. The forthcoming version of 8-8 that blurs out any minor children is admitted. We'll publish it later.
Thank you, sir. Scott, can you bring up 8-8 Delta 2, please?
Are you able to see it? Steve? Okay. Is this supposed to be moving, Scott?
Your Honor, it's not. It is
Okay.
a still frame from that video. The state moves 8-8D2 into evidence.
Ms. Lewis?
No objection.
Okay. 8-8D2. You're going to mark this later with a sticker?
I am, Your Honor.
Okay. Is admitted. Would you like to publish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Rosalind,
Okay.
who's got you blocked? I'm going to block you.
Thank you. Your Honor, may we approach to have a common understanding on something?
Sure.
Skip forward. Really getting close to the end of this day.
Yes. Just going back to the night of the wake. And have you been to wakes before? Or was that your first one?
No, I've been to wakes before.
And was anything about this unusual to you?
No.
This is how you'd seen people at other wakes right after a loved one had died. Fair?
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
Kouri happy that night?
No, we were trying to be happy for the kids. We were trying to stay positive and keep it light
Okay, so
for her kids.
And that's fair. And you said you spent the night at the house.
I did.
Who else spent the night at the house that night? Do you know?
Yes, Amy did, and so did Bryce, and I believe Chelsea did as well.
Okay, so just the four of you. Other adults went home. Then the kids were there.
Yeah. Yes, and
Alright.
the kids were there.
Do you recall that Kouri left that event early to go to bed with one or more of the children?
No, I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
No.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further.
No, Your Honor.
Counsel, may we release this witness?
Yes, we may.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I appreciate your patience. Thank you for your time. Please travel safely. You're free to go. Should we talk about scheduling or?
Yes, sir. Let's talk scheduling.
Yeah, I think a brief scheduling discussion would be appropriate. Ms. Nestor, do you mind?
Yes, sir.
Okay, looks like we're going to be done with this day here.
Witness, and then use the next 15 minutes to begin the next witness, and then have to take a break. We'll just start with that next witness on Monday morning.
Sorry, I'm mildly
Scheduling
distracted,
reminder,
Island.
no trial
Once I
tomorrow,
get something cleared up,
Friday, March 6th.
I'll be
We will
back
be
and
in
more present.
recess until Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Over the next 3 days, please make an effort to not watch, listen, or read anything related to this case. It takes affirmative action, so please be diligent. Please do not speak about the case with anyone. Please do not allow anyone to talk about the case to you. That requires affirmative action as well. And please don't do any searches or research about the case in any way. Please enjoy your weekend. I'll see you again Monday morning, 8:30 a.m. Please travel safely. Please rise for the jury.
Okay, that's done. There we go. Let's see. So none of this looks good for Kouri. I don't know how else to say it. Everything so far is going really well for the state. Defense is struggling in general. The testimony of Kouri's friends didn't do her any favors, but this is still the state's case, right? We have not gotten to see who the defense is going to bring up. The defense's attack on, they're going to go after the housekeeper now when court comes in and try to discredit her on this. They're going to try and discredit her on her statements, going further into basically the state giving her a pass on her drug court and things like that in exchange for favorable testimony. That's their best attack so far. And it is a critical attack. If they discrediting the housekeeper and the drug dealer are ways that they could, win this case. They won't win it as a matter of law, though, because what they're doing is discrediting, they're providing contrary evidence. The evidence that's in is still sufficient, right? That this evidence is still, I shouldn't say still sufficient. This evidence is cumulative, it's building, and it is still relevant. Impeaching a witness or providing some sort of counter narrative doesn't legally undo the admission of evidence that is favorable to the other party. It provides an issue for the jury to resolve, but it doesn't resolve it as a matter of law. There's no delete that evidence with my evidence. You can delete evidence by challenging its admissibility, stuff like that, if it violates the rules of evidence. But that's the only way you can actually keep facts off the record. Once the facts are on the record, even if they're in dispute, those matters go then to the jury to determine what is the appropriate fact. The jury would know if they discredit her. Does the jury have to disregard her testimony? Nope, they don't have to. They may choose to. They're given sort of a reason to consider discarding her testimony. The only way to keep something officially out of the record is to have that evidence stricken by the judge. Let's see. Okay, a couple things. Oh, man. Some days, sorry, there's other stuff going on out in the world that I don't want to talk about. It doesn't need to be talked about. I'm sure it will be at some point somewhere else. But I get informed of it and I was like, oh my God. I don't want anything to do with any of this shit. That's all I'm going to say about it. Here we go. What is this? Here's a picture from Amanda Tori Joy. It says, I've been going through a really tough time with my physical and mental health. You've gone through a lot. It's inspiring to see your glow up and hoping things can get better. Amanda, for yourself, things can get better. It takes time. It's never on your schedule. All you can do is keep showing up to life. And whenever you're able to muster it, bringing positivity, bringing effort, bringing your knowledge and experience, and shedding mistakes, shedding regrets, shedding shame, getting rid of those things. Those things hold you back. They have their use, but not in progressing away from where you were into a better place. Getting rid of those things, being liberated from your mistakes. Doesn't mean that you didn't make them. It doesn't mean that you're not responsible. It doesn't mean that you don't have cleanup to do, but being liberated from those mistakes, at least up here and here, that is the key to moving forward. you have to let yourself go past it. Venomous Venom says, Nick, you're pretty awesome too. Thank you. Thank you, flexing that 1 month member. All right, let's briefly, let me clarify a couple things that got said during that testimony in relation to some personal business, I guess. As far as Kurt goes, once I saw the pizza casserole video, I was out. That did it for me. That was just, you know what? I wish him well. I'm not into his sort of philosophy. We're at different phases of life, right? I have 5 children. One of them is graduating high school, and Kurt is still looking to start a family. We have different aims. We have different ideas of what is appropriate, and we have different desires when we're out in a crowd, or if we were going. So I don't need to hang around him anymore, and I don't want to ever, I'm not here to interfere with him. I might laugh at him from time to time because I think it's funny, but in all reality, I wish him well in his endeavors. That is not my speed. Not my speed at all. So we'll get rid of that issue, and the world can have him. I don't want him. As far as Farron goes, like I said, Farron and I talked and kind of just agreed, you know what, we have our own stuff going, and we were friends for a while. Things went south. In some literal ways, they went south on stream, and that there were some misunderstandings that happened around that as well. And then some other shit happened later that this doesn't need to be gone into. I have no interest in going back into any of this stuff at all. Stuff just randomly creeps up from an old story or a joke or a reference or whatever from time to time. And, I wish Farron well as well. I hope she has a great life and a wonderful time. And I, will be happy not having anything to do with it at all. Let's see. My Sixth Sense says, hey, Nick, why aren't you out laying in the sunshine? The sun feels so good today. Rude. It's snowy and awful here. Let's see. What else? I think those are the main things. It's funny having Criminally Confident here in the chat because she is not privy to the years and years of shenanigans that happened on this channel. She's new. She's new to all this. So hit her with some best hits and help her find them if you want. And she can get the lore in her own way. I'm always open to private conversations about stuff like this, but some stuff is don't get me wrong, it was public, but it doesn't need to be revisited. Here we go. One second. Thank you. Okay. No. Go away. But yeah, you'll see stuff pop up in the locals chat probably, especially as people get used to it being on screen. You'll see stuff that'll be references to past shows, dramatic events. We've been through a lot together. Me in the chat, many of you and I. It's crazy. I look back. I look back to the time right before my arrest. And of course, I don't, I was very sick, very thin, and very strung out. All three of those things were true. Look, absolutely terrible. It's crazy because at the time, with the drugs going and the other stress and stuff, like I didn't really see it, which is wild. Like it just, to me, I didn't look that way. But now I look back, I'm like, oh my God, look at it. Look at it, burn it, burn it. So there's that. But going back farther, just going back like 5 years and looking at the, at the old me and stuff like that, just a completely different perspective on life, a little less pessimistic in some ways, but in other ways different, like less hopeful than I am now. But I look back and I'm like, God, it doesn't look like me to me anymore. I'm sure if back then, if I saw me now, I would have been like, who the fuck is that? It doesn't look like me at all. But it's crazy. Like the physical changes that were a combination, I would assume, of just age, the substances, and then of course, the aftermath. The aftermath of it was, man, let's see, what time, the waiting for my sentencing, waiting for the legal case to play out. That was a really tough year. That was a really tough year, actually. And I think many points I almost didn't make it through. But that has an effect on you, changes things. My hair is darker, right? Like my facial hair and my head hair is darker and probably thinner too. But I look back and I'm like, gosh, I look so different. I was also like, my cheeks were fatter then. Glad we got rid of that. Ginger with Soul says, do you want CC to stick around or do we scare her? No, she's great. She should hang out. But, yeah, I was watching your Michael Jackson stream with Razor Fist. You look so much younger. Your cheeks look so much fatter. Yeah, it's wild. Because I never thought of myself as having fat cheeks back then. But now I'm like, gross. Ew. Ah. Darker hair because you didn't color match your hair dye. This is one of the most silly, persistent rumors. One, like people who dye their hair, go for it. Who cares? Two, I don't want to dye I want gray hair. I want as much gray hair as possible. Lady Raggets likes gray hair. Everybody likes gray hair. I would prefer gray hair. I get annoyed that my gray is limited to this area on each side. That's where all my grays hang out. They don't spread out. But I wish they would. If you think I have any care about keeping my hair dark, if you think that, then you are not of a certain age. That's all I'm going to say. Logal's 5K gift win. It is, that's actually something that I'm back to working on. I have to do it myself as opposed to the original plan. So it's, it's a little bit different, but getting that underway. It's also why I don't have any other projects going than just streaming, is because I promised myself I wouldn't do, and I have some really great projects that I want to work on, that I think people will really like. But I said to myself, I made a pledge that I will not do any extra stuff like that until I get the locals gift taken care of. It's a promise that I made. It's a promise I intend to keep. I still have the email list of the 5,122 people. And as soon as I get that going, that it'll be very public when it gets going. Then I can start working on other projects. So that's my personal incentive and motivation to do it. And the projects that I have are very fun. In my opinion, they'll be fun for me, and I think they'll be really fun for others. So, you're a fraud and your word means shit. That's why I said I'm not doing any other projects until I do the thing, not until I talk about it, not until I promise it. When I get to it, I will get to it. If I could just snap my fingers and do it right now, I would. I just can't. That's not going to work. So, never believe Nick Rekieta. Don't believe me. Believe what I do. I think that's the most fair thing. So, but anyway, you asked. Let's see. What, oh yes. So this is an interview with the defense team. We have Nestor taking up literally half the couch and the other two defense attorneys taking up the other half. That's funny to me. Wendy looks, again, like someone is murdering her children in front of her. And then this guy looks like he's looking for a man. So let's see what this is. This is an interview. This was done, when was this? 4 months ago. 4 months ago.
Precedented move.
We were willing to take an unusual step of coming forward.
Look, I never thought I would be sitting here.
Kouri Richins' attorneys
She is distraught. She is heartbroken.
reached out to 2 News Investigates
That's exactly why we came here. And really, it's an ethical duty.
We have a lot of confidence in you.
to set the record straight.
One thing that's been reported on that they have let go, have not corrected.
If their goal
The Logos gift we get if we were among the first 5,000 to sign up. Yes, forgot about that. The minor tweak. If you were an active local subscriber when we crossed 5,000 subscribers, that's when the snapshot is taken. So technically, there could have been someone who signed up for locals and then unsigned up before the 5,000 was hit. They wouldn't be included, right? Only active local subscribers who are part of that 5,000 number when it happened. But yes. Yeah.
is justice, they have not lived up to it, at least in this case.
A 2 News exclusive.
And I feel that when I see these narratives come out, it becomes a game.
Real quick. Okay. Libertarian expert. This is the last free chat of yours I respond to. You're welcome to keep going, but you sometimes give me a good opportunity to say stuff. You can call me a trust fund baby. You can say I've never faced consequences or had any real responsibility all day. Like you can do that. That doesn't make it correct. I don't know what like this gives you. I don't know what this makes you feel. I don't know why this is something that you need to express and assert, but it's not accurate. But even if it were accurate, that wouldn't change anything. People are assessed on what they do. It's interesting that if I had a trust fund, it wouldn't make me better or worse at YouTube. Like it wouldn't change anything. YouTube is essentially some level of meritocracy, and it might help to understand that. I don't know if it will or not, but it's interesting being a trust fund baby, but having to work full time, having to wonder if I can make rent, having to wonder if I can make a mortgage payment. Man, like, God. I don't know what trust fund I have that allows me to do whatever it is you think I do, but sorry, man. You know, like both of my parents worked full-time middle-class jobs as I went through high school and graduated college. I think my mom might have retired while I was in college, but my dad worked for the same company for 35 years. We're the worst trust fund established people on the planet.
It becomes another line, and we forget that there's somebody on the end of that, and that's a client. That's a human. That's a mother.
A Camas mom charged with murdering her husband.
The narrative is that your client is the Moscow Mule murderer. Is that accurate?
A narrative of alcohol, drugs, and greed.
There are certain things that are out there that we know right now, sitting here today, just aren't accurate.
And her attorneys say false information.
I do think the prosecution has declined to correct false information that has come out in the media, and we've waited and hoped that that would occur, and it never has.
Tonight, Richins' attorneys speak out only to 2 News Investigates.
That's a very, very different narrative.
Camas, Utah, a small town in Summit County with about 2,000 residents. Among them,
The Zero's talking about my granddad. Yeah, it's interesting because all of the trust fund thing, it all comes from someone who misread my grandfather's will. They were a law student who didn't understand wills and trusts. We noticed that not a lot of lawyers don't, including Nestor, for example, misread my grandfather's will, mistaking a residuary trust for a trust fund. That's not it at all. That's not what it's for. And also the amount that went into the residuary trust was $0. It passed to his spouse, the way things normally go. But yeah, my grandfather did make a significant amount of money. You know, I was already out of college when he did, but he made it. Like I didn't.
Kouri and Eric Richins and their 3 boys.
Their family was so beautiful. Everything was picture perfect.
Linda King used to work with Kouri Richins at Home
Ginger,
Depot,
yes.
And remembered Eric, who was a contractor coming
About
into the
an
store.
hour from now.
You could never forget his laugh. And I love that laugh so much.
Linda says she encouraged Eric to ask Kouri out after she caught his eye.
I says, go over there and check out with her, so they did. And anyway, they ended up having a date. From then on, they were like...
No, Mississippi gentleman. The one I wish I had spent more time with both of them. But no, the one who played guitar was my dad's dad. The chemical engineer was my mom's dad. Both were fantastic men. My dad's dad he was a handyman. He could fix just about anything. And yeah, he played guitar and violin, spoke Polish, tried to teach me, but I was a dumb kid. I didn't want to learn. Now I want nothing more than to know how to speak Polish.
like
Sorry.
glued to each other, it was perfect, I thought.
Perfect until March 4th, 2022, when Eric was found dead inside the couple's home. Police originally ruled that there was no foul play in Eric's death from fentanyl.
Usually want to be found
Then
alive.
a year and 2 months later, things changed. On May 8th, 2023, Kouri was charged with her husband's murder. Prosecutors have added additional counts of financial crimes as well. As of today, Kouri's charged with aggravated murder, attempted criminal homicide, 2 counts of insurance fraud, and forgery.
Wendy Lewis, and I am lead counsel in the Kouri Richins case.
Kathy Nestor.
Wait, Wendy Lewis is lead counsel? Oh my gosh! I thought Nestor was automatically. I thought the big ones were usually the dominant ones. Whew.
I am one of the attorneys on the Kouri Richins case.
Alexander Ramos, co-counsel on the Kouri Richins case.
Wendy Lewis.
I'm surprised Alexander Ramos didn't get taken out by ICE.
Kathy Nestor and Alex Ramos
We're
took
gonna
over
get
as
him.
Richins'
We'll
attorneys
find
in
him.
May of 2024 after her previous attorney declared
They told us there weren't any tacos in Utah, but we see it now on public television. ICE is coming. The surge will arrive.
a conflict in the case.
What we came in here today were to focus on 4 very serious areas that have been absolutely factually reported incorrectly and that have been discussed publicly in court.
Her
in
outfit
open
today is
court. I
awful.
do think the prosecution has declined to correct false information that has come out in the media, and we've waited and
Sorry. Look at that poor little chair. That poor little full-size high-back chair. And she's dwarfing right now.
false information that has come out in the media, and we've waited and hoped that that would occur, and it never has. And so that is why now, at this moment, at this time, we're coming forward and saying, well, then we're going to correct it. So that's where we are, and that's why we're here.
First up,
The narrative is that your client is the Moscow Mule murderer. Is that accurate? Can you confirm what the murder weapon is?
I can't confirm what the murder weapon is because the prosecution has never told us their theory. They have never said that it was given in a Moscow Mule, that fentanyl was distributed or in a Moscow Mule. During the preliminary hearing, their lead detective was on the stand, and I asked him the question, sitting here today, do you know how Kouri Richins administered fentanyl to Eric Richins? And he said, no. The prosecution has never said that it was in a Moscow Mule. That came up because there was discussions, and I believe a statement by Ms. Richins early on, that she and her husband had drank a Moscow Mule before dinner. So that was something that was just grabbed onto. It's sexy, it's interesting, the Moscow Mule murderer, but the prosecution has never said that that is their theory of the case, not once. I still, sitting here today, don't really know how they're going to claim that Eric Richins ingested fentanyl.
Does the prosecution have an obligation to correct the record, the public record of this?
I mean, it's
Hey,
the
welcome back,
prosecution's
lady.
job to bring justice. That's what you do as a prosecutor. As a defense attorney, you protect your client's right. A prosecutor needs to find justice, fight for justice. And I believe by not correcting the record, by letting falsities sit out there, that's not what is happening.
This is a good question. Where was that? What is up with the interviewer's hair? Are you saying because she has like the Mongolian extension like going on back there? Is it because it's a wig, right? Like that must be it.
Now, we'll see what happens in the courtroom, but that, in our view, is something that they should have corrected.
Can you confirm then that the fentanyl was administered in the Moscow Mule?
If she answers this question in the affirmative on TV, I'll go kill her myself. Hold on. What just happened here? I need to go back a little bit, though.
It's to find justice, fight for justice. And I believe by not correcting the record, by letting falsities sit out there, that's not what is happening. Now, we'll see what happens in the courtroom, but that, in our view, is something that they should have corrected.
Can you confirm then that the fentanyl was administered in the Moscow Mule, given what you just said about the lead detective O'Driscoll? He couldn't confirm it, correct?
We cannot confirm what their theory is. We believe Ms. Richins is innocent. And, we're not here to convince you or anyone.
Ms. Richins could have delivered fentanyl in a Moscow Mule and had no intention of causing an overdose. Like, it could be an accident. Like, she could have not known that she had fentanyl. She could have just been trying to give him, like a sedating sort of substance in the drink. He may have even asked for it. So she could confirm it, but why would you?
Anyone else that she's innocent other than those 8 people that are in the box at the trial. Those are the people we need to convince that she's innocent. So that's not why I'm sitting here. But we do want what is trial, but there are certain things that are out there that we know right now, sitting here today, just aren't accurate. And the Moscow Mule appears to be one of them. Now, since they have not ever said to us exactly what they think their theory is, I suppose we could be surprised at trial and they'll say, oh, it was the Moscow Mule after all. But they have never stated that in court ever, or in any pleadings or.
They can't. One, how would they state it? How would they state that? That, like, they can't get up and testify. I guess they could have at opening argument said, we're going to show you that this Moscow Mule is how this fentanyl got into the system. No, they'll have the testimony from the one guy. But I don't know where she expects them to state it. They also don't have to. Having a theory of the case helps the jury agree with your theory. Not having a theory of the case makes it hard to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, and should give Wendy plenty of opportunity to sow that doubt.
Anyway,
the prosecution has painted your client as the Moscow Mule murderer. What is your opinion on that?
The Moscow Mule has never been stated in open court as being used to cause someone's death. I
just. Okay, guys, hear me out. I didn't want to see this. I didn't want to notice. Stop noticing things. We have this and this. We have like a ridge here and kind of an interesting shape going up. I don't like it. I don't like it. I didn't order this. I didn't want to see that, but I had to see that. Now you have to see it. You could say she's a thumb. I think there's a more distinct look with the ridge.
Used to cause someone's death. I'm not sure where the press came up with that, but the lead detective has testified under oath that as of now, he does not know how fentanyl arrived in Mr. Richins' body. And so the press claiming that there's a murder weapon, that this was it, is just wholly fanciful. It just didn't happen, and it's not ever been said by the prosecution in this case, and it's never been in a pleading in this case, and it's just inaccurate.
Why would it
Second,
be in a pleading?
Was Kouri in financial distress because of her real estate business? Prosecutors have said at the time of Eric...
Man, I know this is just the outside of this house, but the Midway house is really cool. Like, that would be such a badass house to own. It's got like a gazebo-y turret over here. It's massive. What do you think? This thing's got to be like 15,000, 11 to 15,000 square feet, probably. Maybe more. Huge.
Richins' death, K. Richins Realty owed hard money lenders more than $1.8 million.
Kathy, before this, was your client solvent?
So that's one of the issues we felt compelled to speak to the press about. There has been quite a bit of reporting about my client's financial situation. And the concern that we have is that the reports that have come out about her business.
Why do they have the lighting like this? They're so washed out. Both of them. I can't make out any of their facial features. And not just because one of them is shaped like pudding, but like it's the studio lighting is harsh and brutal, and this angle of it is terrible. Why would they do this? Like, you're setting up an interview. Why would you want it to look like a behind the scenes production?
The solvency of her business utterly failed to take into consideration a huge piece of property that she obtained 3 days after, or 2 days after her husband passed away. And that's removed from all of the state's calculations. So the equity in that house alone, the value of that one piece of property was enough to cover any debt that she had
Do they make
in her
Necco
business.
Zempic?
And we just feel
They do.
that is improper reporting, that arbitrarily cutting off what condition her business was in prior to her husband's death without taking that into consideration is misleading. Furthermore, all of the reporting that is done only focuses on what we call debt service, not the actual value of the property she held. So that's completely being kept out. So it would be like if they said, you know, Ms. Halloran, what is your net worth? And you left out your house.
Yes.
I mean, that's a piece of property is an asset and it has value, and that's never taken into consideration. And so we believe that that has also been misreported, and that's something we felt ethically compelled to come forward and correct.
Third, life insurance.
Well, another one that's out there is false is that she took out hundreds of thousands of dollars in life insurance on him shortly before he died. That's not true. She took out one policy that came in the mail, and it was one of those mailers we all get from our credit union saying, sign here for $100,000 free life insurance. Sign here for yourself, sign here for your spouse. You can get
You know who else came in the mail? Ramos.
$100,000 free life insurance. That was sent in. She sent that in about a month before he died, 4 or 5 weeks before he died. All the rest of his life insurance, and he had a lot of life insurance, was all taken out by him long before that. And he knew of all the life insurance policies that were out on him. And we don't know if he knew of that last one. But in terms of her taking out a life insurance policy on him, that's the only one, $100,000. So their motive, according to the state, is, oh, she took out life insurance, she was going to cash in on all this money. And again, that's not accurate. I mean, she took out an extra $100,000, which may seem like a lot to a lot of people, and it is a lot, but to this family, the other life insurance was well in excess of that last $100,000. And that amount of money for this family was...
Well, I mean, it's like, well, I mean, that $100,000, it's not that much for this family, blah, 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 blah. It still can be insurance fraud if you know he is sufficiently insured. Overinsuring is still overinsuring. Doing so willingly can be fraudulent, especially if in signing up for it, she withholds information, things like that. You're leaving out that whole part where she forged his signature and it's changing beneficiaries. It's like, I think one of the things that people get in the habit of doing is when they assess the wealthy, they go, oh, well, that's only $100,000. These guys have like $10 million in assets or whatever. I'm just throwing a number out there. It's $100,000. No, $100,000 is still a lot of money. It's still a ton of money. She took $250,000 and turned it into $11 million. So that $100,000, that's $5 million easy. No, but see, that's the difference in a lot of cases between people who are wealthy or who have experience with significant amounts of money and people who don't. People who value money, are responsible with it and treat it well, they still look at $100 or $1,000 and go, that is a valuable thing. It's still, its value doesn't change just because you have access to a relatively larger amount. 100 grand is still 100 grand. Her plan was not to take out $100,000 and alleviate all of her financial woes, but it was to stack up multiple smaller amounts, which is a very common criminal strategy, or a very common fraud strategy, or a very common just suspicious or surreptitious strategy. Smaller amounts get less scrutiny. This is $100,000 life insurance. It just came in the mail. Yeah, that's what made it so appeasing, was that she could easily access $100,000 that no one would know about but her, just because it came in the mail. It was an insignificant amount otherwise. And so she was able to get this money. If she could do that 5 or 6 times in a very short amount of time, without disclosing the other insurance and over-insure, she could maybe solve some of those financial problems. 100,000 at a time, but 100,000 maybe times 5 or 10 at a time. You know, like you stack up those 100,000s because, you know, insurance is there to make you whole. So the insurance that did exist, you know, could have taken care of her or whatever. It had the buy-sell agreement for the other, the business partner and stuff like that. But, you know, allegedly Kouri was going to get this insurance money. Well, what if she's just able to eliminate some of her debt or just get out of all of her debt, but she's got nothing else? You know, having that $100,000 also come in, that's a big thing. That's a sustained amount of very large mortgage payments for flipping properties, for example. I mean, that's $10,000 payments. That's a significant amount of properties that she could buy and either restore and make into Airbnbs, or that she could buy and flip. And that $100,000 would go a long way in automatically covering those mortgages for a significant amount of time. You know, there's very popular strategies out there where you can basically create a small business that is a property or real estate business, get a small business loan of $100,000 to $120,000 and use that for down payments on property. The business can then take out a mortgage with a personal guarantee on those properties, and then the rental income or the Airbnb type income can pay that mortgage, and you can take $100,000 that you would put into one property and instead spread it across 5 or 10, for example. But you still need some gap coverage. You need to be able to, if the money doesn't come in 1 month, if you're not able to rent it out, if you need to take 2 or 3 months leasing one of those properties because something happens and there needs to be a repair, someone dies, whatever. You need to have that gap coverage. That $100,000 can go a really long way in the property business. Them minimizing $100,000 is amazing. Like where else but in a lawyer's head do you go, I mean, it's only $100,000. It's only $100,000. You know, it's only a third of a house.
Mrs. Richins, after sitting here and listening to your attorneys, if it is your choosing, you may have a Fenty cock and bull stirred with a micropene.
A Fenty cock and bull stirred with a micropene. That does, you know, thank you. We now have a cock and bull on the board. I need to get one. I need a cock and bull to drink on stream, I think. Do toast with it. Oh, catch you later, Peachy's Paradise. Thanks for hanging out with us. Criminally Confidence asked if I could do it. Here it is. If you could do this all in a Trump voice, I think we would fully grasp it. Well, just the financial parts. I am very good at business. I'm quite good. Lots of experience. Thorough explanations. I use words very adequately and excellently sometimes. Oftentimes people come in, they say, you speak really well. And I say, well, I like to do that. I try to.
Was not relevant all that much.
Does the prosecution have an ethical obligation to correct these things that are out in the narrative?
Again, I think if what they want is justice to be served, they have an obligation to do that. Of course, their real obligation is in the courtroom, and we'll just have to see what happens then.
And the final point? The Google searches regarding how much fentanyl it would take to kill someone.
There are a number of things. You talked about the Moscow Mule, which, you know, we believe is not their theory. They've never said it was their theory. And I think the facts that come out in trial will make it very obvious that that isn't even a possibility. But
it's not even a possibility? How are you going to do that? Treasure Island says fraud isn't circumstantial in regards to motive. That's not what circumstantial means. A person can be convicted on circumstantial evidence, though. Circumstantial evidence is just evidence that, based on its circumstances, not on a direct interaction or event, but based on circumstances, makes something more likely to be either true or untrue. That's all that it is. Some people, because of television, I think mostly, so that's circumstantial evidence or whatever. It's like, all you have is circumstantial evidence. You can convict with circumstantial evidence. Here you go. 2 people go into an alley at night and no one sees them. You know, they both dip into an alley. There is a gunshot heard by other people. A gunshot rings out. One person walks out of the alley holding a gun. The other person is dead in the alley from a bullet wound. That's a murder conviction. It's not even a hard one. Those types of murders are convicted all the time. That's circumstantial evidence. Maybe you're going to get a forensic ballistic link from the barrel of the gun to the bullet that is found probably in the wall behind the dead person, but you may not. You may never find the bullet. The gun may be disposed of by the time they make the arrest, right? Like someone could have seen him walk out of the alley with the gun, could have been caught on camera, but he could have disposed of it somewhere, even 200 feet away, and they never find it. Circumstantial evidence is sufficient on its own to carry a murder conviction 10 days out of 10. You just have to have enough of it. The question is, what doubt is there? Well, there could have been someone else in the alley. Yeah, there could have been. Do we have testimony about it? Did anyone see someone else? Is there another gun? Like, did any of this stuff happen? You can't just manufacture a scenario and say it could have happened. Anything could have happened. Quantum probability could have made a bullet go into that guy's brain, I guess. But that didn't happen. Like that's not a reasonable doubt. That's not a reasonable circumstance. A fictitious person or even a real person being in the alley, but no one knowing anything about it and there not being any testimony, but just a lawyer going, well, there could have been someone else. That's not a reasonable doubt at that point. Reasonable doubt would be, no, there is another person. Look, they've got a gun. You can even see on the high-res video coming from the Ring camera that their gun actually has smoke coming out of the barrel. The other guy had a gun in his hand, but there's nothing, there's no indication that it was fired. But there is indication that this other one was fired. That's reasonable doubt, or like it's leading to it anyway. Heather Whitaker gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Mississippi Gentleman finally got locals to take my damn money. Does that mean we have a local subscriber today? That is amazing. I'll check on that in just a second. But thank you to Heather Whitaker. We are now up to 25 members for the stream. Oh my, I'm burping. I do need to check I'll check the local subscribers here too, actually. Let's see what we got. There we go. Mississippi Gentleman. I see you joining up there on locals. You have made an excellent mistake today. Absolutely perfect. So we do have a local subscriber. There we go. What do we got here?
Nick, this is some of the most overhashed crap. I swear some of these people are still holding a grudge from the Vic stuff. Then you really took off. But poor Ron had to have sex with Monica.
Gross. I don't know which side of that transaction is worse. I know which one's heavier though. Yeah, people are mad about, people get mad about all sorts of stuff. And, I've talked about a lot of controversial things, controversial scenarios, taken sides on some of them. And when you take sides on something, you make people mad. People are mad about the Vic stuff still. I am too, but like, what do you do about it? The frustrating thing for me with the Vic stuff was always like people blaming me for the lawyering. It's like, I'm not licensed. I'm not on that legal team. If I was doing the lawyering for Vic, one, I would have done things differently. Two, if I was on the lawyering, I think Vic might have made a complaint about it. But, I wasn't on it. I don't know what to say. People are like, yes, you were. It's like, oh, I don't know how else to do this. I'm not licensed in the state. I don't work for the law firm. And there's a client. Like, none of that happened. But people just get it in their head. Like, you must be doing this. It's Ty Beard's fault. You know who agrees with you most would be Ty Beard. He said, and I do know a little bit more of that story. I do know a little bit more of that story of like how some things unfolded in the case. And all I'll say is this, Ty Beard accepted responsibility because he was the person in charge. And that's very admirable that he did that, because he certainly had an opportunity to just throw the blame somewhere else.
I just want to point out, Nick is a lawyer and can't speak the language of those that put screen doors on submarines.
Look, but it's a nice screen. It's a good feature. It's a good feature. It'll improve your value in the long run. Yeah, I didn't mean to freeze the locals chat. If I scroll and then forget to like scroll back down, it won't go. Nick, I'm still mad that you refused to apologize for being a disgusting sigger. You know DDs are the way to go, but you picked degeneracy. Oh. Like a SIG owner? Dude, that SIG Patrolman was a good rifle. It really was. Hey, what's up, Angel the Aussie? I wake up in the morning and put rackets on. Me too. Okay, back to Wendy here.
One thing that's been reported on that they have let go, have not corrected, is that Ms. Richins Googled how much fentanyl does it take to kill someone. And that's been in the press, and it's been extrapolated from that she Googled that before Eric Richins' death. And that's just not the case. We've discovered through court records, through exhibits, that she Googled how much fentanyl does it take to kill someone a day or two after she was told he died of fentanyl poisoning, not before, which makes perfect sense. She doesn't know how her husband died. She's told, your husband died of fentanyl poisoning, and she's looking, well, what does this mean? How much fentanyl would someone have to take to die of fentanyl poisoning? That's a very, very different narrative.
Maybe. Maybe, right? Maybe she goes, how much did I give him? Right? Like, that's another one. That's your job. That's not in a, first of all, I'm not a big fan of the use of Google searches, although it's sometimes really funny. I'm not a big fan because there's just so much ambiguity in what someone could be searching for. And I do think that the prejudicial value of a search often outweighs its probative value. Hose long to die in the cold, though, it's classic. It's classic. What if we didn't have that? Angel the Aussie, this is an interview with the defense counsel, the three main defense counsel from about 4 months ago. Earbuds match. Kind of. The earbuds are actually, I I don't know if you'll be able to see them because I can't focus on them very easily. There's no way. It's my logo. They're Recato Law branded. So the green circle, and behind it is wood grain, like if you're up close. What is happening over on Locals? This is one of the famous, infamous streams. This is a friend of mine. We were talking, and she was laughing and fell backwards. What happened after it is something else, but we don't need to get into it too much.
Than to leave it out there that, oh,
She
the
was
Moscow Mule
hammered
murderer
out of her mind.
Googled how much fentanyl does it take to kill someone. No, that's not what happened.
One thing that's also been different in this case for the attorneys is how the prosecution is handling it.
The language that the prosecution uses in its filings, do you feel at any point that they have crossed the line?
Yes, this has been interesting.
I often say, I do feel that they did cross a line. I walked in, I saw a line, they had crossed it. So I said, I think they crossed a line here. It turns out they crossed it. They crossed that line. And, we're not really happy about that. John H. says, looking especially gay today, Nick. 4 months of membership. Who's the gay one now, John H.?
I have not seen the personal language in filings typically in court that we're seeing here. The prosecution does seem to have a very strong opinion on this case.
Gentlemen,
not just here's
you.
the evidence. They seem to have a personal opinion, which I think is reflected in their pleadings and has been reported on, some more than others. The poppycock memo was one that got reported on, which is surprising and unusual to see language like that in legal pleadings. So we've been uncomfortable with that. I see the prosecutor's job, like I said, is to fight for justice. It's not personal. It's not personal for them, and it shouldn't be personal for us either. We're all there doing our job. We're there to protect our client's rights. We're there to make sure our client gets a fair trial. They're there to serve justice. And what they think is justice and what we think is justice is very often the opposite. But it begins to get personal sometimes, I think, when it's a case that it is high profile.
Okay, during testimony and argument in the trial of Kouri Richins, the word poppycock was used by the defense to characterize a claim or inference made by the prosecution. Essentially, it was used in the classic meaning. Let's see, the case centers on the alleged poisoning death of Eric Richins. Calling part of the state's argument poppycock was essentially a rhetorical way to tell the jury this theory is nonsense. Wait a minute. But how could that, this is from 4 months ago. So this, oh, hey. The shirt needs a yellow bow tie. No, thanks. I'm not a bow tie fan. Damn, Nick, you sure got that Donald J. Trump down perfectly. Maybe he should hire you to fill in during his naps. I do like a good nap. Wonderful. We have wonderful, beautiful, exquisite chairs in the Oval Office. Sometimes I just sit down. My good friend Bill, he used to sit on the Oval Office. We're back. Sorry about that. My window just froze up. No big deal. Let's see. All right. Back to it. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, the description I was reading a minute ago was completely wrong. That's great. The opposite thing happened. I do have a list of funniest moments or whatever. We can take a look at those in a minute.
There is a lot to it. They've been working on it a very long time. And, you know, I can see that sometimes you can't help but get personal. Sometimes we can't help but feel personally upset about our clients. You know, it's hard. It's a job, but it's hard. Some prosecutors are better than others at not making it personal. It's just been my observation, and maybe I'll be proven wrong at some point in the future, but this has become quite personal for them.
So why did the defense attorneys come to 2 News Investigates? Why now?
You did a line just then, huh? Yep, I did. Let's go.
Now, why not just correct the record at trial?
Look, I never thought I would be sitting here. I don't think I should need to talk to the media. I really believe that I should be able to get a fair trial.
Oh, I like his tie.
But the way that this case has gone,
Socks were good.
I don't think we can do that.
That's a good tie. Oh my gosh. Socks are good, but I have a striking suspicion those are navy socks going into black shoes with tan soles, which are horrible. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with those shoes.
But the way that this case has gone, I don't think we can do that. We have to make sure that when we step in there in February, that we have leveled the playing field, and we can't just hope for that.
Is that why you came to me?
That's exactly why we came here. And really, it's an ethical duty. There's a rules of professional conduct that says if we think that there are facts out there that have been laid out in such a way that we think goes against our client's best interest, that we have a duty to come out. I think some defense attorneys do hide behind, hey, I'm just not going to speak, no comment. And I think that's fair. I do it a lot. But this is different.
Because we don't get an opportunity to argue the facts until we're in front of a jury. The judge decides the law, a jury decides the facts. And what's in the narrative right now and in the public media is facts. So we won't have that opportunity until we're at trial and the jury is sitting in the box. And like I said, our concern is, can she get a fair trial when all of this is out there before we ever get an opportunity to show our side of the story and to show what we believe really happened in this case.
What do you believe happened in this case?
We believe that she's innocent, and the rest will come out.
Miss Sparkles, I thought YouTube was the best chat. I thought it was the best chat. What's going on? You can't stop staring at that locals chat, can you? You can't.
During the trial, because like I said, it's the people in the box that we need to convince, not the viewers, not anyone else. We just want to make sure.
No, brown and black can go just fine. It's got to be the right brown and the right black. Look, it happens in prison all the time.
That people don't come into that trial believing things that are absolutely false. We don't want to spend the time in the trial convincing people that what they've already heard is wrong. We want to spend our time, presenting our case without having to go back and argue against what's in the media.
Is the prosecution in this case injecting a false narrative to the media?
I don't know if they're necessarily injecting it, but they're certainly not correcting it. And I think that's why we're here today, is we honestly feel that we have an ethical duty when we have a client who is facing such serious charges and there is misinformation out there and it is not being corrected. It's a disservice to justice.
With that said, then
So what I like about this is what they're saying. I like what they're saying. I like that they're being conscious of Kouri's public image. I like that they're being conscious of how she's being portrayed or cast by the state. I think I think there's a shift in the legal profession as a whole, but I do think there's a shift in regards to how the social media environment factors into the perception and the health, the overall health of the client. That public image today, the public image of a client is more important than it was 30 years ago, because today everybody has a public image that follows them around, and employers are checking that public image. It doesn't take much time. Throw someone's name into Google, or hell, throw someone's name into ChatGPT. What public controversies are they involved in? How that image is managed, how those things are addressed, that matters. Because if you win your case, but you're financially wiped out, your reputation's ruined, and you don't have the ability to gain employment or to conduct business transactions, and you lose professional licenses, yeah, I guess it's nice to bring the hull of a ship into harbor, but you kind of want the cargo to come too. And I think that's becoming more and more important. I like what they're saying. I don't think they've done Kouri Richins any favors, though. Like, functionally, I don't think they've done a good job.
Critical should the public be with this narrative? Or is the public just taking the prosecution's statements and narratives at face value because it's the prosecution, it's the state of Utah?
I think that's part of it. I think also it's
funny you say that, Nick. Googling your name, you're the most unfortunate example of that now. Yeah, oh yeah. I speak passionately and from experience on this issue. It's crazy because some of the things that are out there that bother people the most are things that actually either were addressed or didn't ultimately manifest in court, not in fact. They manifested in sort of rumor, innuendo, or a partial report, and then they metastasized online in sort of the mill, the grist mill that is social media. And then they became people's reality, and people formed their opinions off it. If I were like Johnny Depp, if I had $10 million to spend on my own defense, that would not be the same thing. We would be in a different place. In fact, if I had never accepted appointed counsel and if I'd had private counsel, even from the start in my family case, a lot of the negative public perception wouldn't exist. Things would have been sealed up, and that way they wouldn't be able to be decontextualized.
Easy because of the headlines to just go along with it. And when somebody who we trust, right, the county attorneys throughout this state, the district attorneys, we trust that they're going to make the right choices when they charge, but also it doesn't end there. It's also through the prosecution of a case. And with such a high profile case, I think the public needs to be even more critical.
You can always overcome rumors by leading forward with actions and opposite of narrative. You can't. You can't always overcome rumors. Trust me. There's some of the rumors are so insane. And, I thought they'd be like, no one's actually going to believe this. No, they do. And I was told reliably by several attorneys that I had both hired and know personally, like, no, don't worry about it. That's going to breeze by. No one's going to believe, no one would actually believe that. Oh yeah, they do. Trust me. It's the internet. They believe everything.
Because if what's going on in this case goes on to a lesser degree in other cases that don't get the exposure, that don't have the appropriate, resources, that's when our country starts to
purple. And I understand that.
In danger.
And if I may ask you this, I'm not sure if you will answer, but Has the Summit County Attorney's Office vilified your client?
It's not their job to either vilify or create or make them insane, but it is their
Thanks,
job
Scooter
to
McDuder.
stick with the facts.
Do me a solid.
And that's something that they have not done in this case, especially with how it's been portrayed in the media. If their goal is justice, they have not lived up to it, at least in this case.
Why reach out to 2 News Investigates?
I don't know. I mean,
Some do
we
for
have a lot of
sure,
confidence in
Joji,
you,
but
and we're hoping that
trust
you can
me.
get the word out, and that
Some of them
it's it's
really
kind
think
of
I did
the
something
one pebble
awful.
in a pond, right?
And I'm like, no, I actually did specifically guarded against the awful things. Those are the things that didn't happen. Bunch of silly stuff did, a bunch of bad choices for me, but for me.
That once you throw a pebble in, and the waves spread out, and we're hoping that once we correct it in one place that's credible, that's a
all
well-known
lighting.
news source, that maybe the other news sources will also start to question a little more about what they're hearing and what they're covering, just so that the importance is that the facts that are reported accurately, and we really appreciate the opportunity to come forward and correct what we think has gotten out there incorrectly.
When you hear these false narratives and you know what you believe to be the truth,
It's extremely frustrating.
They got me into drugs,
think
actually. It was their peer pressure.
Being a defense attorney, being a judge, a bailiff, it feels routine. You possibly in your job
This
when
interview
you're doing
is
things feel
completely
routine,
pointless.
but you're doing so much in your job that
They haven't
means
said
something.
a single thing
And
that
it's no
actually
different in
helps
the
their
courts.
client. I
When
cannot
we walk
figure
in,
this
we
out
joke
at all.
around, we know everybody. At the end of the day though, we're doing something very special in there. Every single hearing, and especially when we're in trial. And what we're doing is we're upholding the Constitution. And that's a very high bar.
I've heard
And I
about plenty
feel
of
that
days
when
I
I
wanted
see
to.
these narratives come out, it becomes a game. It becomes another line. And we forget that there's somebody on the end of that. And that's a client. That's a human.
His lapel pin matches, not quite, his tie. It's in theme. Color scheme's a little off. But I like it. That's good.
That's
This man has seen more scrotums than I have.
the mother. And it does really frustrate me.
is Kouri aware of these narratives, and how does she handle what you claim is misinformation being spread about her?
She is distraught. She is heartbroken. This has been very, very difficult for Ms. Richins. She's been in jail now for over 2 years on these charges and doesn't have an opportunity to really tell her story until we're in trial. So yes, it's been very difficult on her.
I asked Summit County Attorney Margaret Olson and Chief Prosecutor Brad Bloodworth for an on-camera interview for this report. I received the following statement.
No.
We are aware of the recent filings submitted by the defense. We will address all matters related to this case through the legal process rather than in the media. Our formal response will be part of the public record next week. We ask that this comment be included in your report to ensure our position is accurately represented and the reporting remains balanced.
Oh, man. That was interesting because there's no way that they could have taken that interview. Like, that would have been nuts. Oh, what? Oh, yeah. I gotta see. This one. No. This one. This one. Yeah. So there we go. There's the there was the interview. That interview didn't do anything for Kouri, in my opinion. It's them, as defense attorneys often do, complaining about the characterization of their client, etc. They do need to do that. but like they didn't do it in any particularly adept or competent way. I don't think it did her any favors. Purple says, Nick, I give you praise. Thank you. Thank you. I have noticed. You're also setting good examples for your children. Okay, I'm done. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. There's plenty of times where you'll catch me whining or bitching about a circumstance or, people's opinions or whatever. Because at the end of the day, like when there's nothing you can do about something, you sometimes just bitch about it. Like that's humanity, I think. One of the hardest parts of being a father is a parent. I shouldn't say a father. One of the hardest parts of being a parent is always, in all circumstances, the sacrifice of self in whatever way you need to do it on behalf of your child. No one wants to give up a part of themselves. No one wants to give up their entertainment, their reputation, their leisure, their freedom. No one wants to do those things, but we all go, okay, but children are worth it. Children are worth it for legacy, for replacement, but also for love, for maybe morality. It might be part of your faith or your traditions. Doesn't matter. Whatever purpose you have, we've decided that children override our natural reactions to protect ourselves and the things that we want. It's just that turned up. It's just that turned up, and it's to know that I may value my reputation somewhat. It doesn't always come through, but I may value certain parts of my reputation or certain parts of my character, and those things may be completely misrepresented, and that may be there for all of time. Like there may not ever be a full remedy for it, and that's fine, because I know that no matter what is said, no matter how often it's repeated, and no matter how incorrect it may be, or correct, either way, it won't change the actual lived experience and reality for my children. And that the real experience and the real life that they have is what matters. I'm not saying public perception and outside opinions don't matter, but I know that their lived experience matters more than any of that. And so if a little bit of me has to be sacrificed on the altar of giving them an actual lived experience that is different from rumor and innuendo, then of course, that's just the job that you take. Emily D. Baker's watching Court. What are you watching it on? This is the East Idaho News. We're live. If she's watching Court, she's back. She's back. Up. The jury should be getting there sometime around now. And in about 15 minutes, the judge said we'll be back. No matter how bad your reputation might get sullied, always remember you could be Devin. You can get over focused on public perception too, and you can focus on how people perceive your life rather than living it. And there's, you always just hope that you strike the right balance on this type of stuff. Speaking of striking the right balance, though, I'm going to balance myself to the bathroom. I'll be right back, and then we'll go, we'll talk some more, and then court should be in session very, very soon. Be right back, guys. Locals? I walk away for 1 second. Sorry, the bathroom song always makes everybody leave. You missed what happened with Legal Eagle, but I never liked her to begin with. I don't like her either. Legal Eagle's just a dork. That's the problem there. Oh my gosh. Yeah, guys, seriously, stop posting that Farron gif. Don't do that now. That is not a daytime gif. Let's see. All right. Let's do this real quick. Oh, there it was.
Yes, that's right.
What? What is happening here? I need a mariachi band to play like when this shirt is on screen. What is she wearing? Why? Why is this? Why can't they get this right? It's not that hard. I expect her to bring me a mocajito bowl with salsa in it and some tortilla chips and a menu. That, yeah, exactly. Lachonsky, she can give me some chips and salsa now. Borowski. Chips, salsa, Chambers, now. Oh, awful. I just, like, it's just not that hard. But it gets worse. Because her outfit is one thing. Oh my. Wait, there was. Oh. Good pause face. Her outfit is one atrocity. But this is unacceptable. First of all, Nestor, never look like you're stirring a pot of stew. Wasn't Wendy wearing this the other day? Or am I remembering someone else's bad use of green under black? And I swear, Wendy looks like she hasn't showered in the entire trial. Like, is it one of those things where she's like superstitious? Like a baseball player? I'm not sure. This is just, this button is the size of a personal pan pizza. This looks like the most uncomfortable red-stained burlap shirt. Ugh. I itch just looking at it. Why do us Mexicans eat refried beans? Ever seen one of us get something correct on the first try? Dude, refrijoles negras. Oh my gosh. Refried black beans are the best. Refried beans are good. Refried black beans. On corn tortillas. Yeah. Oh gosh, it's taking me back to junior high and high school. My friend's mom would make those. That was just a snack. She would make it between launching sandals at him violently. Yeah, let's see what else we have going on over here. Ramos uncharacteristically light pattern or light theme. He turned off the dark theme on his suits. They're all like navies and blacks for a while. I like this. I like the tie. I can't see what it is, but I just like the color combo. Ugh. At least she has a necklace on. At least she has a necklace on. What do we got? Wait a minute. Is her... Oh, for just a second, it looked like her suit had vertical pinstripes. This is like a picnic basket liner from 1967, made into a jacket back here. Okay. Some questionable choices all around. Wait a minute, what? Angel the Aussie says, wait, your pal's mom was a snack. Okay. Wait, oh, no. No, she made just refried black beans and warmed up homemade corn tortillas as a snack. Forlorn Tim says the decontextualization is arguably the worst part. Forlorn Tim, if you want to post your link, I'll share it. I keep forgetting to do so. Let's see, what do we got here? I want to see who else we can see. Oh, he's very basic today. It's kind of an interesting... You know, I think this is Scott Weiland's fault from the number 4 tour for Stone Temple Pilots, but I like a fully like steel gray suit. Like it can be monochromatic, but shirt, tie, and jacket, all the same or very similar shade of gray. Like I think it gives, a cool like industrial look. I like that. This isn't that, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. He's always just kind of conservatively, professionally dressed, which is probably the right thing for a state prosecutor. I like this puffy yellow jacket, and by like it, I mean I hate it. Looks horrible. Tom Cruise from Collateral, yeah. Why did the guy keep his puffy jacket on? We don't know. The man would know, like, this guy has less shoulders than I do. Look at these. The slope on his shoulder needs to be examined. I didn't think it was possible. This is one of the few times I've seen her where she doesn't look surprised, and that's because she looks angry. Which of the unholy trinity of the defense team do I like the most? It's Ramos is the best performing attorney on the defense side so far. Sparkles is sending bad pics of you in locals. Good. Now you know how we feel. That's a good tie. It doesn't go with that jacket at all. They only buy white shirts in Utah. I've learned that. She's in, what is this? She's got an actual, like a sweater vest in the back here. Oh my God. Why? I mean, these people, it doesn't matter. Of course. This police officer is being very offensive. We've learned that masks on police officers are violations of our rights. God, look at her. Hold on. That needs... I don't know what she's doing. Is she about to play her vuvuzela? Wait. What is she wearing under this jacket? She's got to be wearing something. Oh, no. Look at that. It's the wrong color. It's peeking through. Like a younger sibling trying to catch their older sibling making out on their first date. Like peeking through. Oh, man. At some point, she's going to like stand up. We're going to be exposed to whatever horrors are under, whatever eldritch terror of a shirt that is. And this girl still looks like an intern. She's so young. Look at how angry he always looks. Bold tie, though. Gray shirt. I like it. This guy wins. Just because he's the only guy not wearing a white shirt. She's sensibly dressed. This is good. I like this. I like her shirt. What is happening? I guess I gotta keep checking to make sure. As far as the court is concerned, it is still nothing going on. Gosh, there was just a whole lot of nothing happening earlier there. He's the lead singer of System of a Down. Oh my gosh. Fentanyl in my drink. I am going to pass on, I think. Fentanyl in my food. Forlorn Tim's balance of moving on with life hard to figure out when the other party can promise dropping charges to incentivize it, but secretly push the ADA to go hard. Yeah, man, you sound like, I don't know your full situation, but you sound like you're in a tough spot. Tough spot. Oh my gosh. System of a Down's like they're up there with like Rage Against the Machine. It's like, God, I like you guys, but why are you so lame? Oh shit, we got some locals chats here. Man Hands on DeFleur has this picture. Taco Goblin, Los Angeles, California. Okay, I got that. Sparkles is posting, I don't know, bannable content there. And then true peak masculinity going on. Emily Baker's getting swatted by a cat. Carazola, the lead singer has a really great, unique voice and way of singing, but their music is kind of lame. Wait, are you talking about System, or are you talking about Rage Against the Machine? I think it's true on both of them. Well, I don't think their music is lame. I think their politics are lame. That's what I think is lame. But System, the guitarist who does the harmony, is like that discordant. What is it? It's like an achromatic harmony or something like that. Whatever the hell that is. I need my son's help labeling that. The harmony singer for System of a Down. He makes that band more than Serge does. I think he also does most of the writing. What is the politics of System of a Down other than being Armenian? I have a lot of jokes. They're the ones the Turks missed. Let's see. What was it? This is not good. Miss Sparkles sent this one. I'm kind of retarded. The biggest letdown for a live show was Disturbed. Oh, see, I saw Disturbed. They were great. That was well before Sound of Silence, though. We're talking 2001, maybe. Favorite Spice Girl? At the time they came out, it would have been Ginger. Nah, I mean Victoria Beckham. This channel is about chicken soup and shoulder workouts, yes. Chevelle, worst live band ever. The worst live show I've ever seen was Monster Magnet at the Rob Zombie Dragula tour. Whenever that was, 2000, 99 or 2000, I think. I was either a junior or senior in high school. Monster Magnet got thrown off the stage. Like, they got literally booed off the stage. They were so bad. Biggest letdown was Sum 41 when I saw them. I heard Sum 41 is good live, not when I saw them at Warped Tour in, I think, 2000. 99 or 2000, probably. But they were really bad. Pink sucked. Anyone who has like a really like performative vocal heavy, like a, what I mean, like a sharp vocal performance is a risk live. Cause you know, they do all these shows. If they lose their voice at all, if they get tired, like they're going to come off bad. The least performative band I ever saw, like they're music wise, they were great, but like entertainment wise was awful, was Stained. Aaron Lewis just like, he literally just crouched and he just sang into his penis. He was holding a microphone, but he just sang into his crotch the whole time. And it was like, no energy. Which, I mean, kind of goes to Stain's music. Like, I like him, don't get me wrong. But Tool is about the same. I could see that. I never saw Tool live. I should have. Papa Roach is kick-ass live. I've seen them 16 times. Yeah! You know, it was a lot of fun live. Power Man 5000. Power Man 5000 was awesome live. Tonight the Stars Revolt was a great album. Hang on to tomorrow because tonight the stars revolt. Heart was really good live. Do any of those 80s There's 80s groups or 80s artists who are still performing. You think about it, it's like, okay, they've been doing this for 40 fucking years. They're awesome. Like, they get so good. As long as they don't, like, you know, have a stroke or whatever. Lady Rackets and I went to Bonnie Tyler a couple years back, and it was fantastic. Aaron Lewis's solo shows are great. I bet they are. He did great audience interaction. So this is at Family Values Tour, I think 2001. And that was a hard show, I think, for Stained to be at, because everybody else was an actual, like, they were the actual metal band. You had Static X and I think, whatchamacallit, Slipknot was there, for example. Like, it was a heavy show. And then you have Stain. It's like, well, we had Mud Shovel, which sounded like we were going to be a heavy band, but then everything else is just like, okay, quit whining. We should be... Oh, God. Jury's supposed to... No, Jury should be coming in soon. Who knew I was cool? Oh, man, I grew up... I will fight. Or, yeah, not Bonnie Tyler, Pat Benatar. Thank you, Lady Rackets. Thank you, Lady Rackets. Mrs. Domestic, I will fight and say that I grew up at about the perfect time. About the perfect time to see just a bunch of phenomenal bands, like all right, like right as they were taking off. Joji, just let me have this. Why can't you just let me have this? Yeah, Dex Deadly says 2000s new metal and scene was peak music. It was. It's so good. I just sit and listen. I listen to that music a lot still. I went a long time not listening to it, like just for whatever reason. And then, you know, you hear like one song, it's like, oh, okay, I like Nickelback again, I guess. I never said that, though. I want to see Ghost live a lot. They seem awesome. Nah, late 90s. Well, I mean, for me, okay, so I graduated in 2000. So my concert going years were basically 96 through 2002. As when I could go to a lot of shows pretty regularly. I mean, now Lady Rackets and I will catch the occasional show. We've seen some good ones too. I want to say Pentatonics was a really good show, but I can't because I never got to hear them because the entire audience was singing along. If you ever go to a Pentatonics show, make sure that they tape everyone's mouth shut. The last System of a Down show I went to was System of a Down, Slipknot, and Pantera. Yeah, the jury's watching my streams. I have piped into the jury room. Yeah, Scooter McTooter. I'm 44. Still want to see Eminem. That'd be good. Sad for you that you missed the 80s music scene. I got some of it. Not enough. Sledge Entertainment says Nick likes Nickelback and Backstreet Boys. You know what? I'm wearing my Brave shirt today, so yes. Yes, I do. I'm not ashamed to say it. Nobody hated Nickelback. They hated the idea of Nickelback. I do want, like, we seem to be past when the judge said that the jury needed to be there. Or wait, did the judge say 1:45? Did he say 1:45? No, he said 12:45, right? 1:45 Central. Which is past. It's come and gone. I read this article once about like why everybody hated Imagine Dragons, and they said it was the same reason they hated Nickelback. And they're like, their music's just like too technically clean and good, and that makes it feel like it doesn't have character, but it is good type thing. I kind of agreed with it, except for the Imagine Dragons part. I don't really like them that much. I've seen Nickelback live, but it was before Photograph came out. Okay, we're somehow back. Like, I don't know what happened there. How long have we been back? We've been back for like 5 minutes. 8 minutes. I'm pissed.
0139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Counsel for the state are present. Defense counsel is present with Ms. Richins. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we proceed?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Greg, do we have all 12?
All right. I think we're going to
Missing
be
two. All right.
revisiting
As soon as we have
the Housekeeper.
final two jurors, we can get started. Very good.
Angel the Aussie, don't you dare.
Bless you.
I think I need to talk to you. About what? I didn't have it paused. It was being weird.
Thank you for reminding me.
Ramos butt shot for ladies or the fellas. You know, whatever your preference is. How are they waiting for the jurors? Defense would have a better chance if they had a cactus shirt. I agree. I think the state had a real opportunity to dress Scott up eccentrically every day, and they've not taken advantage of that. I want to go to the Super Show. Warrant and White Snake open for REO Speedwagon and Foreigner doing a combined show where they cover each other's songs. Why can't I get this? Why can't I have that?
Please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat.
That's every local band in Memphis.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
You know
We'll
what?
now proceed with additional
Fair
evidence in the state's case in chief. Mr. Bloodworth.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state recalls Carmen Lauber.
Very good.
You can't have that guy say recall at me. You can't. You're at recall. You're not on Mars. You are at recall. This is a negative psychic reaction.
Ms. Lauber, if you would please step in front of Brittany, we'll get you sworn back in.
I don't know what's happening with the blonde lady back there, but I want to.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you. Please have a seat.
The best way to escape jury duty is to have a Moscow Mule made by Kouri.
Please have a seat. When you're comfortable, please adjust the mic so it's close. Probably going to need to be a little closer. Thank
Right
you.
there.
I appreciate that. Sounds good. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am. I understand the defense has some additional questions.
Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, Ms. Lauber.
Good afternoon.
Has anybody spoken to you about why you have been asked to come back today?
My lawyer told me I was getting recalled again today.
And were you told why you were being recalled?
No.
Okay, so nobody's talked to you about
No.
what we're going to go over?
No.
All right. I just have a few questions for you about your probation that you've been on since May of 2023, when you were released after all of your interviews with Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard, okay?
When I was released from Wasatch
Jail.
County?
Yes, when you were released from Wasatch County Jail, and then you were placed on probation.
Yes.
Okay.
Ankle monitor, yes.
All right. All right, so when you were released, and this is, I think we've already talked about, but just for some background, your probation was transferred to Summit County, right?
Yes.
And Detective Maynard became your probation officer.
Correct.
And you said that you texted him every day while on probation?
Yeah, sometimes I'd forget a couple days.
Okay. But every day from then, like through today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you text him about everything about your probation, like your work hours and?
Yes.
Everything was through text?
Sometimes phone calls, but yeah, he had my work schedule through text, mostly texts.
Okay. And would those texts be available either on your phone or on his? Do you know?
They should be, yes.
Okay.
Tammy says, is it common for the state to recall a witness so the defense can ask further questions? Well, the state wants to introduce these prior statements, and the defense has said that's a violation of the Confrontation Clause of the Sixth Amendment unless we get to cross-examine them. We have a right to cross-examine them on the statements. So the state has agreed to recall her for this purpose so that the defense can do this. Otherwise, you have an appeal issue, you may have a mistrial issue. So that, abundance of caution on all sides.
All right. Now, when you were put out, or I'm sorry, when you were released and you went on probation, you signed a paper acknowledging what your conditions on release would be, correct?
Yes.
And that, well, actually, Katie, can you pull up Defense Exhibit 3014 for the witness? Can you see that?
She
There's
will in just a
nothing
moment.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, now it's there.
And do you recognize that
okay, dude.
as your conditions of probation that you signed and agreed to?
Yes.
Your Honor, could we
I do,
move
Booth.
to admit 3014 and publish it?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
These are being admitted to show what Ms. Lauber understood, correct, Ms. Lewis?
Right,
Okay.
correct.
Overruled.
Correct.
3014 is admitted for the purpose of showing Ms. Lauber's understanding.
Okay, and you signed that paper agreeing you would follow those conditions, is that true?
Correct.
Do you want me to publish these?
Oh, yes,
now?
I said that,
Okay.
sorry. But since May of '23, I mean, you violated these conditions, true?
I don't recall what you mean by that.
Have you violated any of the conditions that you agreed to?
I don't recall what you mean by that. That's a nervous answer. I don't know what you mean by that. I don't recall if I did that. Those are two separate things. I don't recall what you mean by that. Well, you may not know. This is an interesting question, right? I would want to object to that question because it calls for a legal conclusion. Did you violate the terms of your probation? It's not her job to determine if she violated or not. Should have objected.
Since you signed that paper?
Which one do you know?
You haven't violated any conditions?
The weapon one? Is that
I'm
the one
sorry,
you're talking
what?
about? The weapon one? Is that the one you're talking about?
I'm asking you, did you violate the weapons condition?
If there was a weapon found in my room when they raided it, yes. If that's what you're meaning.
Was there a weapon found after you signed these conditions?
Yes.
So you violated that condition?
Yes.
Not object calls for legal conclusion. Just because a weapon was found doesn't mean she violated. Could be someone else's weapon. She may not have owned it, etc. If that hasn't been resolved as her violating it, if they have not found her in violation, then it should be objected to, in my opinion.
All right. You also violated the alcohol condition, correct?
If you're talking about where I went to a concert,
That's correct. That's what I'm talking about.
yes.
All right.
My-
So, and that was in November of 2023, correct?
I'm not sure. The day of the concert, I went with a bunch of friends.
Okay. Could we just show the witness Defense Exhibit 3010? And actually, you violated in October of 2023. Is that correct?
Are we going to answer the question? Lonely God says, I'm confused why this matters. I actually think it doesn't matter that much. I don't think that the state is going to get or the defense is going to get really the effect, the punch that they want out of this. But the theory behind what they're doing is this. The housekeeper who allegedly bought the drugs, right? They are trying to cast doubt on her credibility because she was offered immunity. What they're doing now is establishing that she was allowed to violate her probation and the state looked the other way in exchange for favorable testimony. They're wanting to establish for the jury or get the jury to the conclusion that that her testimony is unreliable because it's coerced or induced by the state's deal, not by her actual recollection of the facts. So that's the goal. I don't know that it's going to have the punch that they want it to have, but that's that. The state has wants to introduce a couple statements that are consistent with her post-influence testimony that happened prior to the influence to show that her credibility didn't change just because she was given an offer of immunity by the state. I don't know that that's going to have the punch either. I think this is just confusing. I think the jury's probably like, why is this? We already heard this. Why are we talking about this stuff? But hey, that's what it is.
Okay. I'm sorry. So October of 2023, you violated your alcohol condition, true?
I went there with a bunch of friends, and my buddy who bought me the ticket, I asked him if I could pay him back. He said, no, you could just buy the drinks and snacks.
All right. And you drank the drinks also?
No, I did not.
Well, so you were seen at the concert by a detective from the Summit County Police Force,
With
correct?
Bynum, yes, correct.
And you had alcohol in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And afterwards, he contacted you, correct?
Maynard did, I believe. I don't
Okay,
think-
it was
I don't
Detective Maynard contacted you.
Yeah, I don't think this detective did.
And you admitted to him that you drank the alcohol,
I
correct?
had told him I was there with it, yes.
You said you consumed it.
No, I did not. I don't recall telling him I consumed it, no. I had bought the snacks and beverages for,
Would you look at what's in front of, actually, Your Honor, can we just publish this now? I'd beg to admit. for
Objection,
impeachment
Your Honor.
purposes.
I think
Um,
hearsay?
Hearsay, yes.
Sustained.
All right, I want you to take a look with the line that is.
Can't read it.
Thank you, highlighted. I was going to count it, but the line that is highlighted.
yes, I see it.
And what does that remind?
So since it's the state's witness, why is the defense going first? The state doesn't have any questions for this woman. The state is introducing those statements that they can then use in their closing argument and will go back as evidence in the jury binder or whatever. They're getting the statements in. They don't need to ask her anything in their opinion. They probably don't want to ask her anything. Asking this woman any questions is a liability. She doesn't have a good memory. She's not very intelligent. She's not very articulate. And every time she opens her mouth, she risks destroying whatever credibility she has. So the state doesn't need to ask any questions. They've already got the admission on the statements. Now, it's kind of weird because defense would normally then be crossing her within the scope of direct, right? That would be the normal procedure for how cross-examination would go. In this case, there wasn't direct testimony now on this subject, although some of these things were testified to. Some of these things were alluded to in her prior testimony, but I think they've stipulated to allow specifically questioning on this because, the judge made a determination that these statements were relevant. They've been working on this, and now the defense gets their chance to cross-examine her on these things specifically. So yeah, that's kind of the agreement that they all have.
And does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Detective Maynard?
No, I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
So you did tell Detective Maynard you actually drank alcohol, correct?
I don't recall, but if it's there, I guess so.
Okay, so if Detective Maynard said that you admitted that to him, that's true.
Yes, he, yeah,
All right.
he said it, yes.
And in fact, you also violated your curfew too, correct? You had a curfew, isn't that true? Let me back up. You had a curfew, correct?
Yes,
You had to be home every night by 9 p.m.?
yes.
And you violated that also when you went to the concert, correct?
I don't recall if I stayed the whole concert. I did not stay the whole concert. I left early.
So
If I was home at 9 o'clock, probably.
Shannon, the funny thing is, there's no reason for you to be lost. This is the first thing that's happened as far as witness testimony goes today. So there's nothing to actually be lost on. We're all experiencing this as well. Moonshadow says this is so pointless. I think lawyers get in their heads about what is going to be effective and what isn't, but they do have to balance out like what actually gets on the record. Because if there's an appellate issue, the record needs to be fully developed, which means even if something seems like it's not that important, but it could have some importance, it's got to be in the record because you don't get to add to the record on an appeal.
But not exactly at 9?
So you don't admit that you violated your curfew?
Yes, I do.
You did violate your curfew?
Yes, but I said I did not stay the whole concert.
Meg, this evidence was not admitted on her prior testimony. The state motioned to include the rehabilitative statements, the prior consistent statements. They motioned for that yesterday, and her testimony was several days ago. It's because the defense impeached her credibility by bringing up the influence of the state's deal, that then the state is allowed to rehabilitate the witness with prior consistent statements under the rule. That's where this all comes from. But those statements were not admitted before. They were not admissible before because they weren't relevant. Her testimony was sufficient. But once her credibility was impeached by this deal being potentially an undue influence on her, they're able to rehabilitate through the impeachment. So there's a chain of events that had to happen for this to actually get here. Again, I think this is probably a waste of time. I think it's drawing extra attention to this witness. And this witness was critical for the facts that she presented, not really for her credibility. But I don't think the jury... On one hand, she has a critical fact that you have to get in. And as long as you get that fact in, I think that's what matters. I don't think the jury's assessment of a fried out drug user is going to be the thing that makes or breaks the case. I really don't. Her only thing is, Kouri asked me for pills and I brought the pills to a place. That's her testimony in essence. I got the pills from this drug dealer guy and I brought them to the place. Kouri asked me for fentanyl, I think she said, or maybe she asked for 30s or whatever. But in any case, you get the essentials of Kouri asked for this drug, a significant amount of it, paid her for it by check, and then her testimony that she did the thing. She made the drop-offs. But that's all. That's not it both is and isn't critical facts of the case. It's critical to get it in there because you have to figure out how the fentanyl got to Kouri, ultimately getting to Eric. But it's not critical in the sense that the jury needs to spend a lot of time wrestling over it. Fentanyl got there somehow, and unless you've got a competing theory, this one's gonna win out.
Okay. So the reason that you
Who uses checks, especially for a drug deal?
discovered in violation.
She was a housekeeper that did other work for her. Using a check is actually probably just fine because that check was for housework. Unless she snitches, you're both going to be kind of on the whatever. Plus, she probably is like, oh, it's tax deductible now.
Is because an officer saw you, correct?
Correct.
Or no one would have ever known, correct?
I'm not too sure. I had an ankle monitor on. They would know where I was at.
But they wouldn't know you were drinking?
No.
No? Okay, so you just happened to be caught on this occasion, correct?
Correct.
All right. So then in February of 2024, you wrote a letter to Judge Mabee, who was over your drug court, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, could you show Exhibit 3012? Thank you. Take a look at that and tell me if that is the letter that you sent to Judge Mabee.
Oh, you've never noticed a Johnny Depp painting? Yeah.
Do you remember that letter now, Ms. Lover?
It's painted by my friend
You do?
Eric Waugh, W-A-U-G.
Yes, I do.
Okay. I'd move to admit Exhibit 3012 and publish it.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It's not.
Are we admitting you for the truth?
I mean, it's her statement. She can be questioned about it.
So, question her.
Yes.
Sustain. If you're admitting for the truth, it's hearsay.
All right. All right. In this letter, you were asking for permission to go visit your boyfriend in Las Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this letter, you said that, actually, Your Honor, could we approach 1 second?
Of course.
Oh, so boring. She just is never
Ask for permission.
She's never organized through her
Okay.
questioning.
So you were writing to ask for permission to go, can you take that down, Katie? I'm sorry.
I've got it.
To go to Vegas once a month, correct?
Yes.
And in that letter in February of 24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me, so I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Yes. No. Yes. Yes and no.
It was not, it wasn't
yes.
true that you'd been in
No.
100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do something you wanted to do wasn't correct, right?
Correct.
It was an untrue statement.
Yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment.
Wait, whoa, what?
Wanted to do what you everything asked of me, so I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Yes.
But that wasn't true, right?
Hold on, I need to hear
You have
that
been
again.
in 100, and in that letter in February of 24, you said that you have been in 100% full compliance with everything asked of me,
Okay.
so I should be allowed to do this, correct?
Okay, that was less.
But that wasn't true, right?
I missed what the statement
Yes, no,
was.
yes.
That was way less
Yes and no.
impactful than I thought it was.
It wasn't
Yes.
true that you'd been in
No.
100% compliance. So
No.
what you represented to Judge Mabee in order to get to do something you wanted to do wasn't correct, right?
Correct.
It was an untrue statement.
Yes.
All right. If I could just have one moment.
What? Again, like, is the state going to file perjury charges against her? I don't know, man. I doubt it. I don't think the
Your Honor, that's all we have.
I don't think the jury is sitting there going, "Oh man,
Ms.
what
Lauber,
now?"
you just testified to a gun. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that the gun that detectives seized when executing a warrant on your home on April the 26th, 2023?
Correct.
And then you entered into the probation agreement about a month later on May the 18th, 2023?
I'm not sure exactly the date, but
But it's in evidence. Thank you.
yes.
Ms. Lewis may.
See, and the state has an idea there, right? It's like, These statements were made this time. You entered into the agreement subsequent to that, right? I don't remember. It doesn't matter. It's in evidence. Peace. He's out. Because it doesn't matter what she says. He's going to sculpt the narrative that he needs to. He's got it in evidence that she has statements that came before the alleged undue influence that are consistent with her testimony afterwards. He's good. He just needed the statements on the record. He'll do with he'll do with them as he pleases. Ms. Spargo says locals posted boosh on the $100 bill. You missed it. I did see it, but I didn't pull it up right now.
We allow this witness to step down?
Yes, we may.
Are we releasing this witness?
But this is pointless. What a waste of time. If I'm a juror, I'm like,
No, we would ask that she just be.
I have no idea.
The subpoena remain in effect,
Okay.
but she may leave now.
So Ms. Lauber, to be clear, like the last time, you're free to go, but you're still subject to subpoena. You may be called back. Because of that possibility, I need you to not read, watch, or listen to any coverage of this case of any kind.
Okay.
And do not talk to anybody about your testimony.
Okay.
Okay, very good. You're free to go.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
Detective, let's get you sworn in.
I feel like this guy might be the last state witness.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter before the court to be the truth, the whole truth,
Oh,
and
he's a
nothing but the truth,
madman.
subject to the pains and penalties of perjury?
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat.
Oh, this guy's going to be so pissed off. What if you had a soft, feminine voice? That would make my whole day better. She's like, yes, hi. I'm Detective O'Driscoll. And,
One more time, sir.
I like lattes.
What is your name?
Detective Jeff O'Driscoll.
Oh, fine.
O apostrophe capital D R-I-S
Don't get lost.
C-O-L-L.
He talks like
And
a
what, sir,
normal
do you do
man,
for a
I
living?
guess.
I'm a narcotics and major crimes detective for the Summit County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the sheriff's office?
10 years.
What did you do before becoming a detective?
I worked in the patrol division with the sheriff's office. I had a number of primary duties as well as lateral duties. I was mainly responsible for responding to calls for service. I also was a canine handler. I was a UAS pilot.
I handled
or drone
dogs
pilot.
like Kouri, am I right?
I was a member of the SWAT team as well as a SWAT sniper.
This guy's going to
and various
bury
other
you.
administrative duties.
There's a reason they saved
When
him for
did
last.
you become a detective?
July of 2020.
He's a narcotics guy.
And sir, what cases?
He's going to
types
leave
of
the jury
cases
with the impression.
have you handled as a
Kouri,
detective?
fentanyl.
All types of cases, as far as property crimes, frauds, thefts, mail thefts,
Female
home
thefts.
burglaries, vehicle burglaries, and then persons crimes, everywhere from simple assault to sexual assault, shootings.
I'm not going to swoon over
I
this
was
guy.
also
Like, I'm not
on part of an on-call rotation for any in progress
my
or
style.
major incidents in the county, as well as all deaths in the county.
I hate narcotics
Are you
officers.
currently the lead detective on
I
this
hate them.
case?
Yes, I am.
When were you assigned as lead detective?
In March of 2023.
And did you take over from Detective?
Kouri looks
Wood?
afraid / turned
Yes,
on
that's
by it.
correct.
She probably is.
Was this your first death investigation as a detective?
No, as I said, I was on the on-call rotation for all deaths occurring in the county. And before that, I had investigated several as just a first responder in patrol as well.
Was this your first death investigation that became a full-blown homicide investigation?
Yes, it was.
Upon being assigned as lead investigator in this case, how did you approach your investigation?
I had limited information when I first came onto the case. I didn't know all the facts and details about the case, but I knew some of the information, particularly the results from the autopsy as well as the tox results from the medical examiner's office. So I knew that Eric had died of a fentanyl intoxication, and that there was fentanyl in both his blood and his gastric content. But as far as how I approached the investigation, I wanted to start fresh. I wanted to start as if it was the first day that it had occurred and the first time that I was seeing it. I tried to look at it with fresh eyes and try to get a fresh perspective. Having said that, and knowing what I knew from the autopsy results, it was apparent to me that there were 3 likely possibilities of how Eric died. The first being that he had an accidental overdose after taking a substance that may have contained fentanyl.
Also, this is the guy who I believe in his report has the Moscow Mule theory. And so if they get that into evidence, it comes in through this guy.
The second being that he intentionally ingested orally a large amount of fentanyl to commit suicide. And third, that somebody else administered orally to him a large amount of fentanyl in order to kill him.
As part of your investigation, did you or did investigators get Eric's Doppel history?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 1-27? While that's coming up, what is a Doppel history?
DOPL stands for Department of Professional Licensing, but in our world what it means is the state holds a database of all prescription controlled substances that are prescribed, issued, filled, the dates they were filled, who the patient was, the dosage,
Stephanie, I'm still
things like
using
that.
constantly.
The state maintains that information. We can request that for any particular patient within the state.
No, I like wearing sunglasses.
Your Honor, are you able to publish
Also,
that to the witness? and
it
counsel?
bothers people.
Yes, sir. You ready? Preview to the witness?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You should see it now.
Is this the Doppel history that investigators requested?
Yes.
Your Honor, can we publish?
Any objection, counsel?
No objection. He's made it admitted.
So move to admit and publish.
No objection.
State's
Hey, what's up,
Exhibit
Aquatic?
1-27 is admitted.
Scott,
I like
if you
him too,
could
Peachy.
embiggen that bottom portion,
People
please.
just need to get used to, like, it just takes a minute to adjust to stuff.
What's the headline here, Detective?
It's just the contents of who the results are being sent to, and then it says no records found for Eric Eugene Richins with his date of birth and the time frame that they searched.
So what does that mean for your investigation?
It means that Eric wasn't prescribed any prescription-controlled substances during that time frame.
Did investigators search Eric's phone for evidence of THC gummy use?
Yes.
Did investigators discover 2 text messages between Kouri and Eric Richins regarding THC gummy use?
Yes, those messages were recovered from Eric's cell phone.
Scott, can I get 2-118D, please? Is this an accurate depiction of a November 20th, 2021 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, move to admit and publish 2-118D.
No objection.
2-118D
About
is
time.
admitted and now published.
I believe the green is Eric's and the blue is Kouri Richins.
The James Bond movie's out. Eat a gummy. And then a picture. At the nice theater. Carter's going to the rodeo with Trisha and my dad and then staying at his house. What? Haha, that's awesome. Why? Why is that awesome? What rodeo? At the Golden Spike Arena. It's dust and blood, it's bowls and mud, it's a roar of a Sunday crowd. Just Carter and Trisha. Oh, never mind. I read that wrong. Oh. I thought it said Carter and Trisha were going and your dad was staying at the house, as in not going. So, Sweats, Hoodies, Gummy, James Bond movie at the nice theater. I'd like to get some grub first if gummies are in the forecast. Munchie prep. Haha, yeah, steak sounds pretty good. The movie doesn't start till 8. Steak is not a munchy food. Looks like they're sending documents back and forth.
Scott, 2-119D, please. Detective, is this a accurate depiction of a January 13th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and again, I believe it's the green that is Eric speaking and the blue that is Kouri Richins speaking.
Your Honor, state moves to admit and publish.
No objection.
States 2-119D is admitted.
Boys are wondering when you're coming home. No, you are you, and you are wondering, not them. Wait, what? I'll call you on my way. No, I would never go hang out with girls and miss the boys' games and scouts. Sorry, but that's not something I would ever think about doing. Wait, what? What girls? Can you bring me home soup, please? Yep. What you want, beautiful. Thank you. If Dairy King isn't too busy, that works. Whatever they have. I'll take any soup, okay? Just any of it. Or chicken noodle at Neater's. Whatever. Sounds like such a wholesome restaurant. What's that? Neater's. They make bread. Gummy time? Soup is a perfect gummy snacking food. Yes!
Detective, are you familiar with a children's book entitled Are You With Me that Kouri Richins purportedly authored to help children deal with the loss of a
Oh, no!
Yes, I am.
How did you...
See, this is one of those things that makes her look like such a jackass that you just want her to go to prison and die there. The writing of the book, the children's book, to help them get over the grief from losing their father to her. Oh, God.
First come familiar with it?
Your Honor, we just want to renew our...
We want to renew our objection to the bringing of this book. It's highly prejudicial. It's not probative of any of the facts of the case. And then, of course, it is probative to consciousness of guilt. Consciousness of guilt. She felt like she did something wrong so badly that she had to write a book about getting over it.
Our previous objections to this line of questioning.
Court stands on its prior ruling. Please.
I season my steak.
Sir, how did you first become familiar with it?
Another one of the investigators from the sheriff's office shared a link with me to a story by
The book
Good
was
Things
published
Utah,
a
local
year
news
after he
channel.
died.
And I viewed an interview there between Ms. Richins and reporters.
Scott, can I get 8-21 Sierra, please?
You.
Sir, do you recognize that as an authentic depiction of a screenshot from that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-21S.
Your Honor, we renew our 401 and 403 objections.
Him as gentlemen. Damn it.
8-21, did I get the number right? 8-21S is admitted and published.
Did detectives investigate how Kouri Richins came to appear on Good Things Utah?
Yes. A subpoena was sent to ABC Utah News Station to get that information, and part of their production, they produced some emails between Ms. Richins and the production team. It appeared that they had some kind of standardized form that anyone could fill out to requesting to be on the show, and it looked like Ms. Richins had filled that out and they were communicating about the results.
Scott, can I get 2-115?
Touchdown. On paper, unbreaded. Unbreaded.
Detective, is that an accurate depiction of the March 24th, 2023 email exchange between Kouri Richins and Good Things Utah?
Yeah, I believe it began on March 24th. There's various dates on when emails were sent back and forth, but yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-115.
Object to 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor.
401 and 403 overruled. With respect to hearsay, there are portions of this were authored by Kouri Richins, other portions authored by people other than Kouri Richins, correct?
That is correct, and the portions other than Kouri Richins are offered for their effect on Kouri Richins.
Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, to the extent that State's Exhibit 2
It's a helpful instruction.
includes statements authored by Kouri Richins, you may consider those statements for the truth or for any purpose. To the extent they include statements written by someone other than Kouri Richins, you cannot consider those statements for the truth. Rather, you can consider them only for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the recipient of those statements. Published 2-115.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Very good. 2-115 is admitted and published.
I think it starts from the bottom up.
So she wants to do like a book signing. Miss Domestic, yes. Locals is like Patreon. Except it has, I guess, more interactivity because it has live chats and videos. If you join on Locals, all of the members-only content that's broadcast to YouTube is also broadcast to Locals. Bento Gel, he's not at a legal institution, he's at a psychiatric institution. In theory, he would be completely interviewable, but his conservator might not like that. Yeah, Locals chat is amazing, though, because you can post pictures in it. Obviously, that is fantastic. Locals equals Patreon plus autism? Yes. Yes. You look so average today. Hey, thanks. Ow. You got to tone it down from time to time. Okay, so these are all just emails about, book promotion. Inflatable, this is court in session. What's up, a conservative thought?
In addition to Good Things Utah, are you familiar with Kouri Richins promoting the book on KPCW Radio?
Yes, again, I was sent a link to their website.
Miss Domestic, yeah. I mean, most of it was just like, details. Here's what we need. We need you to talk about like the book and this and this and this. Here's the rules of the segment. We can cancel, stuff like that. I don't know. I don't think there's anything particularly interesting in there to get at.
I viewed their webpage and saw an interview with Miss Richins and journalists and listened to an interview that she conducted with them on their website.
Scott, 8-37, please. Is this an accurate depiction of the website promoting the interview?
Yes, it is.
Is it dated April the 12th, 2023?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-37.
Object 401, 403, and hearsay, Your Honor, and authenticity.
Do you actually have an authenticity objection?
Yes.
Please approach.
Do you actually have an authenticity objection? So, authentication of evidence in this case is a website, right? Authentication is accomplished like this. Sir, how did you find out, or how did you come across this website or whatever? Well, I heard about blah, 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 or I was navigating the internet on this date, and I went to the website. And do you recognize this? Yes, I do. Is this an accurate representation of what you saw when you're navigating it? Yes, it is. Did you print this out? Yes, I did. It's an authentic copy of the thing that they saw. That's the authentication. It's not making it authentic in any particular value. Like, it doesn't mean that what's there is of any worth. It just means that it's accurate. So here's the dumb thing with an authentication objection. They're going to object to the authenticity. The jury doesn't know what that means, but they're going to hear, we object to this being authentic. All they have to do is lay the appropriate foundation for the authenticity, as in, is this an accurate representation of what you saw? Are you the person who produced this? If he says yes, now you have a judge saying this is authentic. And that doesn't actually mean anything, but a juror might think that a judge verifying the authenticity of evidence gives it extra weight. It's a Streisand effect objection. Unless you think you can nail him on it, you shouldn't make it. Not in trial. Pre-trial in limine, sure. Play a little catch up during this break. Kouri's shirt still sucks.
Scott, would you redact all text below the photograph, please?
Thank you, Scott.
In the caption to the photograph, please. No, I'm sorry, not the headline, the caption to the photograph.
Are the kick chats? No, Rumble. I don't have kick up. The Rumble is the green triangle. No, they have a Rumble icon. For example.
There we go. Okay. Remind me of the number, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, 8-37.
Do you want to put an R on it? Does it matter?
We should put an R on it
Okay.
now.
States 8-37R is admitted. Defendant's objections thereto are overruled. Ready to publish?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Towards the end of March 2023, did the Summit County Sheriff's Office receive an anonymous Amazon delivery of the book?
Yes. Package showed up from Amazon with a copy of the book and also a little standard sticker that you can leave a personalized message on with a gift when you send something.
Scott, 8-20, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a scan of the cover of the book that the Summit County Sheriff's Office received along with the message that accompanied it?
Yes, when we received this, evidence technicians scanned the cover of the book and then the note that came with it as well, yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-20.
Just 401 and 403, Your Honor.
Okay. Overruled. States Exhibit 8-20 is admitted.
There are two sides to every story. This is the true Kouri, a devoted wife and adoring mother. Thought you should know from Anonymous. Oh, wait, what?
Thank you. Did detectives investigate?
Vincent Tuff. Yeah, they're the YouTube broadcasts are simultaneously broadcast to locals. They're all there. If there are any that are missing, I don't know how someone would let me know, but if there are any that are missing that I'm made aware of, I will happily upload them. But they're all, I simulcast to both locals and to YouTube. So you should be able to see all of them.
Investigate who anonymously sent the book?
Yes, a subpoena was sent to Amazon to request the information on who the sender was, and it came back as Lisa Darden.
Scott, 8-34, please.
Lisa Darden is Kouri's mother or
Is this
something,
an accurate
right?
depiction of the order history provided by Amazon in response to a subpoena?
Yes, it is.
Dated March the 21st, 2023.
Correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-34.
No objection.
8-34 is admitted and published.
Detective, is Lisa Darden Kouri Darden's mother?
Yes, she is.
I was right. I remembered something. Yay! Oh!
Did detectives investigate who wrote the book?
Yes.
Who wrote the book?
Objection to 4143 and hearsay.
Overruled. Go ahead.
It's not hearsay. Kouri is listed as the author on the book that she authored. That means it's a party statement against interest. Fact.
We found text messages in in Miss Richins' phone between her and a contact named Book Writing Lane, who is a book writer, publisher of some type, regarding them writing the book for her.
Are they a ghostwriter?
Yeah.
Scott, 2-121, please. This is 141 pages. You've reviewed this prior to today. Is this an accurate depiction of those text messages between Kouri Richins and Book Writing Lane?
Yes, this is a depiction of part of them.
Mr. Bloodworth, would you approach for one moment?
Someone out there has a recording of the Wiener stream, probably a Kiwi. No way it would be out. It would have been released immediately. It would have been released that night. Got you watching from Australia down under. That doesn't exist. Correct. I don't know why you keep up the lie, but you do. Look, there was a hot tub stream where it is
the bubbles in green,
possible
Kouri Richins, and the bubbles in blue.
Something might have been
Book Writing
visible.
Lane.
Yes, that's
briefly. But it's not
And does
verifiable.
this lengthy text message exchange generally depict Kouri Richins engaging Book Writing Lane, providing them with ideas and circulating drafts of the narrative and the illustrations?
Yes, that's what it appears to me.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-121 into evidence.
Same objection, 40143 and hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. The defendant's objections are overruled. States 2-121 is admitted. Members of the jury, with respect to States Exhibit 2-121, the green messages are authored by Kouri Richins. You may consider
white
the
guy.
green messages in 2-121 for their truth or any other purpose. The blue messages are authored by someone other than Kouri Richins. You cannot consider the blue messages in 2-121 for their truth. Rather, you may only consider them for the effect they had upon the listener, that is, Kouri Richins. 2-121 is published.
Thank you, Your Honor, but the state wasn't going to
Oh,
go
my
through
apologies.
141 pages.
Yeah, very good.
Did Kouri Richins discuss the book with her family?
Yes. I'm sorry. Yes. Again, in text messages that we found on her phone, she has discussions with her family members about it.
Logos chat has always been
Scott,
hilarious.
2-112, please. Is this a February 28th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes. And again, Miss Richins is in green and DJ is in blue.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-112.
Object to 41403 and hearsay, Your Honor.
Defendant's objections are overruled. Are you asking for the same instruction, Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
Okay. 2-112 is.
No, I'm asking for it to be excluded.
Move to publish, Your Honor.
Okay.
You know you want to. Oh, shit, hold on. What was that text message? Oh, it's a shirt. Can't really see it. He says, what's the book called? Wait a minute, who are these text messages to? Are these to her mom? The laugh. The laugh. Holy shit.
Shaggy wasn't as guilty as Kouri when he rapped. It wasn't me.
It wasn't
It's
me.
like she got caught mid blowjob and was like, he was choking on food, and I got confused about CPR.
No, I heard if you blow into this one, the arrow come out up here. It turned out so cute, just something for the boys and understand the book writing process to get ready for the big one. When is it on Amazon? So this is Kouri is the owner and DJ Kouri. This is her mom, I guess, right? We submit on Thursday to Amazon for review and they approve 24 to 48 hours and then it will be live, so I'm thinking Monday, of the final draft tomorrow night. Awesome. So proud of you. Thanks, bro. Oh, this is the bro. DJ. That makes sense. Thanks, bro. I'm excited. I don't really feel like it's real until I have an official copy, though. So we will see. I really just want to understand the book process, so I'm ready to go. I've already spoke to a writer for my book. I'm debating starting it now, and they can start on quite a few chapters before all this is over, just to get a jump start. Not sure. What's something like that cost, assuming you have to alternate names? So the kids' book wasn't bad at all, assuming everything turns out the way it's supposed to. Cost $2,500. The bigger book, yes, we have to change names. I also want to talk to my attorney about other precautions to take to avoid a lawsuit from them for defamation, or if changing names is enough. Rosalind Duke has rated the stream. What is up, Rosalind and viewers? Welcome. From them for defamation, or if changing names is enough. That book will be expensive. Just for the ghostwriter to write the manuscript, 130 pages is $5,000. I'm assuming it will be closer to 250 pages, so $10K for the manuscript. This lady does payment plans, so you just pay per month as is being worked on. Total time, 2 to 4 months. I might just start my recordings now and wait to sign up until May when more money comes in, hopefully. I almost landed a ghostwriting gig a while back. There's an $8K down payment with $15K total. But I didn't do it. I didn't do it. Tanner Smith, did she really need a ghostwriter for a children's book? Did book launch? Not yet. I made some last minute changes. They will get the changes back to me today and then hopefully Friday. This was well before I was a lawyer. I had them add in this picture in the beginning. Good luck, little sis. You have nothing to worry about. Stay calm. I wouldn't do ghostwriting now. It takes too much time. But back in, I think that was it's like 2010 or 2011. Thank you. You can log on and watch if you want to. 2 o'clock.
Scott, 2-113, please.
Yes. Your mom's deep anus. It's because I think I'm fat. Ooh.
Detective, is this a March 8th, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her mother?
Yes.
Is Kouri Richins in green and her mother in blue?
Yes.
Is this
Sir, when you see towers from an airplane, do you have an urge to tell everybody to sit down and shut up?
an authentic depiction?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves 2-113 into evidence and to publish.
Objection 4143 and hearsay, we don't need the instruction.
Defendant's objections are overruled. 2-113 is admitted.
What's the name of the book? Where are you? Oh, God. Send a picture of the book. The book is Here Without You, Daddy. That wasn't funny. It's not on Amazon yet. Okay. I will let you know. Haha, no, my title is Are You With Me? Haha, I don't know what I was thinking. Then blank text, which is a lot of times a picture that's not published. Where is ya? Working in office.
Scott, 2-114, please. Oh, Your Honor, we took it down because it was being published.
Should be previewed now. Thank you.
No, she did the kids book. The longer book, I think, was going to be more of like a autobiography.
Sir, is this a March 22nd, 2023 text exchange between Kouri Richins and her brother DJ?
Yes, and just like before, Kouri Richins is the green bubbles and DJ is the blue bubbles.
Is this an accurate depiction?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit 2-114 and publish.
4143 and hearsay, we don't need the instruction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Scott, would you zoom in for a minute?
So Runkle says,
I misread it. Okay.
trying to figure out how the
zoom back
children's
out so I
book
can
is
see the
actually
number. My apologies.
relevant to this case, other than to
Defendant's
smear
objections
Kouri.
to states 2-114 are overruled. 2-114 is admitted and published.
Is a theory that she murdered him specifically so she could write a book about it. I don't think this should be going in. My answer is correct. Consciousness of guilt makes this relevant. Yep, think Carter. Kouri sounds better. How much do you make per book? Ha ha ha, it sounds way better. Oh my God, they would die. It would be so funny. Runkle is a good lad, but I mean, that's the way they get this book in. Consciousness of guilt. She knows she did something wrong. This book, in some way or another, is evidence of her acting on that knowledge of wrongness. Either you do some sort of rectifying thing, you apologize. It's a recognition of what you did. So on Amazon, I only make $5.35 a book. They print and ship. I'm working on a website that you can buy the book though, and I'll make $10 a book. Nice. Yeah, the next 30 days are just extreme marketing. My goal is to sell 100,000 books by the end of the year. Cool, 500,000.
Your Honor, maybe.
I don't think she realizes how many books 100,000 is for book sales. Selling in a lot of categories, 10 to 20,000 books puts you at the top of the bestseller list. 100,000 books is a massive success for, most authors.
Can we approach on a legal issue?
Of course.
If it was a ghostwriter, it sounds more like a money grab than a consciousness of guilt situation. Yeah, I mean, certainly arguable that way, but also she wrote it for her boys. She wrote it for her boys. Now, she wants to sell the books, but she wrote it for her boys, and she said that straight out. Where can someone pirate said books? I believe as of today, you'll be able to pirate it right on the Utah evidence system, because they have published it. They have accepted the book into evidence. That means it is now likely part of the public record. Should the ghostwriter write it for her boys? Technically, she didn't say she had a ghostwriter write the book. She said that it cost $2,500 to get this book to where it needed to be to sell on Amazon. That could be ghostwriting, but it's a children's book with illustrations, so it could have been just art. She could have written all the words. It could have been graphic design. Right, so she wrote the words, but has a professional, do the layout, the page layout, and the lettering, and do that. If it's original art, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So people are assuming that she had this book ghostwritten. There's no testimony that it was ghostwritten so far, and actually, there's nothing in the messages that say ghostwriting on the children's book. Just that the children's book costs this much. The ghostwriter for the bigger book costs this much. And people are inferring that because those prices, like the children's book was half of the first price she quoted, that means that was a ghostwriter involved. But it does not in any way necessitate that. Yeah, Runkle, by the way, Runkle is great. Love Runkle. And you should he does recaps on all these days. And he's just a great YouTuber. And really, though, Runkle is like the most genuine and wonderful elf in existence. He is wise. He sees things that others can't. I call him Runkle of the Long Eyes. Remember in the retrial when you call him an elf, and that stuck with me. Ever since, I think Rittenhouse was when I think I met Runkle during Rittenhouse, or shortly before. And that's the elf thing was right away, if I remember right. He's one of the only Canadians that has an excuse to be Canadian. And that excuse is just that he's cool enough that we forgive him for it. By the way, Domestic Goddess, welcome to Locals. Oh my goodness, that's another Locals subscriber. I think that puts us actually at 3 Locals members today, which is fantastic. Thank you guys for joining up over there. Where's mine? I'll double check that. Oh, I guess I could be fast forwarding this instead of just yakking away.
Short restroom break, please. Have a seat, folks. Ms.
I did it all for the
Yes, sir.
micro peen.
Mr. O'Driscoll's part of the
That's fine.
investigation.
That's
Okay.
fine.
You can talk to Detective O'Driscoll during the break. Folks, we're going to take a break until 2:10. Thank you. Court's in recess.
Thank you, Sledge Entertainment. I did it all for the micropeen. That doesn't quite. Micropeen is more syllables than nookie. I don't know if you know that. Counting is hard sometimes. What time did they say? 2:15. Okay, we are actually.
Winded answers, so I'll try to just go.
I like Scott's suit today. Not really on him, but I like it.
Detective, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Yeah, he looks.
Detective, did your
It's also called
investigation eventually
Logos.
lead you to Carmen Lauber?
Yes, it did.
How?
This is a bit of a long-winded answer, so I'll try to just go step by step. We had the information from the autopsy, the tox results, as I mentioned. We had just gotten the downloads from Miss Richins and Eric's phones, and we're starting to go through them. We started comparing what was in the phones with phone billing records for their carriers. We found discrepancies between what was in the phone billing records and what was actually in Miss Richins' phone as far as call logs and text messages. We started looking at the most frequently contacted phone numbers in Miss Richins' phone and in Eric's phones. We found that there were a high number of communications between Miss Richins and the phone number for Carmen Lauber. So we started looking into Carmen Lauber and found that she had a history of drug use and drug distribution. We found that she was on drug court probation in Wasatch County. My partner, Detective Maynard, actually had previous involvements with Carmen, knew a little bit about her. We started looking at who else was, or I'm sorry, we spoke with investigators from Wasatch County that were familiar with Carmen's case, and then learned that Mr. Nick Von Savage was also in drug court with her, and
Nick
that
Von
they were
Savage.
pretty good friends. We started pulling phone billing records for Mr. Von Savage and found that he had a high number of contacts, communications with the Gunnison State Prison. And so we went to the Gunnison State Prison and requested the phone calls between inmates and Mr. Von Savage. We started listening to those phone calls because they're all recorded. And we found an instance where Mr. Von Savage was speaking to an inmate on the phone, and they were discussing getting an Xbox controller for the inmate. And he said, either you buy it or have Carmen buy it and I'll pay you back. Nick said something to the effect of, no, I can't have Carmen do it. I just tried to give her money the other day, and she told me that she had just made a bunch of money selling illicit street drugs. So that obviously, and that phone call took place on March 4th, the day that Eric died. So that gave us more reason to look into Carmen Lauber. We started surveilling her. As part of our investigation into her, we collected the trash from her home. And in going through the trash, we found drug paraphernalia, specifically tin foil with burn marks and residue on it. And based on my training experience, that's indicative of somebody smoking a substance off of the tin foil. Based on that information, we then applied for a search warrant.
At this point, I'm going to object to a narrative.
Yeah,
sorry.
ask a
Mr.
question.
Bloodworth, go ahead.
Sir, what did you do next?
Based on that information that we had collected, we wrote a search warrant.
I love it. We don't want him just sitting there telling a story. What did you do next? Here we go. Tell the story. Just let him get through it. It's all foundational.
For Carmen Lauber's residence, for her vehicle, and for her person. And that included, among other things, cell phones.
Did you execute that search warrant on April the 26th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you personally execute the portion involving searching Carmen Lauber's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any evidence of a crime in her home?
Yes. In Miss Lauber's bedroom, we found THC products, paraphernalia, and a firearm under her bed.
And as it relates to Miss Lauber specifically, what was the problem with the firearm?
She was a convicted felon, and by state statute, she's not allowed to be in possession of a firearm.
When searching Carmen Lauber's room, did you also find a newspaper clipping of Eric Richins' obituary?
Yes.
Scott, can I get 8-15 split screened with 8-16, please?
She's just like me. How? What did I do?
Or is that photograph on the left? It's labeled 8-15R.
Look at this
Accurate depiction
photograph.
Of a photograph of Eric Richins' obituary in Carmen Lauber's room.
Yes, it is.
Is 8-16R, the photograph on the right, an accurate depiction just of the same obituary, but just a closer view?
Yeah, zoomed in from the original, correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 8-15 and 8-15R and 8-16R.
No objection.
815R and 816R are admitted.
Detective, what was your impression of kind of the collection of material on the left?
Based on knowing that Carmen was in drug court and knowing a little bit about how that program works, it seems like she had all of these inspirational quotes that helped motivate her through her progression in drug court, and amongst them were photos of her loved ones, her family, and then amongst all of that was Eric Richins' obituary.
Dead center, wasn't it?
Yep, right in the middle of the mirror.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 8-18, please?
I agree. Rustled entity.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction?
And I'm not convicted. I don't have a felony charge, so
photograph of
it doesn't even apply to me. I just agree automatically.
That you found in Carmen Lauber's room?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit
Very
and publish
recently.
8-18.
No objection.
8-18 is admitted.
And then can you, Scott, zoom in? There we go.
Yeah, that's the C&E Stone Masonry logo on that gray hat.
Thank you, Scott. Simultaneous with your search of Carmen Lauber's home, did another deputy stop Carmen Lauber while she was driving?
Yes, we planned it that way because we had a warrant for Carmen's person and her vehicle as well.
Did that deputy seize her phone?
Yes.
During that stop, did that deputy find evidence of a crime?
Yes, he found that Carmen was driving on a suspended license.
Did he arrest her for driving on a suspended license?
Yes, he did.
Did that stop occur in Wasatch County?
Yes.
Did that deputy then book Carmen Lauber into the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, he did.
Oh, my body.
Did you and
hurts.
Detective Maynard then interview Carmen Lauber at the Wasatch County Jail?
Yes, we interviewed her several times over a number of days.
What was your approach to interviewing her?
So, as I said before, my partner, Detective Maynard, had previous involvement and knowledge of Carmen Lauber.
This trial involves a love triangle
He knew
and
that
the
she
murder
had a
of a
history of
spouse.
self-preservation and offering information in exchange for help with her charges. So we knew that going into it. But on top of that, after serving the warrant on her home and being in her bedroom, finding Eric's obituary, it was apparent to me that she probably had some level of guilt or concern over her possible involvement in Eric's death.
Object to speculation and move to strike and non-responsive.
He's an investigator. His job is to speculate, and his impression of what he found is relevant to why they brought charges and why he proceeded with his investigation. She should lose this objection.
Oof. All of it or just parts?
Just the last part.
Okay. Can you be specific about the content of the last part you're moving to strike?
How he assumed Carmen felt by what he saw.
Okay. That part is struck as speculation. Take it from there, Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, can I argue that?
Yeah, why don't you go approach?
Yeah, of course he gets to argue that because I don't think the judge is actually thinking through this. And if he says something akin to what I said, he should win that objection. We're not going to get to hear it, are we? Well, the judge might articulate it in a ruling.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I misunderstood Ms. Nestor's objection. My granting of the motion to strike was incorrect. You may consider Driscoll's testimony.
Told
given
ya!
Whatever weight you see fit.
By the way, welcome to
So
Viva
in
Fry,
addition to
rating the stream. Thank you, Viva.
what you believe to be Carmen Lauber's motive for self-preservation upon seeing Eric Richins' obituary, am I right that you thought she might also have some motivation related to her potential involvement in Eric Richins' death?
Correct, that was my impression.
What did you tell Carmen Lauber when you first interviewed her?
When we first spoke to Miss Lauber, we sat down with her. We explained that what we had found in her home would potentially violate her conditions of her
Viva's
drug court,
one of the
which
most
would put her on
genuine
the
dudes
hook
out
for, I believe, multiple felony
Love him
charges
in
of
the most
distribution
homosexual
that
way
she was in
possible.
drug court for, as well as the new charges with the firearm and the paraphernalia and THC products. We told her that we were investigating Eric Richins' death and that we believe that she may have information about his death that could be helpful to us. And we told her that if she was willing to speak to us about any information she might know, that we could help her with her charges in Wasatch County, as well as the new charges from the execution of the search warrant.
Did you then immediately question her?
No, we didn't ask her any questions at that time. We told her that this was the situation. We wanted her to think on whether or not she wanted to participate in our proposal, in talking with us, and then we let her sit and think on it for a few days.
How many times have you interviewed drug dealers?
Dozens, if not over 100 times.
Was anything about interviewing Carmen Lauber more difficult than interviewing most drug dealers?
Yes, there was more time that had elapsed since the incident that we were talking to her about than what is typical for our interviews. So she had trouble with memory, remembering details of what had happened. And then again, what I spoke about earlier, she had a history of self-preservation. So she tended to minimize her involvement and hold back as much as she could, which is typical of drug dealers that we talk to. They won't give you any more than they have to until they feel like they need to.
What's this they?
Did Carmen Lauber initially
This is
inform
they
you
stuff.
that she bought drugs for Kouri Richins?
Not initially. Like I said, she very much minimized her involvement. When she first started talking about it, she said, there's a little bit
Wait a
that I
minute.
know, and I want to help you with the little bit that I know. But then as we
You're
asked her
right,
more
I don't know what
questions
that
and got
means.
more into it, she was more forthcoming with the information that she had, and ultimately told us that Miss Richins had contacted her to ask her for pain pills.
And did she ultimately tell you that she bought drugs on Kouri Richins' behalf from Susan Kohler and from a friend of Nicole Cummings named Robert Crozier?
Objection
Yes.
leading.
Did she appear that she wanted to cooperate but was having difficulty remembering timeline and details regarding the drug transactions?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Not only did it appear that way, but she was explicit in saying that several times, that she was having difficulty to remember but wanted to help with what she could.
At various points during your interview, did you provide Kouri Richins with information to jog her memory?
I believe you meant Carmen Lauber. You said
I'm
Kouri
sorry,
Richins.
Carmen Lauber.
Yes, we provided content from her phone. We provided her with phone billing records that had timestamps that helped us establish a timeline. We showed her maps. We showed her property records. Anything that we could find that would mostly help us establish a timeline and order of events.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that she needed to be truthful?
Yeah, several times we told her that we didn't want her to try to make things up, that only tell us what she remembered and only tell us what was truthful. And then we also stressed that we needed a great deal of detail in the things that she was telling us, not vague comments.
Did you tell her that you did not want her to speculate on anything?
More leading, object.
Overruled.
Yes, I believe there are multiple instances in the transcripts and the videos that show when we said, don't try to guess at what we're asking you, only tell us what you can remember.
Did you stress to Carmen Lauber that you needed to corroborate any information that she provided?
Yes, we were explicit in telling her that any kind of immunity or assistance or help that she would get from prosecutor's office would be dependent on not just her telling us what she knew, but giving us information that would allow us to corroborate that information.
And did you stress to her that you needed details in particular, details to corroborate the information?
Object to leading.
Overruled.
Yes, and that discussion got deeper.
The judge is likely allowing him to lead because this is all from the report, and it just facilitates getting through it. This guy is an investigator. He's a professional. He's there as an investigator, as the lead investigator. He's been allowed to sit in through all the days of trial. The judge is not really concerned about him being led through that investigation process. Sometimes it's easier to just say, did you do this? Next. Is that the next thing? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And here's why. Yes, it is. Here's why. It's not like he's saying, did you do this because you wanted to do X, Y, and Z? You know, he's not getting the why out of him with a leading question. It's just literally leading him step by step through the process. And he could say, what did you do next? And he would go, I don't remember exactly what the next thing was. And he'd go, would it refresh your recollection to review your investigation report? Yes, it would. He looks at it and then he'd say, oh, well, the next thing I did was talk to this person. Sometimes you just let them lead through, as long as it's something like this, where you're just getting to the foundational issues of and the mechanics of what has happened, because it just makes court more efficient. And again, he's not eliciting the narrative out of him with the leading questions. He's just eliciting the order of the procedure, the order of facts. And that order of facts isn't something that is going to be like dispute worthy to the point of being impactful. So that's why he's allowing these leading objections, but they definitely are valid objections. She's right. He is leading. It's just not that big of a deal.
Deeper, the more we talked to her, we kept stressing, we need more detail. These are the type of details that we need. And it just kept going from there.
Oh. Did you and/or Detective Maynard interview Carmen Lauber 6 times between April the 27th, 2023 and May the 13th, 2023?
Yes. I wasn't there for every single one, but either myself or Detective Maynard was, yes.
Why 6 interviews?
As we spoke to Miss Lauber, she would give us information that she could remember. We would take that information back and work on corroborating it with other evidence, phone records, other details from other witnesses, and then we would go back. We would ask her more questions, try to get more information, more details. It was just a step-by-step iterative process that took several days until we felt like we had the complete
She didn't
picture
turn
of
to
what
selling
her
drugs,
involvement
wrestled
was.
identity. She bought drugs.
Did those
She
interviews
wasn't a drug
total about
seller.
10 hours?
I believe so, yes.
Were they audio and video recorded?
Yes.
Have you reviewed transcripts of those interviews?
Yes, I have.
Do those transcripts total about 900 pages?
Yes, I believe so.
Did you listen to defense counsel's cross-examination of Carmen Lauber regarding your and Detective Maynard's interviews?
I did.
Did you observe how defense picked certain sentences throughout the 900 pages?
Yes.
In the full context of the interviews, do you believe that those few sentences fairly and accurately depicted the tone and tenor of your interview?
Object, Your Honor.
Wait, why? What's the objection?
What's the basis of the objection?
He's trying to make impeachment sound improper, and it's totally not improper. It is.
Don't make speaking objections. Are you objecting to the form of the question?
Yes.
What is the objection to the form of the question?
Your Honor, we object to the form of the question on the grounds that it is seeking a legal conclusion, on the grounds that it is leading, and on the grounds that it is calling for speculation.
Overruled.
You can't call for speculation on your own opinion. What are you talking about? Ah! What were you thinking about it at the time? Well, I thought about the objection calls for speculation. You know, I guess. I guess I don't know.
No, I don't feel like those segments that they picked out at all represented our interviews with Carmen.
Do you think that those segments without context are misleading?
Object to leading.
That's not a leading question. A leading question implies the answer in the form of the question itself. That's a yes or no question. Now, leading questions are almost always yes or no. But that's a yes or no question. He didn't say, you thought it would go this way, didn't you? He said, did you think this would be the outcome? He is free to say no. That doesn't imply a yes.
Overruled.
Bing.
You may answer.
Clock it.
Yes, I believe they're misleading.
One of those segments said, or quoted you saying that you needed details to ensure that Kouri Richins will get convicted of murder, and that shortly thereafter, Carmen Lauber asked for blueprints. What was the context of that discussion?
We can.
So as I said before, when we were discussing with Carmen, it was very slow moving at first. And we were trying to emphasize to her the level of detail that we needed to be able to offer her something from the prosecution's office for her cooperation. And part of that emphasis was trying to describe to her the level of detail that would be needed in a courtroom. And it was probably poor choice of words in hindsight, but that was what we were stressing, is the type of information that is acceptable to be used in a court.
They keep telling
Defense
me.
counsel also picked the words "get out of jail free card" that Detective Maynard uttered. What was the context of "get out of jail free card"?
So the comment that Detective Maynard made.
See, it's funny. She should have objected their calls for speculation and hearsay, because now they would be wrong, but they'd at least have a better basis. And there's a possibility they could work. But asking about another officer's statement and what the other officer meant when he said it. Now, since this guy's the lead investigator, that guy is part of the investigation. The statement is made in the context of the investigation. Presumably, the knowledge of the purpose of that statement is imputed upon this guy. It's his job to know what he meant. It's probably part of the strategy they had developed going into it. It was likely part of the plan. He probably does know exactly what the statement meant. But this would have been the place to object for hearsay and call for speculation.
Was coupling her, referencing whatever prosecution would offer her in exchange for her testimony, coupled with the fact that there was now a family that didn't have a brother, that didn't have a son, and the importance of the investigation into Eric's death as opposed to any subsequent drug investigations that Ms. Lauber was involved in.
Defense counsel also picked the words from Carmen Lauber. Can you guys write it down and I will sign it? What was that context?
We were trying to get Carmen to complete a written statement to go along with the scattered information that we had been receiving through our interview process, so that we could establish a more chronological timeline. And she was expressing concerns about not wanting to be writing things down in front of other inmates in the cell block. So she wanted us to write it down instead.
And what did you say?
We said, no, that's not the way it works.
Nah.
Scott, can I get, please, 8-58R? Is this a video of various portions of your May 2nd, 2023 interview of Carmen Lauber that we have just discussed?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-58R.
Just the ones we've already discussed, the objections, Your Honor.
Would you approach for online?
So defense is getting absolutely dog walked on their objection to this guy's testimony, and they should be. How are you going to object out the lead investigator
8-58R
without showing impropriety?
as
Which they haven't
ruled
done.
on by the court on the record is admitted.
Your Honor, can I just make 8-58, D for demonstrative, R for redacted, DR.
8-58DR.
That's because he didn't deserve it. Like,
I know.
it's just not me. Like, I can tell you, yes, I affected people's life by selling dope.
Right.
Okay, I affected my own life by doing dope.
What I'm
But
getting at,
no, whether it was intentionally, whether he had a bad problem, or whether he was hurting, I don't know. But either way, if it was done purposely, he didn't deserve that.
totally
But I
agree.
don't know that for sure because I don't know their personal situation.
Totally agreed.
But I would never do that ever to anybody.
I'm saying that we're gonna need you to really settle down and maybe even take
I
a
mean,
pad and paper
Even if I get
and try to write
out
out
tomorrow,
some
whatever, we
details.
meet again, I can go through
Well, we're gonna
whatever.
talk about that too.
If I need to go through whatever I need to go through and figure it out.
But you know what I'm saying,
I can
these details that you're giving us are kinda hazy.
That's because it's to me.
And it's common for people to try to kind of minimize their own involvement, but we're not interested in smacking you with this. But this, at the end of the day, it was the reason we're here. This is a
Like, I don't know if I
this
should
is a
reach out to
homicide
Susan Kohler and
investigation.
say, hey, do you know about approximately the time when I got those pills from you? I don't know if she's going to.
Probably not a good idea. But I'm just saying, we're gonna need you to kind of settle down and think about details and timelines. Because we understand that you weren't a part of, conspiring with
Yeah.
Kouri. But the details about everything we've been talking about.
Yeah,
are
I'm
gonna be
Nastash.
important.
I'll explain it in a
The
little bit.
homicide investigation.
Oh, God, that's not good.
Yeah, it is.
That is.
It's something that like none of us are used to, right? We don't do it that often. It's pretty crazy for us too.
Money making Mitch, she's in jail.
It's crazy.
She didn't have a choice.
So, right now, we're in a good place to where we've got the information that we were hoping you had and needed from you, right? But there's a difference between us knowing and understanding what happened and us being able to present that to prosecutors who have to present it to a courtroom, who have to present it to a jury, right? That has to be way more detailed down the line the further it gets into the system and the process.
Right.
Okay, so that's what we need your help with at this point, is nailing down all those details. And like Eric said, if that means we have you fill out something in writing and, oh shoot, that's not how it happened, scratch it out, rewrite it, whatever you need to do, right? Write down something as far as you remember it right now, and then we can work on the details as we continue to talk about it, as we check phone records, as we, do all of our part, our side to corroborate what you're saying, right? And I think a good starting point for that is a written statement. For you to sit down and write out what you told us in the best order that you can remember. with
And my
details.
favorite now, everything I just told you, I probably won't remember what order I told you in.
It's okay, and that's fine, because you know what, we want to make sure we get the right story. And so the way you're remembering it is all you can give us. You can't make something up that you don't remember, right?
Right.
So just tell us what
That's
you
why I'm like,
remember.
I can't remember
Even if it's
everything.
like, I remember it was cold outside, I remember there was
Like I said, I
snow on the ground.
remembered there was, because it was very light snow, like I said. It wasn't something that I had to wear boots in or anything.
When does the time change now? When did we go? March?
or April.
Is it March 15th?
Something like that.
So,
It was dark, because I had to pull, because I didn't even know where this house was. So I had to use Google
so what
Maps. I wanna
time of
say.
the day was it? I mean, if it was dark,
It was towards the
5:30.
evening.
So, afternoonish evening?
No. It was darker because I had to use the light on the car.
To see the fire pit or?
So I had to pull into the driveway and pull the light onto the fire pit, like. so-
Gotcha.
Okay, let's say this is the house, and if I'm coming that way, and I know I turned right, came down the street, it was right there, and I pulled into the driveway, the slant, and then it was just it wasn't a big fire pit, like, it was a tiny fire pit, it wasn't like, probably, those white cinder blocks, not cinder blocks, but the white flat rocks that people build?
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't big, it wasn't a big deep one,
A shallow one.
real, yeah. Like, I want to say there was like maybe 2 or 3 on top, and that was it. It wasn't even a complete one.
And what was the money packaged in? Didn't just leave it loose, did it have a rubber band around it, was it in a bag? Envelope? Was the envelope marked with like a bank or just like a plain white envelope?
Just a plain white one, I believe. It didn't have nobody's name, didn't have nothing on it. It was just up against, like in the fire pit again.
Oh, I hate watching stuff like this.
Think about all your communications with Kouri. You
Adam,
know,
can we
text
pause it for
messages
just one
dating-
moment?
Unless it's actually interesting.
Sure. Ms. Lewis, if you'd approach.
Okay. Oh, she's got a paper going up front. Oh, guys, Lady Raggeds was not being mean to me, by the way, and calling me gay. She was very happy that I could express my homosexual love for Viva, and that this is a safe space that's affirming. Emphasis on firm, if you know what I mean. Oh, wait, I can skip some of this.
I wouldn't even know how to.
Maybe in a cloud, maybe.
So whatever her objection was during
I
that
wouldn't
pause,
know how to
they
operate
lost.
that.
Okay.
Clearly.
Would it be in your phone? Is it your phone?
I have no idea.
Like,
You guys have all my phones, don't you?
like did you erase?
I mean, that's what I was told.
That's why I asked you about them being deleted, because
I don't know,
you
look
can see on your
at, I
phone.
mean, you guys.
Well, I think that's a fair question, Carmen, and we're getting down to the brass tacks of this, and so I feel like we owe it to you to kind of start talking to you about what we do know. What we do know is within a day or two after Eric dying, you got a new phone. Okay?
I think that's because that one died.
Possibly. We also know that there are texts between you and Kouri that were deleted. I get it, I delete them too. Again, we're not looking to put new charges on you, but we're getting down to that area. We're gonna need to be more open and honest with each other, because there's things that we're talking to you about that conflict with some evidence that we have to an extent. And again, I'm not here to beat you over the head with it. As a cooperating witness, that information is actually really good for you. And frankly, is now a good time to kind of talk to her about the conversation I had with Kay. So here's where it's at with McKay and your drug court, okay? They are looking for, and this is gonna be upsetting, but let me finish. They're looking to pull your drug court deal and ask for 7 years on your two first. 5 years for the one felony, and then a 40%.
We're going to ask for 7
portion
years.
For 7 years. The only exception
Just the 7, though,
to
don't
that,
worry.
and the only thing that they're willing to kind of help you out with is if you can help us out with this.
And by so, he means like, give us the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder.
Oh my God.
This is a serious case, Carmen. I'm not
that
trying
is way more of my.
I know, and listen,
Don't freak out, okay? Because this
Okay, so there's that's a big statement that the defense is going to focus on. We need evidence that will ensure that Kouri gets convicted of murder. The defense is going to try and paint this when they get to cross-examination. They're going to try and paint this as you were inducing her to lie. You were asking her to fabricate evidence, knowing that you just put pressure on her, saying that they're going to pull your drug deal, your drug court deal, and they're going to ask for 7 years unless you come up with this evidence. She's going to come up with some evidence. That's a good approach. It's one of the better approaches that they have at their disposal. It ain't going to work.
is a long process.
And this is a good thing. And this
We're
is
here to
good
help
news
you.
for you.
But see, this is a language problem. They have set up a scenario where she needs to produce something, but they didn't ask her to fabricate anything. What they told her is, this is your scenario. Here's your option. If you have this, we can deal, but we're not dealing on nothing. And you have to realize a couple things. One, drug addicts are usually recognized as liars anyway. Does this hurt her credibility more than her just being a drug addict in drug court? I don't know. But two, here's the thing. These guys investigating narcotics detectives, deal with deceptive liars all the time who are constantly trying to report someone, whatever. They want to snitch just enough to get out of their stuff, but they want to not give too much information. One, they don't want to give up their own plug or anybody related to it. Two, they don't really want to give any information that could get them killed. And three, they don't really like cops. So they just need to get out of their situation so they can get back to using or get back to the life that they were enjoying outside of jail, right? They deal with bullshitters all the time. Oh yeah, I got something, Lemon, I got something I can tell you, blah, blah, blah. Ends up being nothing. They've signed an immunity deal. This is the language of dealing with a bullshitter. It is. It does. Look for them asking her to fabricate. That goes beyond. But simply saying, this is what we need. If you don't have it, we don't deal, because they don't deal. They can't offer this person who's about to get a 7-year pull. They're gonna give her immunity off of this. They're gonna look the other way on these violations in drug court. They're gonna do all that for what? For information that doesn't lead to a conviction? No thanks. They need real stuff. This is we're putting it on the table. This is what we need. If you've got it, good, we can deal. If you don't, go home.
So there's one more consideration that McKay has. Do you need a minute?
No, go.
And this is kind of funny because
Of course they do it to separate
the
liars all the
second
time.
part is
They work with other
it
cops.
looks like you guys figured out
Yes.
how and when people were going to test, looking at your text messages, you and Bon Savage.
So you agree this is coercion? At this point, no, I don't agree this is coercion. Again, this is a firm negotiation with an unreliable other party. This is a break the bullshit statement. It could amount to coercion. Like it could, I need to see more of that intentional from their side. She could make a decision on her own to fabricate something to try and get the deal. That goes really wrong for her really fast if they find out she lies or fabricated the evidence. So, whatever. I don't see anything like specifically improperly coercive. A negotiated deal like this, though, is necessarily coercive. She had information that she wasn't going to give them. They're coercing her into giving it to them. People automatically assuming that means she's fabricating it. That's up to you. I haven't seen them ask for any fabrication. I've seen them ask for no nonsense.
And that's fucking awesome. I want to know how you did it. Are you tracking with me, what I'm saying?
I'm catching what you're throwing, believe me.
We need...
She's also retarded. Like, she doesn't know. She has trouble following basic things. You have to be firm and direct with people like this. But the best part is you, the members of the jury, get to decide.
We need hard details. There's no more
I'm going to do whatever because I have struggled so hard to get me where I'm at.
That's great motivation.
And I literally want to complete drug court and I want to move out of state. I want to leave all this behind.
Well, that's the only way you get
My
people out of
past.
your life.
Like, I don't want no ties with nobody. I want to change my phone number. Me and Troy were talking about it. Like, completion of drug court. My
Mr.
shit's
Las
packaged.
Vegas, Troy.
Don't call Yes. Yeah, I told him you call him that. He laughed. I said, you're known as Mr. Vegas.
I think that's what you need to do, Carmen.
I
think you
didn't,
need to
like, even my daughter's
get
on
out of
board.
here and start over.
And by the way, that's this is not suspicious behavior of someone who is genuinely looking to recover and get away from this type of activity. They often, you have to change, where you live. You have to change who you associate with. Sometimes this is court imposed. You can't associate with this person, this person, this person. You can't associate with known narcotics users or dealers or pushers. Sometimes that's court imposed. Other times, that's what people need for themselves to get out. She seems like she wants to get out. She had a relapse. It's pretty harsh saying you had a relapse 7 years, but that's the system that's there. So this is a ticket out. It is motivation to lie, but it's also motivation to just divulge information that you have.
And he's an amazing person. Like, I've never had someone that came in my life. Like,
That's a good thing.
I'm willing, like, day of graduation, I want
Leave the
to be
state,
gone.
she's one step ahead of Nick.
I want to leave Heidi's house,
I would love to
no
get out of
talking
my version of
We
drug
have some
court
rules here.
and leave the
And
state.
that's why I
would
said,
love to.
I no longer want to work for the Kouris. Doreen Kouri. I don't want, I want to do what I can help do, what needs to be done to fix this.
Well, I feel like that as you were telling us that, you know, there was some talk about, can you get what MJ had, and it was kind of very superficial. Can you retell that story with all the detail you can remember?
I really can't, like, I don't even know if it was, because like I said, I can barely remember some of it because it was so long ago.
Psych soap. I often use the word retarded as an insulting moniker. In this case, I mean it clinically. She is functionally illiterate, if not completely illiterate. She has low IQ, and she seems to have mental impairments from her time using drugs. So I'm using it in the clinical sense. Also insulting.
But I want to say it was the Michael Jackson, and like I said,
So tell me how that conversation would be structured. She sends you a text, and she tells
Succinct.
you.
I want to say maybe
Like-
she did say that.
She says, "Can you get?"
She said it first to Michael Jackson, and that I know because
And so tell me
It
how
was
that
for
was
me. It's all for me.
Because I didn't know Michael Jackson died of.
I didn't know he did either. Like I said,
I knew it was a
Googled
drug overdose, but like not specifically fentanyl.
Was it?
He didn't say. I just looked it up.
Look it up because I'm curious too. But
So the thought was insinuated that she wanted you to get something that somebody could die from.
I know one thing, that when we got one, it wasn't dark enough. I don't even know how fentanyl really goes.
So there was a couple of, there was
There was
several
one. There
transactions.
was one.
Okay, now we're getting somewhere.
I can see it in your face.
Several transactions.
So I wanted, it's so confusing, but okay. So I want to say when she asked, but like I said, I can't remember when you think.
We'll give you all the time in the world that you need to think and remember, Carmen, but
it's
I just
so
want you,
far,
I
like-
want you to know that if you're gonna work with us here, in
It
order
would
for you
be
to
so
be
easier if you
credible.
had like pieces that we can, like blueprint.
You're
lay
the
out.
biggest piece.
I don't want to be that big piece.
Well, the good
Diet
news
then.
is that big piece helps you out
And
tremendously.
that's what, like I said,
You hold all the
I
cards.
love Eric.
at
He
this
was a
point.
damn good dude and he didn't deserve it. It was done intentionally, he did not deserve it.
We believe you, and that's why we're here working on what your get out of jail free card looks like, based on this information. That there's 3 little boys that don't have a dad. There's a family that doesn't have a brother. You know,
Oh, and I get
don't know
that.
what Corey's at with the deal, but
But like you guys said, she's living her life right now and that's everybody else is fucking suffering. Like them.
If she isn't at least 2 standard deviations below the mean, she is certainly within the margin of error. The funny part is she doesn't know what any of that means.
that's
Them
what
little
it
boys
appears.
love their daddy.
I'm sure they did.
I mean, I've seen it. Eric was that was his pride possession. Them boys were his everything. And people complain about he was gone all the time or he worked so much, but you know what? At the end of the night, when he come in, them boys were there. And he was, like I said, that it weighed heavy on me.
What? So we need to start getting this on paper. What's going to happen tomorrow with your OSC hearing? You're going to appear for it. McKay's just going to say that he's not prepared to speak to it to get us a day or 2.
Okay.
So we're going to come back tomorrow.
Okay, we get it cleared up this week.
I think we can get it cleared up as far as our end of it as quickly as we can get a timeline down. I know this is exhausting. I'm concerned about sending paperwork back with you in your cell because then everybody's going to be like, what's that? What's
Yeah,
that?
can you guys just write it and I sign it?
Oh, no, that doesn't work that way. You know what I'm saying? Because this is going to have to be your testimony.
Do I have to go to court? Well, that's what I just don't want to do.
So that's interesting. We now contextualize one of the, what I considered one of the more problematic statements, which was this talk about having them write it. She doesn't want to be writing out a snitch statement in her cell. That makes a lot more sense. That discussion about having them write the document, again, going along with also her being basically illiterate, not doing that in her jail cell, like your fucking snitch card? Okay, you're not out yet.
Detective, there's several references in that video to McKay. Who is McKay?
McKay King is a prosecutor with the Wasatch County Attorney's Office.
And he was the prosecutor of the drug court?
I believe so. He's the prosecutor that we talked to and dealt with.
Talked to in terms of getting immunity.
Correct.
There's one more statement that defense counsel picked out. That was that Detective Maynard said, the goal is to convict Kouri of aggravated murder. Do you recall the context for that statement?
Yes. Detective Maynard was speaking with Carmen about the possibility of having to appear before a grand jury. And he again was explaining to her that process and how that works and the details that they needed for that court hearing as well as an investigation, and he was trying to convey to her the level of detail that they needed.
Scott, can I get Exhibit 8-62 Delta Romeo, please?
Delta Romeo? Guys, sometimes like people ask genuine questions or have genuine things, but like it just blows me away because I don't get it. So I'd mentioned Runkle's post and then I responded consciousness of guilt, right? And someone just says, how does it go to consciousness of guilt? It's like she wrote a book about grief for her sons after murdering their father. Like it's just like am I lost here? I'm not sure. Maybe I need to be holding an adult's hand because to me that's quintessential consciousness of guilt. Like that's what it's about. It's oh my God, I did kill their dad. Maybe I should help them through this type thing. Whew. Goodness gracious. How do I see? I just want to see if Runkle has seen it yet. He didn't respond to me. No, he hasn't. Well, he didn't like it, and he didn't respond. So I think that means he's racist.
Is this an accurate depiction of the May 12th, 2023 interview?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to publish 8-62DR.
Previous objections, Your Honor, that have been ruled on.
Okay. States 8-62DR is admitted and published.
And this is serious shit, but that's more up the chain serious shit. Like to the highest extreme, I think.
Well, but here's the thing, you've cooperated. At the end of the day, everybody is on the same page with, the goal is to convict Kouri for an aggravated murder. These parallel drug investigations, those aren't a priority.
Right.
That shit goes on every day, everywhere. That's not what we're here for.
Right. I was just lost thinking though, that made it.
Well, that's why I had to clear this up, because I'm not gonna, like, give you an empty promise that
Right.
if it's bullshit, I'm not gonna say it.
So do I have to go down there Wednesday?
So yes, that's something totally different than all of this. That is basically formalizing your testimony. This is street cop level in an interview room, right? That's where it's formalized in the grand jury.
But then they can't come back on me, right?
No, they're not.
I see Runkle disagrees with me.
Detective, did you arrest Kouri Richins on May the 8th, 2023 pursuant to an arrest warrant?
Yes, I did.
That same day, did detectives execute a search warrant on the Willow Court home?
Yes, the Richins home.
Were Kouri Richins and her sons living at the home at that time?
They were living there, but we planned the execution of our search warrant intentionally to avoid the boys being home, so we waited till after they went to school.
When detectives executed that warrant, did they recover an orange notebook from a nightstand in the master bedroom on Kouri Richins' side of the bed?
Yes.
Scott Exhibit 2-66, please. You just scroll through that real quick.
Your Honor, can I speak to Mr. Bloodworth for a moment?
So, like, Runkle can disagree with me, obviously. I don't care about that. To be clear, the state introduced the book specifically for consciousness of guilt. Like, that's why they did it. That is the state's theory of the book. So, if someone disagrees with...
Thank you, Your Honor.
with me about it or whatever, they disagree with the state, that's fine. Lawyers disagree all the time. Doesn't bother me. But I just want to, like, it's not like this is my harebrained theory.
Detective, is this an
that the
accurate
book is
depiction of a
consciousness
portion
of guilt?
of that
That's
orange
also the
notebook?
state's theory.
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-66R.
We renew all our previous objections that have been ruled on by the court already, Your Honor.
Understood. 2-66R is admitted and published.
Is this the walk the dog letter? Thursday, March 3rd, 2022. This is like a journal entry. If this is the walk the dog letter, I'm told this is it for her. The day started out as a typical day. Ashton had a dentist appointment that morning to get a filling put in for his cavity. After the dentist, we headed back home so Ashton could stay home with Weston. A Bailey? So he could stay home with Weston Bailey. I don't know what that means. While I went to do my weekly volunteering at the school. That afternoon evening, I made dinner. We all ate as usual and ended the night like any other evening. Around 8:30, I read the kids' books, and about 9 o'clock, they climbed into bed. Eric had been on his phone most of the evening in a texting war with a hunting guide from Mexico and a few other people trying to get his horns back to the U.S. It's not the walk the dog letter. Okay, cool. That letter literally has walk the dog in big letters at the top of it. Okay, cool. Thanks. Now I know what to look for. Let's see. Around 9 o'clock, 9:15, he was screaming mad at these guys and threw his phone at the point he said, "Let's go have a celebration drink." Wait, what? He's screaming mad and threw his phone. "Let's go have a celebration drink." The following day, I was closing on a huge investment home in Midway. I had been working on this deal for 4 months, and closing day was finally here. and Eric and I were going to toast for the closing. We went in the kitchen and both started grabbing ingredients for Moscow Mule. Here's the Moscow Mule. That little minx, Wendy. There's nothing about the Moscow Mule in evidence. There's nothing about it being publicly done. They've never claimed it as their theory of the case. Okay, Moscow Mule, prepared by... We both started grabbing ingredients for Moscow Mule and lemon drop shot. He was going on and on. I'm going to proceed. Going on and on about these guys in Mexico and was so mad about the entire situation. We finished talking, made our way back to our room and brushed our teeth. As we both climbed into bed, we could hear Ashton moaning and tossing and turning. He was having nightmares again. I told Eric I would go to sleep with him and try to calm him down. We kissed. It's blurred out. I didn't even know how to pronounce. I don't know how to pronounce a squiggled out L. Said I love you and good night. And I went to Ashton's room and laid with him. 30 minutes later, I could hear Eric snoring, and I finally fell asleep. It doesn't even say if they drank the Moscow Mules. March 4th. Don't journal if you're a murderer. Oh, you like that impression of Wendy? March 4th, 3:20 a.m. I woke up from sleeping with Ashton and went to crawl, went to crawl back to my bed. It was dark and awkwardly quiet. It was quiet. I don't know why she has an extra E on quiet. It's that Utah education. Eric snars. She left out the E in snores. She put it on quiet and she borrowed it from snores. This is wrong. Eric snores more times than not, so I thought it was weird. I didn't hear anything. I crawled into bed and went on Eric's side of the bed. She doesn't know about apostrophe S. She hasn't gotten to that level of English yet. And put my arm over him. He was cold, very cold, so I pulled the blanket. There's no comma. So I pulled the blanket up on him, but his body just felt so strange to me. It was heavy, is the only word I can think to describe. I think she's a murderer just because of how she wrote this. I can think to describe it, so I nudged him and said, Eric, nothing. I kept nudging him and just remember the stiffness of his body. I jumped out of bed and ran and turned the lights on. He was pale, yellow, mouth open, and something came over me. An urge came over me that this wasn't. An urge is a weird word to use there. An urge came over me that this wasn't.
Detectives of Driscoll, all those idiots. You're Blair.
Wait, what? No, he jumped way ahead.
What in the hell? Oh my god, they are nuts. And
Freaking frick. Hold on. Okay, I think this is roughly where it was. There, finally. I don't know what happened there. It just decided to move me to the end. Fun Size says, Ricada Law, to me, the writing of the book could just be how she copes and for her to help the boys to cope too. Yeah, 100% it could be that. 100% it could be that. It also could be how she deals with the guilt of what she did, how she tries to cover up what she did. Ari in the locals chat pointed out it's consciousness of guilt, not conscience of guilt. And I often think of it as conscience of guilt, like, but it's just consciousness of guilt. I did a thing. Fleeing a scene, deleting text messages, hiding evidence, throwing away a phone in the lake, for example. Like, if you know you did something wrong that involved your phone and you accidentally drop it in the lake right before getting arrested, for example. Things like that. You do something because you're conscious of your guilt of the thing you did. So you do something else to try and mitigate that. Writing a book about grief for your boys is something you might do if you genuinely wanted to help them. So it can also be interpreted as a deceptive thing to do to throw them off the scent. Why would I write this consciousness of guilt? Why would I write this book about grief and loss if I killed him and I wanted him dead? Right? No, they'll think I feel bad. Or they'll think I miss him. They'll think I'm grieving. They'll think I'm trying to help my sons who are distraught. Like, this is the normal thing to do, to become a children's book publisher when I've never done anything of the sort at all. And the context of this always matters. Consciousness of guilt is always contextualized. And it's argumentative. Like it necessarily. This is why she did this. Kouri is not a published, it's not like she's a therapist, a counselor, a child psychologist, or a book publisher. Like she doesn't do any of these things. This is new. This is different than normal, but it is something that people might do. It's just not something that seems like something that she would do. Plus her focus on the money over it was pretty funny. And that contextualizing, again, I'm going to make 500, I want to sell 100,000 of these things. We're go on this book. I want to make $500,000 is what she's communicating. So, and then I want to do another book that's even bigger. Yeah, she wrote a book. It's about the boys or whatever. I want to sell 100,000 copies. I'm on a media tour. Let's go. It kind of doesn't look like she did it to help process and cope and grieve. It kind of looks like that's her beard. Whoops. Sorry. So the urge that something wasn't good. I grabbed my phone and called 911. I ran up to Eric. I'm not going to read all of this stuff, like that list of days that all of her activity. I ran up to Eric to see if he was breathing or had a pulse, but he didn't. Panic had sunk in as I was talking. That's the most passive sentence you could write. The two be verbs were on discount. As I was talking to dispatch, she had me pull Eric to the floor to do CPR. As much as I didn't want him basically falling on the ground, I pulled him as hard as I could to get him down and began CPR compressions until the EMT arrived. That didn't seem to actually happen on the phone call. That seems false. They immediately took over, getting out their fibrillator. And that's a fibrillator. Someone's going to have to come in with a defibrillator later and defibrillate what they're fibrillating. and started compressions. The worst part of it all was when they were pumping his lungs and blood went everywhere. Looks like every whore. Everywhere. His life on replay in my head. And his it says it's like on replay in my head, and it won't go away. I think that's supposed to be won't, but that looks like an A and there's no apostrophe. I began screaming at the EMTs that they weren't, she doesn't believe in apostrophes at all, actually, I'm noticing. Weren't doing it right. He shouldn't be bleeding. How would I really know what is right and what is wrong? I have no idea. I screamed, cried, and just sat in the corner of the room by my dresser, rocking back and forth, hoping and praying this was a dream, fading in and out of the moment, hoping to go back to the night before, where we were laughing, kissing, and saying goodnight. The EMT finally asked me to leave the room. He could see I was visibly, God! You have to go back. You have to go all the way back to 7th grade. See, I was visibly upset and couldn't function. He took me to the living room. No wonder she hired a ghostwriter, by the way, and had me sit down. We've got to read her crappy children's book and see how awful that is. I couldn't. I paced back and forth until an officer came out and asked if. There was someone I would like to call. I called my mom back to back until she finally picked up. I told her to come quick. That's what I always say. The ambulance was here. Something is wrong with Eric. I was upset and crying still. I hung up and still paced back and forth until I finally just dropped to my knees praying this wasn't happening. At that point, the head EMT walked in to tell me he didn't make it. We did all we could do. I lost it! Exclamation point. I immediately ran to the bathroom and began throwing up. During all of this, my kids had woken up and I had quickly yelled for them to stay in their room. They knew something was up. They saw the ambulances and cop cars for what had seemed hours at this point. I'm sorry, I got to take a break. I cannot imagine journaling. Like, this had to be for like therapy, right? I cannot imagine journaling the night of my spouse's death. Like that. Lady Rackets, if you predecease me, I'm not journaling that shit. You can't make me. And I'd quickly yelled for them to stay in their room. They knew something was up. They saw the ambulances and cop cars for what had seemed hours at this point. I could feel their fear through the walls, but yet didn't have the courage to dare see them or talk to them at this point. Oh my God. Really makes you appreciate the stellar writing in 50 Shades of Grey. I was curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. I could tell she. $99 God. I don't currently have a locals promo code, but I'll think about it. I can maybe make one for tomorrow. Let's see. I was curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. I could tell she had no words and just rubbed my back. She already knew he was gone. The EMT told her. I was distraught. So was she. We couldn't even speak. She just started to say what happened. But I had no answer for, I have no idea. We said. That's a really weird, okay. I'm not going to get too deep into the woods on this. Maybe this letter deserves its own video, but there's a style change that happens here. And it's really like, I don't know if she gets tired of writing it or what. Or she didn't have emotions and she didn't know what to say, but she had all of that emotion, all of this descriptive language, and then look at how curt everything gets. And I don't mean fat. I was curled up around the toilet when my mom walked in with the EMT lady. I could tell she had no words and just rubbed my back. She already knew he was gone. That's the change right there. She already knew he was gone. The EMT told her. 4-word sentence. I was distraught. So was she. 3 words. We couldn't even speak. 4 words. She just started to say what happened. What happened? That's a little bit more of a sentence. But I had no answer for her. I had no idea. We said, writing style completely changed right there. That's suspect to me. I love you, good night. We just said, I love you, good night. I went and slept with Ashton and that was it. It just didn't make any sense. I told them, EMTs, I needed to call my father-in-law. They found my phone for me and I did. I just said something was wrong with Eric. He needed to come over quick. I told him the ambulance was here, but he wasn't breathing. The odd thing about when I had called Gene is it was about 3:45 to 4 a.m. by this time, and he had sounded so perky on the hello when he answered, almost like he was expecting my call. It was very strange. Oh, you bitch. You bitch. She said, I didn't see that coming. That twist was M. Night Shyamalan level. And it was really weird. His dad's a rancher. His dad's a rancher who's aging. His dad probably goes to bed at 2 a.m. and wakes up at 2:15, right? Like fully rested. Mrs. Domestic, my 14-year-old son died. Oh my God. October 4th of 2023. Whew. That's tough, girl. And I haven't or wouldn't ever write down every part of what happened second by second. Feels like a rehearsal. Whoa, I was not expecting that, Mrs. Domestic. I am so sorry to hear that. Whoa. Okay, I'm not going to read, just pausing for one more second. I'm not going to read through her, like what she did on all these days right now. It might be worth going through these, like doing a separate video on the letters or on this writing here.
Search warrant. Detective O'Driscoll detectives also execute a search warrant at the Willow Court home on November the 7th, 2024.
Yes.
Scott, Exhibit 2-65, please. Is this an accurate depiction of a document recovered from the kitchen cabinet of the home pursuant to that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-65.
No objection.
2-65 is admitted.
Fighting with Mexican, drink in bed. He drank half. Okay, so there we have, at least it's implied that the Moscow Mule, that they were, Moscow Mule with a lemon drop shot as well. Drink in bed. He drank half. Brush his teeth. Those two drink, like, that's a Mormon blackout right there. Moscow Mules, lemon water vodka. Drink around 9 p.m. in bed around 9:30. I laid down instant. Heard Ashton went in and came back at 3.
Did Kouri and Eric Richins exchange text messages regarding the Midway Mansion?
Yes. I believe those were located on Eric's phone.
Scott, Exhibit 2-17D, please.
No, I don't think anybody thinks you're trying to be a downer. Thank you for sharing.
January 5th.
Oh, right when I skipped.
Is this an accurate depiction of a January 5th, 2022 text exchange between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, and the green bubbles are Eric, and the blue bubbles are Miss Richins.
Anna, can we have just one moment, please?
I'm going to see. One thing I have wanted to do on these trials, and I never get around to doing it because I'm lazy. I'm going to see about compiling the documents on, I think like on either locals. I don't know exactly. I don't want to just do it to Google Drive and have a bunch of people trying to access it because I think there's access limits. But maybe I'll create a separate one. I don't know. Doesn't matter. I'm going to see about getting all the case files, everything that's publicly available for these cases, and having them available for the members to easily access, you know. So I'm going to try and get that set up. Trying to do things like, you know, improving my workflow and adding value in places that I know I should. I just, when I first thought of this stuff and when I was first, you know, doing this trial streaming, things weren't always so stable off stream, and like I was kind of scrambling and behind the 8 ball. What? That's not a cocaine thing, because I'm talking about before that. Before that, I was just always trying to play catch up, and so you know, there are ideas of doing things that I just never got around to. So I'm going to try and have that available, and maybe we can, you know, make this stuff useful. Teams, a Teams room, or a Discord.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Uh, 2-17D is admitted.
The last person who helped me with Discord went insane and has never been heard from again. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We had some very polite disagreements. He's a good dude. There's a guy down here that is going to buy the sheep tag from Todd next year, and he tried to get the tag for me today and said I was crazy for not shooting this ram we saw. He wasn't even that big. The guy or the ram? How much money you got, bro? I'll sell it for $15K. Hey, while you're sitting there doing nothing, need your opinions. I know this might change with what Jeff said. But for now, I have to put together an analysis for Matt, which is what I'm doing now because he has an investor that is thinking he will come in at the full 2.9. I need estimated costs in the following. A bunch of bullshit. Add up to 4 million. He knows these are guesses, but wants a breakdown. Ryan, the editor, is still alive. He is on and off fired. So this is about valuing the Midway that she's looking for funding on. It's my bedtime. I need to have this done tonight. He has a meeting with him tomorrow. I think it will come out to about 6 million. Oh my God, never mind. Never mind. To fix all the rotted plywood and everything else, $125K, exterior work $650K, HVAC $200K, plumbing $200K, electrical $200K, flooring $250K. These are just numbers. Painting $150,000 of paint. Sheetrock $150K. Well, that seems high even for that house. Pool $300,000. Miscellaneous climbing wall, basketball court, golf simulators $600K. Tile $125K. Cabinets $150K. I'm not a house flipper. I'm not any of this. You're going to tell me you've got 150 grand in painting and 150 grand in cabinets. If you have 150 grand in painting, you've got $300,000 in cabinets. What are you talking about? Easily. Holy shit. That house is huge. You do a kitchen in a house that size, you're talking about $70,000 in cabinets alone. She's just making this up. Light fixtures $50K, finish work $200K, landscaping and driveway and pulling the sewer and electrical $750K. Not on that property. Oh my God. That driveway is going to cost $200 of that. Not sure what that adds up to. It's my best guess. She expected to sell this property for $12 million, allegedly. Remember, so like, go to bed. Love you. Yeah, divining rod. I install cabinets in Sedona. They cost $350K. Love you. Good night. Add $250K more in the driveway and landscape. So I said that there's no way. Her estimates are, and I'm not like, I have lawyer knowledge of everything on the planet. Dangerous enough to ask questions, but I can also sniff out some bullshit. If I need to know something, I know where to start researching. That's about it. But like, even I could, like, these estimates are completely wrong. 4.45 million, still not bad. All in 7.35, sell for 14 million to be safe. Yeah, but I bet I'm low on a bunch of things. And remember how we don't have something this project. Oh, we don't have time to do this project. cabinets in a house next to Barbara Streisand were 1.1 million. I mean, it really depends, right? Like, you can get nice luxury cabinets. It costs a lot, but they're kind of straightforward. They have just a basic aesthetic. You can also get, you know, hand-carved, custom-designed, like filigreed cabinets with exotic woods and stuff like that. They skyrocket the price. You can do whatever you want. That's fine. He says he knows it's a guess for now. No, we're not doing it, but Matt doesn't finance anything without an analysis to give his investors. They want some sort of numbers. Attachments. I'm telling you, nice luxury custom cabinets and a giant kitchen is like $200K max. But she wasn't doing the kitchen. She's doing the whole house. Whole house. And that does anybody know, hold on. What's the square footage? It's the finished square footage of Midway Mansion in Kouri Richins trial. It's a 20,000 square foot house. The main mansion, 20,000 square foot. 8 bedrooms, 11 to 12 bathrooms. All of those bathrooms are going to have cabinet work. Indoor volleyball court, golf simulator room, exercise room, therapy pool, plus a full pool, space for VR entertainment rooms, a 9-car garage. That 9-car garage is going to have $100,000 in cabinets in it.
Scott 2-37D, please.
Joey Meatballs. I worked on a $30 million house whose kitchen cabinets were tiger maple cabinets from IKEA. And the cabinets and matching built-ins throughout were over $1 million. $200K in cabinets for the whole house, including kitchen, bath, and gym and basement would be reasonable. It'd be a steal. It would be an absolute steal. I think doing the cabinets in my house, like if my house were completely gutted and you had to do the cabinets, I mean, I think you'd be pushing $200,000 today, not when it was built.
Detective, is this an accurate
Maybe-
depiction of a
maybe
March
125.
2nd, 2022 text message between Kouri and Eric Richins?
Yes, that's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-37D.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
2-37D is admitted.
For reference, my house is about 5,000 square feet and probably about $700,000 value. A ton of that, that's because houses are sold based on square footage and stuff. The cabinets would have been installed when it was built back in 1990. If you luxury appointed cabinetry in my house as if it were cabinetry in a $12 million mansion, like, it's going to cost a fortune. Celebratory shot tonight. To do the final paperwork this morning because everybody's funding tomorrow. We already saw this one. No, we don't have a classic family sitcom build. It was a custom home. It's pretty cool.
I want to turn now to some other text
I mean, it's a
messages.
dream property. I don't mean to undersell it.
R, please.
It's so fucking pretty. It's one of the only things that I like about Minnesota. But no, it does not have that family sitcom build, like, you know, the two uniform floors, like front facing, 7 windows over and a door in the middle. It doesn't look like that.
Is this an accurate depiction of a May 24th, 2023 text message between Kouri Richins?
I wouldn't normally talk about it, but I've been doxxed so thoroughly by the state, thanks, that it, you know, like, people could go look it up.
Richins and her brother, DJ Kouri?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-71R.
No objection.
2-71R is admitted and published.
700K value has to be as of like 10 years ago. No, I bought it for, I think I bought it for $650. And that was, I mean, that was 7 years ago. So, I mean, I'm sure it's probably more. No, I did not build my house. Here we go. Message text. Did Eric ever talk about suicide? Not suicide specifically. He would always say things like, if anything ever happened to me, you guys will be set for life. Like when he would go hunting or snowmobiling, that kind of thing.
Thanks, Scott. Can I get 2-72R?
Darby, we're on 8 acres, but most of it is...
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a May 23rd?
Most of that's not really accessible.
3 text
Wooded plus
exchange between
a
Kouri
slough.
Kouri Richins and her mother, Lisa Darden.
Great for hunting.
The date I'm seeing is May 31st.
Sorry, May 31st.
But yes, between Miss Richins and Lisa Darden.
Aquatic Nomad, why you're so tired of YouTube? What do you mean?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 5-72R.
Yeah, Bentigel. Most people aren't
No objection.
flipping properties
5-72R
with a $4 million buy-in and a $14 million sell.
5 or 2, I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. Hayden, who's that? The guy who worked for us? Yes, that's weird about what? I hardly even know him. I helped him do a business license and get insurance one time. Another one wanting their 15 minutes of fame. Oh, God.
Sorry, 2.
2-72R, yes.
Am I allowed to hunt with bow and arrow? Yes. Bow and arrow, I believe, I think crossbow also. Minnesota changed the rules. You used to have a disability to hunt with a crossbow, but now you don't have to. Eight acres contiguous around me that would cost $100 million at least. Yeah, but I don't live where you live.
Turn out to some.
Out here, 8 acres is it's nice, but they're much bigger properties around too.
Phone calls. Scott,
Out in
can
the
I
middle
get
of nowhere.
2-76 and 2-76T?
This is an interesting question. Could you black powder too? Black powder guns are not technically firearms under the NFA, but I may be restricted from possessing them still. I don't want to be the test case on it.
1 second, detective.
Have you seen
The
Nick's
detective
shoulders?
can see 2-76T.
Your Honor, 2-76 on the left side is an audio recording, so there's nothing to see.
Okay.
Is this an accurate transcription and audio recording?
Yeah, Aquatic, I agree that
August
she won't hear this forever. That journal's brutal.
2023 phone call between Kouri Richins And Lisa Darden?
The transcript is, does represent that, yes. I don't have the audio recording, but the transcript is accurate.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit and publish 2-76 and 2-76T.
If we could just have the instruction on the other speaker.
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
During this
I gotta hit the bathroom real quick. Don't go anywhere. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm back, baby.
Phone conversation, you will hear the voice of Kouri Richins. You also hear the voice of people that are not Kouri Richins. You can consider and accept the statements made by Kouri Richins for their truth or for any purpose. The people that are not Kouri Richins, you cannot consider their statements for the truth of what they say. You can only consider their statements for the effect they had upon the listener, Kouri Richins. 2-76 and 2-76T are...
Meg Shells, I can read. I can read. And I can hear
Pick up
you.
the sandwiches from the diner. Are you asking me that? Yes. Oh, I did. I thought so. Okay, that's enough of that. Ronnie said, no, no. I said, Ronnie, yes. And there was something about a love letter put on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. I said, I don't think so, Ronnie. I never heard that. I said, I believe they were eating in the office. Yeah, supposedly you put a love letter on the seat of his truck with the sandwiches. No. Yeah, exactly. In the office? Yeah. So it's just bullshit. Yeah. He became deathly ill. False.
Bailey was there.
Jamie Salamita. I still don't see any actual evidence she killed him. Am I the only one who's thinking this is not guilty if I'm on the jury? You're not the only one. But I'm the only one who would walk across a fire for you. Like if you needed help or something. No, you're not the only one. Lots of people have expressed that they don't believe the state has made the case yet.
Like, and that's what I put. Yep. That's what I put.
God, they can come up with some wild shit. I told DJ, I was like, what do these people do? Just sit around a damn table and see who can come up with the craziest fucking story?
Well, you know,
that makes sense to them.
Yeah.
So they're saying I put a love note on a poisoned sandwich and put it in his car? What the hell?
Yes. Yes.
God, what kind of psycho? Like, here's a poisoned sandwich I gave for you, and here's a love note. On Valentine's Day.
You can't send pictures
Like,
on
what the
X?
fuck?
What? Wait, why?
Huh?
On the seat of his truck is what it said.
What in the hell? Oh my God, they are nuts. And they're gonna feel so stupid, and that's the thing, I feel like all of America, really. When people get up to actually testify and say, no, that is a lie, that did not happen. I was there. You can't compete with somebody who was actually there on your belief.
Oh, you can.
Right.
You know, so...
One might be a liar.
You know, and the stupid part is the freaking detectives, those Driscoll, all those idiots, they know this. When they were at my house, I told them this.
But there again, when you have...
through anyway? And I almost wonder if they didn't tell the prosecutor.
So they're saying it was on, they're saying just a few days later, Valentine's Day, Kouri made Eric a sandwich and placed it on the seat of his truck along with the supposed love note.
Oh my gosh, what the hell?
And then the next question is, when Eric ate the sandwich, he immediately broke out in hives, had trouble breathing. He later told his friend he thought Kouri tried to poison him.
So I assume that's Kouri's mom that she's talking to. Look at this.
So fucking fat.
Look at this shit. Ah! I got it. Caught you napping. Caught you napping, bitch. Yeah, Eric's sister. Oh, her Terminator eyes just opened.
Sad that you would go to this lie. And Austin was right. I did go back and look where they do start with, I believe. Well, I'm going to have a whole bunch of I believe today when Rick calls me.
Well, exactly. And that's what I was like, well, if you believe, then I believe this.
Yes. Exactly.
Oh my gosh, they're ridiculous.
So Ronnie said, when are you calling him? And I said, I'm not.
Guys, Lady Raggeds wants a crossbow. Do you know how painful that Moscow Mule is going to be for me to drink? Crossbow quiver or quarrels in it, or whatever they're called, the bolts.
He's supposed to call me today. I said, and then I want my questions. answered. I believe.
Oh, look, it's the local PTA meeting. After they met for book club and read the Scarlet Letter again.
I believe. I'll show you, I believe. And he just sent me a text and asked me when I'm free today. But just sure as I say, go ahead and call. Ronnie's going to call back and we're not done.
Scott, can I please get 2-77 and 2-77T?
Melissa Etheridge tribute band. I'm in. I'm a lesbian. I can do it.
Detective, is this inaccurate?
Chris Bookhammer, can you email me about that?
Depiction of a transcript of a second August 22nd, 2023 phone call between Kouri Richins and this time her brother, Ronnie, regarding Valentine's Day 2022.
Could Scott scroll through a couple of the pages just so I can verify?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I do read
Statements
my
to
emails.
admit and publish 2-77 and 2-77T.
In batches.
Your Honor, but no objection.
As with the last audio recording and transcript, you may consider Kouri Richins' half of this conversation for the truth of the matter. You may not consider the statements made by people that are not Kouri Richins for the truth of the matter of what they say. You may only consider those people's statements for the effect they had upon Kouri Richins as the listener. The 2-77 and 2-77T are admitted.
Erica's sandwich and put a love note on it, and the sandwich was poison.
Oh my God, I know. Like, no, the fuck, that did not happen. I was like, nope, that didn't happen. Here's what happened. Nanny can testify. That's not, who fucking lived there. That's
Yeah,
not
that
what
works,
happened.
Chris Bookhammer.
Like, that's not at all what happened. Where the fuck are you getting this bullshit?
Yeah, and like I even like have
No!
like my bank statement and stuff showing that I bought lunch at Mirror Lake. Like I didn't make any fucking.
Yeah, I know. I was like, no. I was like, nope. These sandwiches are bought from a restaurant from a diner up the road. Receipts to prove it. This shit didn't happen. They're working in the office, and Nanny's there to testify that all of this is true, and everything they just said is complete horseshit.
Detective, are you familiar with what is known as the walk the dog letter?
Yes, I am.
Oh no!
Scott, Exhibit 2-86R, please. If you could scroll through that for the detective.
Her mom's past was mentioned. She had a lover who died. She collected insurance on him, something like that.
Detective, is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden written on either September 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th, 2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions?
Pause for 1 moment.
Your Honor, I object. I think there needs to be a foundation laid of if whether or not it's to her mother.
Please approach.
I don't know anything about the walk the dog letter. Everybody's been telling me, like, this is the thing, this is the juice. We'll see if it's worth the squeeze. Okay. I don't know if I'm going to
Detective O'Driscoll.
get through all this before I
Okay,
have to go.
please.
Is this an accurate depiction of a 6-page letter to Lisa Darden, written on either September the 12th or 13th, 2023, that investigators recovered on September the 14th.
Just so we're clear, before we get into this, just for a second, defense has been getting annihilated on every procedural motion in the courtroom today. They may have gotten like 2 objections, and one of them didn't matter. It was objection to narrative. So you just had to ask, and then what happened? And then you just got to keep going. So that was a complete waste. The other objection that she won was immediately lost when Bloodborne or whatever, Bloodsworth, when he went and made his argument because the objection was incorrect. They are getting their booties pressure cooked harder than a sausage patty in the Mueller house. It's not good. Not good for the defense. Their courtroom arguments today. I saw some guy, and I've seen him like juicing the defense for the past couple days on Twitter, and he was talking about how this all came down to that motion practice that happened earlier on in the day with the housekeeper, and how like Wendy's great representation yesterday led to this good result today. That was worthless. That was like a worthless endeavor for what they ended up getting. What they ended up getting were a couple statements, and then the playing of the interview, which I think probably helped the state at least an equal amount to hurting the state, if at all. Everything else, they have gotten spanked. And some of these things they probably could win with any prep or any courtroom awareness or just a good argument.
2023, from a book that was among Kouri Richins' personal possessions.
This is that letter. It has redactions, but yes, this is that letter.
Your Honor, the state moves to admit.
Chris book camera, I'm sending it in the chat.
Publish.
But it's just Ricada Law at ricada.org.
Just renew the previous objections the court's already ruled upon.
Okay. 2-86R is admitted and published.
Detective O'Driscoll, can you please, starting at the top where it says page 1, read this letter aloud?
Page 1, walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember. Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie.
Wait, what? Page 1, walk the dog, but take vague notes so you remember.
Here is what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. Upon information and belief, just like they say, a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were chatting about Eric's Mexico trips. Eric told Ronnie he gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico from the workers at the ranch. Not to tell me because I would get mad, because I always said he just gets high every night and won't help take care of the kids. There are pictures in my phone of Eric passed out on the floor or in the chair. Ronnie should have texts from Eric talking about getting high as well. Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work truck, so I wouldn't find them. Ronnie never told me about the conversation. Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some. Eric never wanted anyone to know he had an issue, especially get caught.
I'm sorry. She wrote especially with a C. ECSPECIALLY. Just I have to stop and make fun of that. It's embarrassing.
He always wanted Kouri to go down for him. When they traveled, Eric would put his drugs in Kouri's bag at the airlines right before they boarded. That was
So who wrote this? The mom?
way if they were caught, Kouri got in trouble, not him. Once they got to wherever they were going, Eric would pull the drugs out of her bag and it would cause a huge fight. She was pissed he would risk her going to jail for his drug use. He just would laugh about it. Eric couldn't ruin his image that he had drug issues, so he would do whatever he had to. Kouri has never done any type of pills, didn't like them. Rarely would she consume THC, only if Eric begged her because it was a special occasion.
So Kouri wrote this, but she wrote it in the third person. I mean, it's her handwriting and her grammar and her spelling. Like, I get it. This is weird, though. So is this basically the story that Ronnie needs to tell, is kind of what it sounds like?
Reword this however he needs to make the point. Just include it all. The connection has to be made with Mexico and drugs. Ronnie will have the messages to prove Eric confided in him about getting high. It can be short and to the point, but has to be done.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, this is preparation to lie. Like, obviously.
Upon information and belief, LOL. They never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because he hid it in allergy bottle in work truck. And Cody emptied out work truck within a week, so they were never found. When you talk to Ronnie about this, meet up with him in person. I worry sometimes your house and phone are bugged.
Oh, you're done. You are toast. Guilty. Guilty twice. Put her in jail, let her out, and put her back. Oh, just to crush her spirit. Oh my God.
Maybe drive down to SL and meet him after work without Bree. Tell Ronnie don't overanalyze it. It was a quick 2-minute conversation, LOL.
These are the state's been waiting for the whole time. I bet, this is the mic drop moment. This is the mic drop moment of the entire case. Brilliantly done. Bloodborne or whatever needs a video game made after him.
Tell him I need him to do this. Bring me home and then we will get those damn bitches. Also, please text Lotto or call. Tell him do not text me anything about us doing things together ever. Like church, skiing, trips, nothing that puts us together. It doesn't look good.
She handwrote this so that there wouldn't be like an electronic record of it. She's hoping this would never be found. This letter should have self-destructed in 30 seconds. You're done.
We're so close to the end. Let's push through. Have the conversation with Ronnie before he meets with Sky. Then tell him to tell Sky at the meeting about the conversation. Hang in there. We're almost there. Love you to the moon. Take vague notes of all this so you remember before you walk the dog.
She's supposed to destroy the letter. Take vague notes. Implied. Get rid of the letter so that this is gone. So that no one ever finds this. Or I go to prison for the rest of my life. Death penalty, this chick.
Detective, does Sky in that letter refer to Sky Lazaro, Kouri Richins, former defense counsel?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Done. Look, I mean, he knows. Boom. Sky was a former defense counsel. They cannot mention that that Sky like left after this or what circumstances she left. Just was this a letter to Sky? You understand that to be the former defense counsel. Done. I mean, no further questions. Doesn't need to ask him anything about it. But you found this letter. Game over. Game over. Vern the Barbarian 546. Member for 2 months. Oh my God. Always in cash, never in writing. She got close. Handwritten is better than electronic because, again, there's no digital footprint on it. But write it on like a piece of salami and tell your mom to eat it.
Ms. Nestor, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let's jump right back into that letter since we're on it. Well, it's fresh on our memory. It's Exhibit 286 for the record.
You want me to put it back up?
Yes, please, Your Honor.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
The state in this, they were a little rocky at the very beginning. But the state in this case has put on almost as good of a prosecution as in Edgecombe. They were clean, they're straightforward, they're not salacious, they followed the rules, they're thorough, they out-lawyered the defense over and over and over, and they didn't use all the vestiges of the state that typically go with a prosecution. They didn't do it lazy by any accounts that I've seen. They fought hard on their, on motions in limine. They had to brief stuff in the middle of trial. They had to create a video yesterday in real time. They had to, get their video editor to put things together to meet up with what the judge needed. But they've done this. Everything the defense accused them of, you notice the defense ended up losing on those accusations. Like they accused them of not producing an email earlier in the case. And he's like, actually, we emailed them 3 weeks ago. We emailed them this. It was not in the initial discovery disclosure, but it was provided 3 weeks ago via email. Judge, we can get you proof of that. They smoked the defense so far. The defense is going to have to pull a miracle out, or you're going to have like a rogue juror or something. Them getting this letter, the journal, getting the book in there. She's cooked. At this point, she's cooked.
All right, so this letter that you just read aloud, do you know the date that it was written?
I believe it was September either 12th or 13th.
Okay. And in this letter, the very beginning letter tells, I guess if it's her mother that she's addressing it to, if that's what you say, that to remind Ronnie to tell Sky this story, correct?
Well, what part are you referencing?
The story about what Eric told him about getting fentanyl from Mexico.
There is a part that says tell Sky at the meeting next week.
Okay. So it looks like there's about to be a meeting with her lawyer, Sky, right?
I have no idea if that happened or if that was about to happen.
Okay, well, that's what it says.
It says at the meeting next
Okay.
week.
All right. So there's a meeting coming up with the lawyer, and Kouri is relaying something that Ronnie had known from the past, and something that occurred between him and Eric in the past, right? When they were
Objection.
watching a football game.
You pause for a moment. Go ahead, Mr.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Sustained.
Okay, let's blow it up. We're going to get very particular.
You better.
All right.
You got...
A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and then she tells a story about something that Eric allegedly told Ronnie, right?
No, that's not actually what the letter says at all. The letter is an instruction manual to a felony.
And just by the way, if you could go up just a little bit above that.
Wait for the answer.
Wait, before
Okay.
let me rephrase. Katie, if you could go back up to he will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week, just start right there and then highlight. And then thank you. I'll rephrase.
You're withdrawing that question?
Yes, sir, I am.
Understood.
So he's going to need to tell Sky next week about a year prior to his death, something Eric told Ronnie, allegedly, right? About his trips to Mexico.
Your Honor, there's no question there.
It ends in a question mark.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It ends in a
Right?
It includes the word allegedly.
Sledge Entertainment says
Right?
she has eyes
Hold
that
on. Any other
thrill.
objection?
Your Honor, perhaps you could just re-ask it again.
Sure. One more time, Ms. Nestor.
In the letter, because you said you weren't sure, so we're looking right at the letter. In the letter, she says at a meeting with Sky next week, and she talks about Ronnie telling a story about a year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie being over watching football one Sunday and talking to him about his trips to Mexico, right?
No, she talks about fabricating a story and trying to cover it by saying upon information and belief. Saying information and belief doesn't actually make it information and belief. You have to have the information and belief. What information and what belief is this? Just like they say, oh my God. A year prior to Eric's death, Ronnie was over watching football one Sunday, and Eric and Ronnie were like, here's what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would probably have to testify to this, but it's super short, not a lot to it. He will need to tell Sky at the meeting next week. He has to come up with this story for Sky.
She claims this was a rough draft for her next book. You've read her writing. You've seen the evidence. Does this sound like a novel rough draft to you?
It's novel, all right.
That's what the
Fiction.
document says.
Okay. As the chief investigator of this case,
Just give her
did
the
you
6
ever
months
go to
probation.
Ronnie and say, hey, did this happen?
I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie. I don't think it was me, but I believe one of the other investigators reached out to Ronnie for interview and were not able to talk to him.
So the answer is you were never able to confirm or deny with Ronnie whether this actually happened.
I was not.
Okay, let's go to the next page. Then she tells a story about Eric putting drugs in her bag.
Okay, guys, I got to tell you this. Wednesday nights, my kids have church activities, and I'm one of the drivers to facilitate that. As soon as Lady Rackets gets back here with the kids, I need to end the stream and help out with that. Don't worry, we're going to revisit this by itself, I think. Like, this might need its own full stream to go through the writings of Kouri that this investigator's presented. These are fatal to her. The defense has to completely discredit these as either forgeries or something, or if they try and go with this is for her book, that's insane. Why does he need to tell the lawyer about it? What are we talking about here?
At the airlines right before they board. You see that? Can you highlight it, please, Katie? Now, that story has been verified by Allie Staking, her friend that testified before this jury, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, foundation.
Have you been sitting in this?
The objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Is that right?
Could you rephrase the question?
That story about Eric putting drugs in Kouri's bag when they would travel and causing a fight was
Yeah,
verified
Treasurer,
in
thank
this
you.
courtroom by Allie Staking under oath. Is that correct?
I listened to Ms. Staking's testimony. She told of one incident when that happened.
Okay.
This says Eric would, as if it happened multiple times, so I don't know. I just know what I heard Ms. Staking testify to.
Did you ever ask any of Kouri's friends or family if they knew of situations where it had happened before?
Didn't Ms. Staking testify that happened with gummies? Isaac Vanderbilt says best defense would be my husband voted for Trump. It's in Utah, so Actually, she should be like, I'm the Trump supporter. He was Kamala guy. I don't know.
Where what had happened before?
Where Eric had put drugs in Kouri's luggage when they traveled?
I don't recall asking that specific question, but I think I heard about it coming up. I don't remember who the conversation was with, but I think I had heard something to this effect before.
Was it involving a trip to Mexico?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. Do you remember where the trip was involved?
I don't. Sorry.
So,
You know, the good thing about having Nestor on the defense is she credibly presents as someone who's too dumb to know what's going on.
at least someone in your investigation did at least suggest that they knew of another situation besides Hawaii where Eric did this.
No, I don't know if it was a separate one or if they were referencing the same one. I don't know for sure.
All right. All right, if we could go to the bottom of the...
Got to get that
highlight the
triple
bottom half for me.
decapitation with Johnny Cage, Fletcher boy. It's a lot of forward, high punch, I think.
All right, there's references in here that Ronnie will have messages on his phone to prove Eric confided in him about getting high, right?
That's what this text says.
As the chief investigator of this case, did you ever go check Ronnie's phone to see if those existed, to verify this?
I was made aware of this letter after May 8th.
Of 2023.
Of 2023.
Okay.
Like I said, I believe investigators reached out to Ronnie to talk to him in general about the case, and he denied letting us talk to him. So, no, I was never able to confirm this with his cell phone.
So we sure have sat in this courtroom and listened to a lot of testimony about search warrants to seize phones. You know how to do that, right?
I do know how to do that.
Didn't issue a search warrant to get Ronnie's phone to see if that happens to be true.
No, but like I said, this information came to me well after May 8th, 2023.
Okay, sir, that's 3 years ago, right?
Yep.
And isn't it true you issued a search warrant as recently as 2 months ago to search the house for, I think, the 10th or 11th time, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and then can we go to the very last little bit about they never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house? At the bottom? Yes, please, thank you.
I can see that.
You can see it? Great. Okay. So, again, this refers to the previous page where Eric allegedly told Ronnie that he kept his drugs in an allergy bottle in his work truck so that Kouri wouldn't find it, right?
Objection, Foundation, that's not what the previous page says.
We just go back to the previous page.
Sure.
We'll use the
Absolutely. Katie, can you go back to the first page and find this section in there about where he kept his drugs?
Yo, Nick, Heard or Kouri, who would you marry? Well, that would only happen if something very unfortunate happened to Lady Rackets. So first I would have to write a journal.
Eric told Ronnie he
About the
keeps
day of
them
her
in an
passing.
allergy pill bottle in his work
And
truck
then,
so I wouldn't
Amber Heard,
find them.
hands
Isn't that what
down.
that says?
The whole sentence says Eric told Ronnie he keeps them in an allergy pill bottle in his work
you have
truck
to pick
so
one.
I wouldn't find them.
And by the way, this was seized September 14th of 2023, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And at that point, had you revealed to Kouri that you had found an empty hydrocodone bottle in Eric's nightstand the day of his death? Had you ever revealed that to her or her lawyer at this point?
I personally didn't find the bottle.
Okay.
It was located on the night of Eric's death and was transported with his body to the ME's office.
There's no way for Kouri to know that when she wrote this, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
sustained.
Okay, that's fair. All right, go back to what we were just talking about, to the bottom of the second page. All right. The never found pain pills or fentanyl in my house because Eric hid it in an allergy bottle in the work truck, right? So that connects to what we just saw on the first page of what he allegedly told Ronnie.
right?
Amber Heard seems
What is your question?
way
Yes,
more
I can
fun.
see that this document says that.
And the next sentence says, and Kouri emptied.
a little turbulent, a little tumultuous, a little bit dangerous. But you wouldn't even ask her to make you a sandwich. Sledge Entertainment says, crap in the bed or unalive, I understand.
Emptied.
No, it's from the dog. It
Oh, I'm
wasn't
sorry.
her.
It's cut off on my screen, but not that one. I'm going to share a screen with the jury. And Kouri emptied out work truck within a week. We've heard that verified by Kouri in this courtroom that he said to the jury under oath, correct? While you were sitting in here.
Objection, foundation, I don't think that's what he said.
Sustained. You got to rephrase.
Did Kouri come pick up the work truck within a few days of Eric's death?
I'm not personally aware.
Did you sit in this courtroom and hear him testify to that?
I believe so.
Okay.
That
Yes,
was
I sat in
weird.
the courtroom. Yes, I heard his testimony. I don't remember exactly what he said, but
And just in case the jury has been so focused on that witness box that they don't notice what's
Okay,
happening.
that was weird because I think he was confused about what she asked. She said, did you sit in this courtroom and testify to that? Or did she say, did he sit in the courtroom and testify to that? Maybe I misheard.
Happening back here, you've actually been in this courtroom every single day, every single minute, listening to every single person testify, right?
Yes.
nearly, yeah.
Almost.
Almost.
Maybe a bathroom break here and there, which you're entitled. Okay.
Oh, could you go to the bathroom? That's nice. Thank
All
you.
right, let's
Lard
take that down.
ass.
Now, I want to go back.
I hate her questioning style. I hate her stupid
to-
voice. I hate her outfit a lot.
Oh, by the way, the just last little thing on the walk the dog letter, and then I swear I'll quit beating a dead horse. But the walk the dog letter,
Yeah, Arsh's NEI8 says, no, she didn't. Did he sit in the courtroom and hear the friend testify under oath? Okay, see, I missed the part where she directed it to the other person. So my brain just heard, did you sit in the courtroom and testify? It skipped that middle part with the person. Thanks for the correction. It didn't make sense to me at all.
to your knowledge, was the walk the dog letter ever delivered to Kouri's mom, to her brother, to the lawyer, to anybody?
I don't believe so, not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now let's back up just a little bit to your entry into this case. Oh, Your Honor, I left my notes. May I please return to the table? Too excited and ran up here too fast and left all my questions for you on the back. So, okay. I want to talk to you about the time. So you basically, before you even entered this case as the new head of the investigation.
Lead investigator.
Lead investigator, thank you so much. I want to use your terminology. Before that,
I want to hear your truth.
did what's called a trash cover at Carmen's house, right?
We call it a trash rip.
A trash what?
Rip.
Rip.
Look at how he thinks it's so cool. It's like, we don't call it cover, we call it a rip. Yeah. I hate cops. I hate them.
Okay, I've never heard that. So you did a trash rip.
Why
at
is he
Carmen's
so
house,
happy about
correct?
that?
You referenced a time frame. I don't remember what you said. Could you rephrase it?
Would it refresh your memory that around February 21st of 2023, you searched Carmen's trash?
It was probably around that time, yeah.
Before you were technically the lead investigator of this case.
That's possible, yeah.
And you said you found some foil, right?
Yes.
And that's usually an indication that someone's been maybe freebasing, heating it up in foil and then smoking it typically?
I don't know the term freebasing, but from
I'm
my...
from the 80s. I'm
You want to see why I hate cops? Lead narcotics detective doesn't know what freebasing is. Somebody end me.
old, so you probably don't know that term, but
From my experience, people will put a substance, any substance that they want to smoke on top of tinfoil. They'll heat it from underneath with a lighter or torch, and then they'll smoke the fumes that come off of the substance.
Okay. And did you test the substances that you recovered from her trash that day?
I believe we submitted some of those
as a
pieces of paraphernalia to be tested, but I don't remember if we ever got results for them. If they were only NIC tested, I don't remember. I'd have to check records.
Would it refresh your memory to say that only meth and heroin were recovered and no fentanyl?
Like I said, I can't remember without checking my records.
You certainly can't tell the jury under oath that
You
they
might
got
have-
fentanyl
I
out of
haven't
her,
free-based shit.
trash that day, right?
But I know what
No,
it
I
is.
don't remember us finding anything that was confirmed as fentanyl.
Okay. And then at the end of March, I believe, someone started tracking Carmen's car. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that you all or was that Mr. Gabler?
Who was you all?
The law enforcement, sorry.
We did apply for a GPS tracker warrant for Carmen's vehicle, yes.
All right. And then you get to be assigned a lead investigator around April the 11th.
I think it was in March sometime. I would have to check my notes again, but I believe it was about mid-March, early to mid-March.
Okay. And the first real step that you took as lead investigator, would it be fair to say that was when you applied for a warrant
Guys,
for
give me just a
Kouri
second.
and
I'll be right
Eric's?
back. I need help with something real quick. Okay, sorry guys. I have 11 minutes.
Cell phones.
Oh.
I'm running right up to the
It's been
wire
just as
when I
long
have to
for me
leave.
as everybody else. So, I remember that I applied for a warrant for, well, I'm sorry, I don't remember. One of the first things I remember doing is applying for a search warrant for medical records for Kouri.
For Kouri?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. All right. And did you also apply for medical records for Eric?
I think those had already been requested or seized subject to a warrant.
By Detective Woody. Actually, I think she did testify to that. I think that's right.
I believe so. One of the investigators previous to my getting into the case.
And then you decided to knock on Kouri's door and interview her, right?
At one point, I did, yeah.
And when you showed up to interview,
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope.
Sustained.
can I have the court's indulgence for just a moment? I need to go chat with my co-counsel for just 1 second.
No problem.
Also, the other things that you did in the mid to end of
April of 2023, shortly after you're assigned to the case, you also looked at, extracted Kouri's cell phone, did you not?
Yes, I would have to verify the date, but yes.
Okay. And when you extracted the phone, were you able to start looking at her texts and looking at her, everything in her phone?
Yes. At this time, we had just acquired our own forensic equipment. So previously, we relied on the RCFL for our digital forensic evidence extractions and so forth. We had just started getting our own forensic equipment, and so I downloaded Kouri's phone, and I don't remember the format of the software to analyze it, but I do remember seeing the text messages and the gaps in the text messages.
Was that the first time you'd ever extracted a phone on the new equipment?
I don't remember if it was the very first, but it was one of the first times, yes.
And was there anybody who assisted you in doing that extraction?
Yes, Miss Gibson did.
And are you or Ms. Gibson certified on Celebrite or the extraction gray key, whatever you use to extract it?
Miss Gibson is, I'm not.
All right. And then after you extracted Kouri's cell phone, you interviewed Chelsea Barney, did you not?
I did.
And Chelsea's testified here. Chelsea was Ms. Richins' dear friend from junior high, right?
That's what I understood, yes.
And when Chelsea came in to be interviewed, didn't you tell her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Chelsea did not come in anywhere when I interviewed her. I interviewed her in her home in Heber.
Oh, were you present when she did the interview at the sheriff's department?
No, I was not.
All right. So when you interviewed her,
Here's the problem. She's asking this stuff. Oh, is this the first extraction you've done? Blah, 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 blah. How does this go to the letter? The letter's your problem. The journal's your problem. Like, those two devastate your client. Those two things absolutely shred her. The journal is weird. Well, and it's also got the book in there, but the journal is weird. It's uncomfortable. It doesn't feel right. The walk the dog letter is devastating. So how are you going to go after those things? Not this way. What are you doing? Your cross-examination now, you're going to try and make him not credible? Is that your plan? It's not going to, you've got a huge problem here.
at her home in Heber, did you tell Chelsea that you had evidence that she and
Because if you're going after his credibility through competence, you're losing. Unless you've got a smoking gun on him fabricating evidence, you're cooked.
Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's death?
Your Honor, just a foundation as to what time frame are we talking about?
Can you
lay a little foundation
Sure, I'm
for
glad to. Can you tell us when you interviewed Chelsea in Heber?
I can't give you an exact date. My best guess is it was probably April sometime of 2023.
Before Kouri's arrest date?
Correct.
And when you interviewed Chelsea in April of 2023, did you tell her, did you represent to her that you had evidence that she and Kouri had spoken the night of Eric's
She
death?
has to. She has to testify.
I don't think it was phrased that way. So we had some interest in the timeline of their communication between Chelsea and Kouri the night of Eric's death. Because when we looked at what was available on the phone, it appeared that Chelsea and Kouri texted every single day. Like, they were always talking with each other. And then there was a gap, I believe, between March 2nd and March 4th. So that stuck out to me as unusual. And I did bring that up with Chelsea and just asked her if she knew of any reason that there would be that gap. And then she was actually able to produce some documents from her cell carrier that we went over together, and it looked like that matched.
You think so? I think she would make it worse. She has to explain that letter. She has to, if they're going to go with the theory that that letter is part of a manuscript or notes for a ghostwriter, she has to testify to that. She has to bring that in somehow. There's no way they're going to get that from someone else. So she's going to have to do it. She has to come in and I mean, she has to look credible. She's toast.
So you originally suspected that maybe she had deleted a conversation with Kouri?
That's what it looked like initially, is that there was an unusual gap in communication between these two best friends that I understood them to be.
Okay. And it turned out that was incorrect, right?
From what I'm remembering, yes. So there's some confusion because there were just personal direct text messages between just Kouri and Chelsea, and then there was a group chat of all their friends.
Right.
And it was hard to distinguish in the beginning which occurred when, and I think that's where some of the confusion came from.
But ultimately, you were able to agree with Chelsea that she did not speak with Kouri the night of Eric's death and did not delete any messages with Kouri, correct?
I couldn't find anything that suggested otherwise.
Right. And then was Chelsea unhappy with the way that you all handled her interview?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, were you aware that she filed a complaint that she had been misled about her phone when she was being interviewed by your office?
I was a...
Your Honor, just objection foundation. I think timing's important here. I think counsel's confused about two different interviews, so I think we need foundation on time.
If you were a defense, what would you do at this point? Put Kouri on the stand as a Hail Mary? Kouri has to take the stand at this point, in my opinion, because she has to explain this. She has to explain this stuff. She also has to get up there. She has to explain how much she loved her husband. She has to explain the fear and the terror that she felt when he didn't respond, when he wasn't there, when he wasn't snoring. She has to make the jury feel her pain and sadness, because all we see is elation that it's over, anticipation that he'll be gone with the paramour, elation in the text about the book. He's gone. I'm writing this book. I'm doing my thing. I'm flipping these houses. I'm going to sell all these copies. Everything about this looks like she's happy that he's gone. She has to flip that narrative. How are they going to do it? She's not sympathetic at all. She's cold looking here. She has to come warm up the jury. What's the other issue that she has to do? Oh, she also has to explain the lighthearted nature of their relationship. She has to get into the gummies. She has to maybe expose some of the conflict that they went through over his drug use that is fake, that fiction of drug use. But she has to sell it. She has to sell the idea that this guy was hiding drugs in the way that her stupid letter suggests. But to do that, she has to say that the fentanyl sandwich thing, she has to talk about how they had this joking relationship. She can do that by linking that to the text about the gummies. She knew about the gummies. She participated with the gummies. She didn't approve of the fentanyl, though. You know, that wasn't the thing. That wasn't her thing. But she couldn't stop him. He's in the throes of addiction, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Where did he get the gummy? Like, where did he get the fentanyl? Where did any of this come from? Oh, he didn't tell her because she'd be mad. Yeah, of course she'd be mad. She cared about him. She has to sell that. And if she doesn't, she's dead.
Would you just be more specific about the complaint or what it was about with some month and year?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to go. Viesing says she can say the in-laws always hated her and she was worried they were going to jam her up and she just wanted to do everything she could to get away and rebuild her life. She could try, but if the in-laws hated her, why would they stop her from getting away? Why would that be a thing? Sledge Entertainment, I might take a toot every now and then, but I do freebase. I think you mean don't? Okay. Guys, you have, like always, been absolutely wonderful today. This trial just got so much more interesting to me. it's been a little bit slow at times. The past couple days have been really, really good as the state crescendoed their case. There's different ways to do it. You could like sandwich the weak stuff in between like good stuff or whatever. Their case built. They did it by the book. It felt by the book. It felt authentic. It felt well prepared. It felt like they didn't cheat. I don't know if they did. Maybe they did, but it felt like they didn't. I think that's key to the jury as well. I mean, the state has a lot of credibility here, in my opinion. Maybe I've missed something, but I don't think so. We're gonna talk more about that letter. We'll finish this testimony probably tomorrow. During a break, we'll finish the testimony. So make sure you're here. I mean, look, if you guys have to cheat a little bit and finish it on your own, I understand. I'm sorry that I'm behind, but I do have to go help out with things around the house, with things around our day. Wednesdays are tough for me. So with that, guys, thanks for hanging out. Again, all the super tips, all the super chats, 25 members. Thank you very much. And we will see you very soon. Have a good night. Peace.
So pour out an odd bag of Balmore at Lethbrook. Spirits flow as the fun pursuit get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the wide shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the